Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now VALORANT taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting check. There's no telling. You can feel it happening, right? You can feel it happening. Sander is certain. Be the tip of the spear. You haul Calamity the touchdown. I love the full angle. He does it again from behind, and
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to VALORANT Challengers North America. It is the final stretch here in Stage 3, the final 2 days, and the competition going to be tighter than ever. My name's Sarah Dawn. I'll be your host for today. Joining me, I got Roy, and I have Athena. Athena, how are we doing today?
Great. Really great. I feel like a raccoon today. I don't know why, but something about me just feels like I'm kind of in this trashy, want to eat anything mood. You know what I'm saying?
All right, all right. Roy, are you also?
No, I got the raccoon hair, so we're kind of like we're building the raccoon society one by one in here right now. But let's lock in, guys. Okay, let's lock in here. Okay, we're giggling, but there's people's lives are on the line right here, so we need to lock into some Valorant. It's been exciting so far, guys. For the people that have not been watching, it's been fun. It's been unreal. The stories for these teams is only getting better. The narratives and the pressure is getting tighter, and we've been having fun. And today that action continues. So let's get into it.
You can't say lives on the line. We're getting serious, but it's been so much fun to watch dreams get shattered. Roy, come on, get consistent with it. I mean, we are definitely getting down into the nitty gritty of it all, though. Like I said, final 2 days. Like, Roy, there is not really much places left to hide for these teams looking to try and still get qualified.
Yeah, fortunately for some teams, there's still some room for error, right? But for the other teams, they still have to be kind of lights out. I think every time you lose, you're eliminated at this point. But some teams have to win 2 times in a row to qualify for playoffs. I mean, guys, I'm looking at the bottom of the bracket right here. I see FlyQuest is out. That was a little surprising. Honestly, I thought Pigeons would go a little bit further with the team buff. And I had a lot of high hopes for the Dynamo roster as well, but I think they quite never really recovered from the youngins not being able to play, which is really unfortunate. But overall, it's been really fun to see the top teams qualify. I'm excited for today. I'm excited to see who's going to be joining these playoff teams.
Yeah, and today's matches, they both have huge stakes, right? Like whoever loses today, like you said, Roy, is going to be eliminated, but whoever wins has to play again tomorrow. And from those teams playing tomorrow and today after the second BO3 as well, there's going to be some teams qualified, but only spots for 3 more. That means 2 of those teams are going to be eliminated tomorrow, 1 more today. And it's really tough because when you're looking at these rosters, when you're looking at how close as well, a lot of these games has been, it's kind of insane. And for me, kind of the switch could be flipped any which way.
It really, really can be. And we're going to be kicking off with an elimination match in EGA going up against Alliance Guardians. Later on, it'll be QOR versus YFT for who can get qualified and who has to fight again tomorrow. But EG versus Alliance Guardians. When we're talking about teams that we're kind of a little surprised to see at this point, though, Roy, this is a matchup I kind of had in mind.
Yeah, these are 2 really good rosters. It feels like neither of them have really found their footing, though. I mean, the end of the railroad is pretty much here for one of these 2 teams, right? And these 2 teams are looking to keep the dream alive. They're looking to begin the ascent for glory. And I feel like the talent is there for both of these teams. It's really not a question of whether they have the talent, whether they have the skill or the players. It's really just about getting everybody on the same frequency at this point and just like getting out of their own way, getting out of their own heads and just locking in for the remainder of this split.
I mean, when we're talking about the lock-in, I'm looking at the potential of a run back here, starting with this Evil Geniuses Academy roster. Not quite 100% the same roster that made that playoff run there in Stage 2, but still a lot of familiar faces from that old roster and just within this challenger scene. But when we're talking about a team that hasn't quite hit the ground running then, I mean, Athena, this roster, like, even though all of the talent is here, sitting at a 2-3 record is not really where I would have expected these names.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially with the amount of experience amongst this roster. It feels like every single player has been so phenomenal in their role with previous teams. But when you're looking at the games that they've played, I mean, they started out this season really slow. They lost those first 2 games against Pigeons, against Energy Academy. They won those second 2. But more importantly, this last game was where we saw them kind of finally find their footing. But then they started a little bit too slow on that first map. Going into those second and third maps, they finally found an understanding of how they want to play. Their defaults have been really good, as well as their executes, but it just hasn't been enough. It feels like they're really struggling to find a lot of those entries, especially on their attack sides when they're up in numbers on halves, when they're winning their defensive halves. They just can't close out these rounds. So I'm really looking at this team to make sure they round out a lot of those experiences, the rounds, and making sure they're actually using their firepower the way that it needs to be.
Yeah, the thing for me is all of these players are coming from like completely different teams and environments, right? And sometimes I think that's kind of the main cause of the symptom of it feeling like sometimes they're playing at different paces. Like some of them want to play slow, but some of them want to play fast. And it feels disjointed at times in that regard. And sometimes these things just take time, right? Like it takes time to get everybody on the same frequency, coming from different systems and coming from different teams and different play styles, right? But unfortunately for EG, it's really do or die. Like the time element is not there anymore. There's really no more room for error. They need to get on the same page. They need to lock in, and they need to play in a way that everyone feels comfortable. Because I feel like if they can do that, this is definitely a top contending roster.
I mean, I want to call back to their match versus YFT here as we start to talk about the players and talk about the performance moves had here. Because when we look at even just like the first kills, I mean, he was able to hold it down, getting almost as many as B-Dog was throughout that series, right? Just showing that on this chamber, he's able to get those kills. And the Viper, he's able to hold it down. He had a fantastic performance in Athena. I'm looking to see if he can replicate that in a do or die match.
Yeah, I think moves just in general on every team that he's played on has been phenomenal as that anchor player. But watching him on this chamber really surprised me recently, because I feel like he's been taking a lot more of those aggressive peaks, taking a lot of those timings to make sure that he gets a lot of that map control that feels like EG Academy take a little bit longer of a default to take. So it's really nice that they have that added aggression. I think Chamber as a Senti, it's kind of hard to make sure that he plays that anchor role really well, because he's not the best Sentinel in terms of util, but he does a good job with firepower. So that's something I really like to see, and his consistency has just been phenomenal.
And whenever Moves is having like a good game, it adds another layer to EG's like mid-rounding, right? Where there's like another win condition that just kind of appears out of nowhere, right? Where you have that lurker, and if everyone's winning on the front end and everyone's kind of, you know, the executes are working well and the team plays working well, you have that player that is making plays, being disruptive, and he's so experienced and he's so good at doing these things that it just adds like a bit more X factor to sometimes like it seems like it's lacking on this roster. I think Moves is a really big part of that X factor. When he's feeling it, it's always there, and he's always a threat in the server.
And now we got to talk about going on to this other team, though, and talk about the run that Alliance Guardians has had. Because this has been a team that is definitely not been without their faults. As we look at a little bit more, I mean, they had a little bit of a rough start. They start getting some wins. It looks like maybe momentum on their side. And then we just kind of look at that first map going up against ADG. They're able to claw back. They're able to get into a game number 3, but not quite enough, Roy. I feel like this is a roster that has ideas, just maybe sometimes unable to execute them, especially too when you have like those names that you know they can put this together.
Yeah, honestly, I had really high hopes for this roster coming into the split. I think it is a little bit of a Frankenstein roster. Like you have players from completely different environments, completely different teams. You have these like extreme rookies, right? In Yearn and in Riker, who don't have like the same level of experience that GMD and T-Dog do, and maybe even Wildfire, who's been competing for a little bit longer as well. And it feels like the experience is definitely there, and the individual talent is there. But you're completely right, Sierra. It feels like they're having a hard time, again, getting on the same page, getting everyone activated, or just, you know, being a little bit more well-rounded, playing to their strengths, and kind of just finding their way in this meta and in like the current tempo of this game. But looking at their history though, they've been grinding so many tier 3 events. So I feel like that reps, it could be a kind of the deciding factor in whether this team's improving at the pace that they want to be and the level of performance that they're going to be showing us today.
It's actually a really good point, Roy, because I wanted to follow up with that, with the fact that they're putting in so many reps. It felt like at the beginning of this stage, they were just focusing on closing up those defaults, cleaning it up, making sure that when they're going slow, it has purpose and there's intention with their defaults. And it feels like they're kind of figuring it out a little bit, but also at the same time, they're struggling a lot of the time to make sure they're getting that fast tempo play. It seems like it's kind of falling on one or two players on this team to ensure that when they do those fast executes or those fast splits, that they have to get those opening picks, even when it's under supported. So I think looking at this team, I'm looking at them to just clean it up, but I'm really happy to see them playing in a lot of those different tournaments to make sure that they get that experience on board.
And I feel like that experience has been so valuable when you look at the younger players on the team as well, and players that we haven't necessarily talked about too much within Challengers as we talk about Riker, because Riker has a lot on his shoulders here for this team, being that solo duelist in a lot of their competitions, but someone too that despite all of that pressure, Roy, has been able to stand up in such a phenomenal way. Like, it's been such a welcome surprise to see, and like that's what I want regardless of the match today. Like, already I'm like, this kid's future's bright. Like, it's been crazy to witness,
dude, right? And he's been like so under the radar as well. I feel like we haven't even really talked about him very much, but you look at his stats and they're disgusting, and you look at his gameplay and it's so good, and he's been so consistent even with AXG not performing well, and even if they're not on the same page strategically speaking, he's finding so much value, and in so many different ways too, guys. It's not just like he's a pure rifler, like he's able to op and he's able to play slow, but he's also able to like get in people's faces and kind of dive in and he like abuse the movement mechanics in this game. And feels like he really is a really well-rounded player, considering he's not the most experienced player on the roster. So I think he's been certainly a key piece for at least some of their success, and for some of the games that have been losses but were really close, he was always a presence in those games as well.
Yeah, which is just crazy to see. So I know too, for them to have a chance within this series, we need to see I feel like a classic Riker pop up at this point, because I feel like we've seen enough of them. I feel like we can kind of expect this coming up for him. But last but not least, before we head into the series, of course, our Philips Norelco head to head, because we cannot talk about either of these two teams without talking about Jakey and GMD here at the end. I think two of my favorite players to be talking about, because just, I don't know, their staying power in the server, like they're always good for their one, even their two or three. Like this, you can never count them out of a round.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm looking at a player like GMD, I'm expecting a really big voice, really good mid rounds, contributing a lot to the IGLing, making sure that he's setting his team up for success. But I think for me, when I'm looking at Jakey, I'm always seeing consistency. Whenever this guy is in a clutch, a 2v3, a 2v2, he's constantly winning that. I feel like for me, when I'm looking at this player, he's just been so phenomenal in those clutch situations, being able to call strats around lower numbers and just being able to just play phenomenally, consistently on both attack and defense every single time. He's been so good to watch, and I really hope that he brings that into the server today.
And something that's really similar with both of these players as well is they're both really energetic. Like you can just hear it in the comms. Like they're just like so high energy, and they have so much experience, and they bring a lot of that mid rounding that sometimes honestly it's really hard for IGLs, because IGLs are thinking about the freeze time and they're thinking about all these things to try to keep everyone on the same page, right? It's good to have these like vocal players in the server that are not just very experienced, not just very vocal, but are also consistently putting up stats and putting up performances for their teams, being heroes when it's required, clutching up when it's required, you know, being aggressive when it's also required. Like they're very versatile, they're very flexible, and I feel like they're always a factor in both of these teams' results. And honestly, I'm not too surprised to see us highlighting them, and obviously it makes sense for us to do so because they're always a factor for both of these rosters. Incredible players, very underrated.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what roster they're on, there's been a reason that the conversation on the analyst desk has always surrounded them at some point here. So definitely something that you're going to be seeing throughout this series as well. But let's talk about this series, especially for these two teams. Again, we've talked about the prowess of the players. We've talked about the highlights, some of these lowlights, but they are still two teams here that are facing elimination, sitting at this 2-3 record. So for one of them, the road, the journey ends today. But going into the series for our map picks and bans, I'm so intrigued about this very first map of the series, because we're picking up Ascent coming out from Alliance Guardians, but I don't know, Roy, I'm remembering recent history here, and I'm a little worried.
Yeah, but I propose a devil's advocate perspective. Okay, you learn a lot from these games. I think they're coming in with a fresh game plan, and just looking at EG's history on Ascent, they're also kind of comfortable, so it's not like a counter pick per se. I think maybe just Alliance Guardians have learned a lot from that match against ADG, and they feel like EG can't really maybe put up the same tempo that ADG found against them that worked really well. So I think it's either one, they've learned a lot, or maybe they've switched things up completely. I'm not really entirely sure. It's definitely a tough one though, because it's not like a weak map for EG by any means, but I'm honestly not surprised you're scratching your heads here. I'm also scratching a little bit of my beard and my head at the same time, but I'm just hoping that my cope is real and they've learned a lot from that last match, or they've made changes and they're coming in to throw EG for a loop here on this first map.
Yeah, I really think they've definitely looked into it and learned a lot, because EG banning Lotus is probably the map that they would have picked against EG. So I think this makes a lot of sense for them to dive into one of those maps that they're going to assume that EG Academy is eventually going to pick, or is going to think that they're weak on and not ban, and just working on it. So I think what you're thinking, Roy, is completely correct. And I really think I'm expecting to see at least a tiny bit of a change. I mean, when we were watching them play yesterday, it was a little, or not yesterday, the last time that they played, it was a little bit rough. It felt like they just couldn't get started, couldn't get anything going for themselves. They won like those 3 rounds in a row. They couldn't win pistol. It was just a little bit rough, but I think that means that there's a lot that's gone understudied as well from EG Academy's part. They don't know what they're bringing to the table. They don't know. It's a little bit of a wild card, and it might be crazy for them.
Yeah, I'm looking at this video, guys, and I'm thinking this is a little EG-sided, though, no? Like, Ascent is a good map for EG, right? Split is a really good map for EG, but it's also a weak map for Alliance Guardians. And then you look at the Breeze performances, including Tier 3 results, like, both teams are super good on Breeze. They're very comfortable on that map. They've had some really good recent results on it as well. Evil Geniuses are 5-0 on the map. You look at Alliance Guardians, they're 5-1. This is, again, including Tier 3 events, not just VCL. But yeah, looking at this map, and I'm seeing 3 really good maps for EG and only 2 really good maps for Alliance Guardians. So I feel like a lot of pressure is on that first map of Ascent.
Yeah, I think Split too for Alliance Guardians, they struggled a lot on their attack side, specifically. On that defense side, they were up like, what, 7-3 at half? So I think they've definitely dived into what has been the problem for them, and maybe they were expecting EG to kind of bring out this pick. So I'm just being optimistic here for Alliance Guardians, but I'm also on the side of EG, understanding that this is a really good map pool for them.
I mean, all I can say is, pulling up our predictions after seeing this map pool, I am renewed with more confidence. I'm just gonna say, guys, the map pools, I'm a little worried for Alliance Guardians. I'm a little worried for their fans out there, and I'm a little worried for Shio here. I mean, the map pool is just the way it is. I would love to be wrong after seeing Ascent here at the end. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm feeling pretty okay right about now.
Yeah, I think it's, you know what? I think for me, the reason why I picked EG Academy is just because I feel like in terms of firepower, they've been consistently up there. They've constantly gone for really good plays and put up those numbers. And now we're looking at the comps here. We're going to see no change actually for both these rosters, if I'm not mistaken. And I think that this might just be a play into what we were talking about, Roy, about how there's maybe just things that they fixed.
Yeah, I think so as well. But I'm looking at this Chamber on this defensive side, guys. Yes, Chamber is really good mechanically, but it's going to put a lot of pressure on moves to be on point when it comes down to the mechanics, when it comes down to finding those opening kills, and for B-Dog to just be able to play his game and kind of do whatever he wants on the jet. The KOs are both there for the teams, but for Alliance Guardians, maybe they feel like the KO could help them find the Chamber, pressure the Chamber, and kind of abuse parts of the map that maybe they have a read on. So that could be the reasons why we've seen this pick. But again, a lot of pressure on this first half for Alliance Guardians. We've seen a lot of teams get swept on this attack side after picking Ascent, guys. Even in recent matches, that even in the past day, we've seen this over and over. So again, a lot of pressure on this first half for Alliance Guardians on their map pick. They cannot get swept on this attack side.
I'm a little worried, but hey, we're running back comps. We're running something that we're comfortable with, looking at getting aligned within the server to make that difference here. That's all what it's going to be coming down to as we look at the first map of the series. Reminder, guys, elimination on the line. It's time to see, going into Ascent, who's going to take the first map of the series with your casters. Let's send it over to Shio and Lemon Kiwi.
Thank you, Sierra. Yeah, it's time to show up or to show yourself out, and it's do or die. It's a big day, Shio. And I think EG are coming into this match with a lot of confidence, at least this map, considering they have Chamber, they have moves on defense.
Yeah, they got confidence in themselves. They got confidence in kind of the recent results from Alliance Guardians that the desk is talking about. But for AG picking into this and kind of choosing to relive what was a very map filled with mistakes, you'd assume they've fixed a lot of their game plan, know where, you know, the things are that they need to work on, and they're here coming in with that experience, trying to go for a win on their terms.
And yeah, what a roller coaster that it was for both these teams. Like, this is the last day for them, or that they would have to play another match if they win. It could be the last day if you lose. But yeah, EG had that bumpy start at the beginning of the season. After the second win, they find themselves almost at the last round. And now they have to set the tone against Alliance Guardians, who have firepower of their own, mixed experience levels there. But it's how it comes together that the desk kept talking about. You have a 3-stack here, Shio, from EG on B.
Yeah, I got to be very careful with this one. A little bit of hesitance in hitting the site. So moving around a little bit from the side of EG. We tap back in to AXG, though. Alliance Guardians trying to go for that exec. Other smoke in the way. They had a timing there for a second, but just didn't take it.
Yeah, just this first round of the first match, you got to feel things out. You don't want to shake things up. These are teams that are still trying to find kind of the right play style and the right groove, and this is really what could set the tone for the next couple of rounds. Alliance Guardians seem decided. EG ready to crunch from all sides. You have Darkus, who could throw out the flash for a re-hit. There's the paranoia and the entry. Already the defense has put up a wall as Riker takes it down brick by brick, and Alliance Guardians step forth into the site with no one left to bother them.
Yeah, Riker been doing such a good job even in that last loss that Alliance Guardians just got so good at just solo entering sites by himself. The util this time, though, was layered really well from the side of AXG. Now on the retake, main controls would make this an absolute impossibility. Seen so far at least one player. Wildfire gets another pick. It should be wrapped so far in this 4v2. No chance here for AG Academy.
And for whoa, what is happening, D-Dog? Oh, he's tired of you. The quick taps with the sheriff, leaving it a 1v1, but the spike is ticking away. He seems to have an idea that Urine is still in main. And if he gets onto the spike, Urine has to show up. He does so quietly, getting there as fast as possible, but that was so close because of B-Dog. We're in for a treat for this map.
I'm awake. I was like, all right, you know, I'm going to give this a chance on both sides. Oh, this pistol. AXG, they might have fixed it. If we're going to go back and forth like this with good plans yet talent on the other side, I am awake. Very similar also to the last match AXG played, where they got on site, things were going all right, and Yearn had to save things all the way towards the end of the day. So good clutches from Yearn, match to match. Ascent looking like Doomtown for Alliance, though. If you guys are not fans of jump scares and unpredictable games, it might be time to turn things off and come back for map 2, because that's what map 1 here is going to seem like between both these teams.
Yeah, and Riker, such a unique player too, was part of that original Alliance Guardians core that when they came up through that promotion relegation into Challengers, a very high risk, high reward player. But man, when he rewards you, it's a big impact for Alliance Guardians. Didn't confirm that second pick, but hey, being able to farm up towards that ult is how you build momentum for the future.
Yeah, and again, being, you know, Riker being so green, having a chance to build out the way that he wants to play the game, segments really well into the way that Alliance Guardians really want to lead things through, giving so much trust to their duelists. A lot of the comps they have as well are really enabling for one main person on the roster. I was trying to hype him up because I thought the flick was coming onto moves, but I like the aggression again from EG Academy. One thing that they actually were really faulty for in the last time they played Ascent, enemy teams on defense were being proactive in mid. Moves on Chamber, that's one of the biggest highlights of that team, EG Academy. Lemon, it's one of the reasons people tune in to watch.
I'm tuned in still for this anti-eco. It's still 4 versus 4, and Alliance Guardians have 30 seconds left, and the spike is still in spawn. The door has been broken, and Alliance Guardians don't have a ton of space. And if EG take the high ground here, you're setting up moves for success. Now the second pick for EG.
Yeah, they're going to be put down on a reverse pedestal for this one. 13 seconds. That spike has to travel even further to be protected as door is down, but the flood's about to come in. Paranoia, the rest of the team not clear. Nice trades from the side of EG. Still anything possible in this 2v2.
Love that insertion too from T-Dog, knowing where the spike and where this rotation was going to be coming from. They left that gap of the door being open, and that was a good clapback. But You've left Jakey with an upgrade. Recoil's gonna make contact first. Jakey has enough on his plate. He's crunched between two players. Wildfire's at 18 HP. Time is of the essence, but Jakey just couldn't bait that player from main to come out. So only 2 weapons though into that bonus, Shayo.
Yeah, I mean, hitting first blood, having Riker have that much map control for that long too, I feel like that was just too much and too close for comfort there for the side of Alliance Guardians. One of the things that we also saw previously is in some of these rounds where they won, it took them a lot to win those rounds. A lot of economy, a lot of weapons down as well. Too many trades to the defensive side or a clutch even to get onto the board. So almost close to breaking their records in terms of how many rounds they got in terms of a win. So it was 3 last time. We're trying to stretch for 4 on the bonus though. It's all about dealing damage as we're on some sheriffs, a stinger or 2. B-Dog go for the punish as well. You kind of one-rayed yourself out there. My friend, it doesn't matter, I guess. Lock him down.
A lot of these first bloods, I feel like, have come from Alliance Guardians, and now EG, now they're able to buy up. This is going to be, I mean, a round 3 op, like EG. It's a big risk and a big investment, but in the hands of B-Dog, it seems to be paying off, and this creates such a huge threat in mid that I don't know if Alliance Guardians are going to want to flip the map, especially when you can't clear anywhere else right now.
A lot of options to deal with the op though. Double initiator, you're supposed to get a lot of information off that one. The flashes from Wildfire, no command coming in fast on this one. No chance to hold things down with a dart or a drone. It's all about the angles, moves, no TP, back sight, the spray. You won't have to pray if recoil's there. He'll find some value first. Blood comes in though.
Yeah, and that Omen smoke just completely blocked off moves, and Alliance Guardians split them up, but Moob still stands tall as the last anchor. GMD has to remove him. 2 left on the high-low. B-Dog with the second pick to end it for EG, but these rounds have been so close.
Actually, yeah, the value there for Alliance Guardians is nice. 2 picks, bit of damage to the economy. Op saved though, so that'll be trouble for their side as well. Got to be very careful to what's going to be breaking down here. Nice opening from B-Dog too. Really good sprays.
Yeah, and I think this would have been even easier for moves, but he still tried to rotate around that smoke quietly when it split him up from him and recoils. So Alliance Guardians have their own trap set, but EG are finding their way around it. So now you have a more forward push here from moves. Kind of a changeup. Hasn't been marked by this turret, and it may just get taken down. So that sense of security is there for Alliance Guardians, but will they walk into the hands of B-Dog? Now, the op still looms in the middle of the map, and Alliance Guardians have really preferred this B site, it seems.
I don't believe that from B-Dog. At the same time, from recoil, he has none when he's on that angle. The op was covering the entire player. No scope comes in, saves him from that cat angle, and suddenly all the control that Alliance Guardians had, they pushed up just a little bit too far. These off angles are really troublesome. Just in case, or just in this round, EG Academy have really put these guys on the back burner. Miracles needed from either Yamon or Wildfire here. I'm not sure if they have the tools. Paranoia, get no util on the KO. Paranoia comes in from Jakey though to still have a instance in this conversation inside main. We see GMD snuck onto site. The spike though has to meet him there. 36 seconds left.
Yeah, I'm surprised EG are the B site defenders are not rotating into A yet. There's a lot of reliance on Jakey to basically peel for himself and to win this 1v1 because I don't know if he can get out, and really there's no escape and there's no help coming for Alliance Guardians. It's all up to GMD to recover this spike and didn't get the call of that player in Wine. So EG take back-to-back rounds.
That could have been a fake TP that we didn't see with the POV changes. Could have just been a read from the side of an Omen to Omen play. You'd expect a reposition. I mean, just look at these players though. Why would they need to change things up? So confident on all sides of the board so far. Even with the lurk gen, you're asking, why are these guys not rotating from B to A? And they don't even need to. There's trust in all their players right now. They're playing so well. 2-2, drop back down to an eco AXG. How much value can you find?
I think it's going to be up to Riker to find those openers like he did and kind of save the day on the pistol. He does get by the defenses. Recoil, though, will ward him away. No Omen ult from GMD. At least some information just to try and get numbers, but these stingers are just growing through the opening, and even at range, it does enough damage. Urine falls though, and EG will still claim the round. But despite these big weapon differences, I feel like it's still anyone's game in these rounds.
Yeah, a few mistakes there from EG on the repeats. Not even mistakes, I would say, just whiffs. I like their overall idea to the start of that round. There's so many different ways you can hold down B. They choose to be on really far back lines, knowing that a Jets might be just diving in with a Bucky or a Stinger, knowing that there's going to be so many Sheriffs and low-tier pistols available in that round. They choose a back line. Moobs even has another TP to back site to make sure you can always have cover. And these guys have amazing crossfires. Even if 4 op shots whiff, still have Darkest coming in, saving the round. B-Dog now nerf for the moment. The op dropped over to Moob, so the setup even switched up. You can see the control that EG have for the moment. A main not giving away, B main neither. They know Cat's coming. Double angle and Molly to delay.
More delays coming out of EG. Alliance Guardians have really taken this slow. The paranoia hits main too, so Wildfire will be slow to try and set up the point. And I mean, EG just have so many tools to suppress the upcoming flood. And the Hunter's Fury was perfect out of recoil. There's only 2 people left from Alliance Guardians, and they haven't even looked at the site yet.
It seems like EG get to ask the questions in the round and also give their own answer. It's a rigged test so far on this map. So much control of the mains means they have this 2-tier setup with Jet and KO in Cat, and then they can also answer the Hunter's Fury with their own from Market. There is no gap at all. It's filled right now with moves and every single AXG player dying across the map. Yvonne goes for the punishment in a 1v3. What can you do now?
Really nothing. I mean, Alliance Guardians are such a big risk to try and flip the map when A wasn't working out because of the huge threat of an op or moves. I wonder if that's why Alliance Guardians are playing these early rounds so slow, is to try and feel out where this chamber is going to pop out of and if they can be ready to react and to punish. Sometimes the floods are successful for Alliance Guardians, but is it going to be a knife kill? No, okay, just let's take this seriously. EG are doubling the score and they're on a roll.
Same things for Alliance Guardians for the moment. It just seems like macro and control of the map specifically under that category has been at a loss in this Ascent matchup again. Always re-exploring spaces, always kind of fresh eyes on portions of the map to start things off in the first 5 seconds. If you have neither main and you're slowly walking up Cat, it's already going to be disaster. Relocating, you have like an infiltrated moves who's ready to op you down, TP you away, get double the value. It's troublesome though. Go for some A space again, but just look, already walked into B main. No one's going to be answering beat off for the rest of the round. And Darkest is still on this side, giving these guys a tough time coming into this angle. Riker though, this is the guy that finds the gap. This is the guy that leads the team. We'll try to count on the boat, but it's already sinking, Lemon.
Yeah, the gaps are, well, the bullet holes in people's foreheads after that, and it's B-Dog. I don't think he can be stopped. You give him an op, you give him a rifle, and it's a flawless one. Alliance Guardians, I was expecting more out of the Stinger buy because it kind of shook things up the last time they did that at B, but at A, EG played so far back that Alliance Guardians couldn't even see what was coming.
Yeah, you got Stingers. You can't expect to, like, you know, be in an MMA fight with a sniper rifle. It doesn't really make any sense. You gotta try to get up close in some nice angles, use that util to really grapple these guys, take them on the ground. But maybe Cat and A might not be the places to do that. I was expecting some form of B rush again.
Don't screw it up.
Not this time again. Things switched up. The Jet gone over to A, move switched over to B, has that operator ready to go. Paranoia doesn't care, still goes for it. The pressure is insane.
All right, as soon as you mark the chamber, leaving the area, Urine is going to go for the lockdown. Still quite low, and Recoil use the Hunter's Fury, so won't have an answer. They'll sit on the edge of the site, and Alliance Guardians will step forward. The smoke's in place. There's a window of opportunity here. You leave your KJ in main. This is something that you have to know from this last encounter. And now that everything is clear, Moobs knows there's trouble on the opposite side of the field.
That double flank coming in. That drone gave away so much information. Urine lagged by that operator at the start as well. They'll help with some retake smokes for the team. And now Jakey, all you got to do is use that paranoia when you're close to main. They're getting crunched right now. Yes, they have space for Urine, but as soon as he goes down, this might just be a troublesome round.
This is going to create so much chaos. The split focus may be value enough, but GMD dispatches the problem instantly. And Alliance Guardians get back on their feet and don't let this momentum get too far. And you deny the op, so it's just more green flags for Alliance Guardians.
Yeah, Jakey being in to help out Yearn is, I think, a really good play there, knowing that your Senti player, the person that's going to control the pace of that round a little bit before it's decided as a low HP target. Really good to have that 2-layer defense there. At the same time, AXG fighting out after that initial point of contact, not letting the fight come to them, but asking the questions finally. That's going to be the thing to turn this game around. Faster pace on A as well, with Wildfire lining up a flash here for the team. Maybe GMD TPs across and they can just get up on the angle from different ways together. It's a KO versus KO fight though. Mirror match between a 2v2 right here. It's a pseudo wingman operation. And for now, it's EG that controls A main.
EG are switching things up too. Even last round, they had moves pop out at B, teleport out. Now you have this KO, this Omen. 2 ways to blind Alliance Guardians on this corner push. EG are testing the waters, have done some initial damage, and the ball is in Alliance Guardians' court. Now that they have a more of a split default, how they want to address this mid issue, because now that there's no op on the defense, maybe Alliance Guardians feels like the playing field is a bit more in their favor.
Portal Force is online and AG knows that though, so not seeing Chamber mid, you're going to assume that he is on B. It'll slow down their take. Riker being so careful with this and ready for it too. Now the op is finally down and it's Riker again to lead the team through a choke.
It's great for Alliance Guardians. Now Riker still has to dash in with the op while watching Market, and his team was just either smoked off, too slow to follow up, and EG threw a lot of util that suppressed Alliance Guardians, left Riker out to dry, and all that space they were fighting for is gone.
It's all about Secret Agent GMD, who's found space again on A. The crosshair though, the spike's always been so disconnected. The Bluetooth device never really paired. Wildfire though gets a little bit of connection. GMD loses his though. It's an ebb and flow on both sides. T-Dog, you gotta win this timing, my friend, and the spray will come in on the last bullet to get the spike down.
What a Hail Mary play. Jakey at least addresses it 1v1 to decide the round. Alliance Guardians, I mean, they barely had time to pull this off. They got kicked in the teeth as soon as they went into B. And this would be a crazy comeback. And Jakey, the clutch guy for EG, pulls it off.
I gotta know what res both these players are playing on, because I could see the head of Jakey from heaven. I think from GMD's perspective, I don't know what's happening in that one, but it's a close one all the way down to the wire. 6-3 doesn't describe the relationship between these teams right now. It's coming down to whiffs and sprays, 2Ks, and weird entries on both sides. It's a very scrappy game so far. It is EG that has that consistent level of control.
T-Dog's had that hunger to win for so long, and to go for kind of like a, not like a Hail Mary, but just like a surprise play to try and catch those rotations. You got to play off the book sometimes, and that was a huge play to try and help Alliance Guardians, and a round that did not seem winnable from the beginning after you lose your star duelist like that. Now another null command push. Wildfire will hit the site and recoil. This has been a problem that Alliance Guardians have to look towards, and they come in at multiple points of the site to deal with them. And Riker continues to be proactive in these fights and won't take this round laying down.
These non-command B hits have been so good so far for the team. Nice flash again from Wildfire, the peaks for the team. Don't throw this one in the darkest though. Seeing crazier things happen, all good. Riker is there with a 3K for the round.
You see how different these rounds look for Alliance Guardians when they have Riker and when they don't have Riker. But at least Alliance Guardians are willing to try to go to the other side of the map, and they're not as scared about crossing into mid. They are trying to fight those, but Riker is such a huge boon for Alliance Guardians because he's delivering multiple kills when he is still alive in the round. But without him, this team is a lot more hesitant, and for good reason. You don't have someone that can quickly take that space for you. You got to be a lot more cautious, and Alliance Guardians making this first half quite close.
Lots of expensive util used in the beginning though, just to get moves off these angles, and it's nice having that B main control now. EGA stop getting to ask those questions, stop getting to set up the test. Understand though who's inside main. They do it, or they are able to scan the jet down. So Riker spotted, and usually where Riker is where the hit comes through as well. Not seeing anyone else, though. The A players not really concerned for this one. Double informational util put down in trade 2, and a Hunter's Fury coming in randomly off no scans. Don't see much on A. The kids at B, though, they're not moving. These players are locked in and reading the fake. The thing is, can they read the split coming in from market?
Alliance Guardians are so worried again about these insertions, whether it was Jakey and Wine that caused the problem, whether it's moves popping out in main. Like, Alliance Guardians kind of are relying on Yearn and Market to maybe shoot someone in the back, but no, he gets checked at the door as well. The options, the first option always seems to be nullified for Alliance Guardians. It's the clutch factor that seems to make these rounds close. Alliance Guardians, though, they break open into A.
Thing is, they got here off that rotate, got there off the Jakey pick from Market, and Riker, he was the one exploring B, so he's not here. 3 players alive for sure, but this is a 2v3. The faster EGA goes, the better the chances are. Clash, though, at door in a second as Riker's finally here for the fight.
There's no util from GMD or Wildfire, or maybe a knife, but it's just not going to work. EG, stand above. They have a bit of time. Moves, even he's exploring for any kind of off angle, that surprise play, and it really surprises him. Riker shows up right when Alliance Guardians need him, and now they just have to survive. B-Dog, he has to accelerate, and there's too many players left, along with the spike that he has to defuse. So despite EG going on like a 5-round win streak at some point in this half, Alliance Guardians never gave up.
They got used to getting some main control a little bit. They got used to pushing the up back specifically as well. I feel like with a scope offline on the defensive side, it's a lot easier for these guys to be comfortable taking space on the map. Riker also just being able to live and find that value. He's forced these guys back, and Wildfire's also been really active in some of these rounds to get his team onto these sites. From EGA's perspective, their mid control was so good when they had these scopes. Things were going so fine. I need to see more trap plays though, and the Omen and the KO also moving around the map, not just the Chamber and the Jet switching up positions. This time they let go of A main entirely. Now it's all about conditioning. What have we gained on this defensive side for free? A main control usually. You spend a drone. Look at this cat push though, straight down mid. So much space taken. B-Dog, Wildfire was ready for it.
Drones through A. You got the turret from the KJ looking to mark anyone stepping forth. So it creates this no man's land where EG are happy to play towards the site.
And that's a full reset point though. They had so much investment for the cat info. They have nobody in A main, nobody barely in B main either. Have to spend this drone, but EGA, they've got no map control right now. The ball is in AXG's court.
Moves with the Stinger can at least step forward. The KJ turret no longer there. So Alliance Guardians missing out on some info. That encounter, no, okay, Moves will step back towards B. You have B-Dog who stays in Wine, and this is somewhere that EG have liked to hang out before.
The read here is that it's going to be a B push from AXG late. Alliance Guardians haven't decided exactly where they want to go just yet. Yearn has been found, and every time he goes down, it goes to an A pivot. B-Dog's angle, though, with these knives, could solve everything.
Yearn's presence on these post plants is going to be dearly missed. It's such a crucial part of their B hold, so they have to go to A. And Alliance Guardians, it seems to be a hill to climb, and B-Dog just tears them all apart. A flawless for EG to end the half.
That was a Hail Mary throw from Darkest as well with the flash. I don't even know if he was on site yet, but everybody was blind. The knives then sharpened, able to cut through anything in that round. The hopes and chances for AXG is what it was over there. Nice reads, good setups, a nice play from B-Dog specifically in that half, being an absolute demon and exploring the map.
God, like B-Dog is double positive right now, and they're only winning by 2 rounds. Like, talk about like this Herculean effort that he is doing right now. And it's really that battle between him and Riker, and really different experience levels where we're waiting to see more consistency out of EG, the way that they can close out these rounds. They seem to be able to climb back at deficits, but these 1v1s, it's hit or miss. Jakey had a nice clutch for EG at some point. Alliance Guardians are clawing their way back into this map, and now they're on defense.
Chamber gonna have to go huge in pistol round specifically as well. It's one of the boons of having him on your team. Ooh, gonna get scanned and flashed out, able to just TP away, get back with the team. Dynamic entry here as the entire roster is already on A.
Alliance Guardians will sit on the outside looking in, and B-Dog looking to punish off the reload, even with the flash. B-Dog gets hit by that as as well and overwhelmed by the stack of Alliance Guardians that now are going to be on the high ground. Now that you also have moves smoked off from the site, he'll be kind of the last resort. If Alliance Guardians are successful in this battle, the solo drop down, and of course EG are on patrol. That was such a clean pistol from EG.
No, B-Dog didn't get the kill. Lots of pressure and push back from his position. And a lot of people choosing to just go and retake through heaven instead of trying to flood out and door. The timing also slightly off. And I think in that retake too at that time, T-Dog was already 1 HP trying to fight through door. So interesting, but I like the fact that the EG roster is able to stay together on site, get those crossfires locked in and locked down. For the rest of this on attack, it's a lot about that initial exploration with Chamber. You're able to challenge and cheat some space a little bit more during the earlier portions of the round. TP back if there's danger. You can see that right now as well, able to just stay a bit closer to B, handle both sides, rendezvous back if he wants to. But good control so far on the Nico from Alliance Guardians.
And I'm wondering when that first op is going to be bought, because it was like the third round of the whole map that EG had B-Dog on that, and he was able to solo hold mid, get first bloods. But Alliance Guardians, once they got their economy back in control later in that first half, that's when Riker was huge, and now he's dead. So this is not boding well for you know, a bunch of pistols, but that's fine. That's according to expectations.
Moves can full reset the pressure as well, gets that pick, is able to TP so far back out like a ghost. You don't know where he is, but you have to pay attention to the noises, the bumps in the attic, because you can still find more moves. It's still going, getting active. The rest of the team stopping any portion of defense moves, is still linking these kills from coast to coast.
With a ghost too, coast to coast with a ghost. It's just the move special. And this is why the desk and everyone loves watching this chamber, but he really needed, you know, kind of like what our desk was talking about, kind of the limited util that the Sentinel provides. Moves needs to show up with the firepower, and he does so with a ghost. That's crazy. And EG are looking like they're gonna have a strong bonus coming up, unless Yearn can finish off some of these low HP targets, but he may just kind of go down with the ship at this point, not want to give any ult orbs over.
Still the segment from the desk. I think this is usually what they end up doing on the tier 1 broadcast as well. It's something they've highlighted a lot in these anti-eco attacks. You'll send one person in on one side of the map with just a ghost. That was moves right there. The rest of the team bunkers up. That person keeps pushing forward. If they find contact, they die. It's totally fine. You're giving away a ghost. The rest of the team can then push forward. A lot of times there's stacks on these eco rounds. Moves though finds value, and Chamber is such a good agent to do this explore with nothing more than a ghost strategy, because you can always TP back, and Headhunter as well acts like a guardian. It's a pick on Riker, is able to keep hitting pressure mid. The 1-4 attack anti-eco setup is just so nice, well practiced. Whoever's strategizing, coming up with the tactics on EG Academy, I mean, everything's been shown really well so far.
Really has been. This is now double digits that could be looming here for EG Academy. Alliance Guardians, they, you know, have come back from 3 or 4 round deficits, and this is a gap that's gonna get ever so bigger if Alliance Guardians do not regain control at this moment. They've even brought a judge into the mix. EG Academy know they run the show. They will even run it down mid, even throw a knife there to put the pressure onto Market, to smoke off this duelist. Riker is choosing this moment carefully and gets the shot right through the duelist. So EG Academy a little bit behind in this round.
Flash a bit too predictable. Judge is still locked in on the angle.
Ooh, value off the judge. This is what Alliance Guardians invested into, and then sometimes you just run in and you try to overwhelm the judge, and the judge has friends. Got a jury too, and Alliance Guardians with a very healthy round. I mean, they have all still 5 intact, which again is only bolstering their economy for potentially an op buy in the future.
I always talk about map control. I always talk about how you should be fighting for these mains, not giving up too much space. Alliance Guardians doing the opposite in that round, and the opposite only works if the enemy team just wants to run it down. You saw how fast B-Dog went up mid, challenging his own team's M3 smoke without a flash, without anything coming in it either. If the enemy team wants to play so aggressively, yeah, have your killjoy util denying all of lane. Have everybody sitting way back with the judge in cat, way back top mid. Give up all the space on the map entirely. That is a good strat if you have this read on EG Academy.
And usually that null command has been the first ultimate that has come up, whether it's for Wildfire or Darkest, and Darkest is going to be the closest one to that, which could be kind of when you start cycling these ults. This is how EG Academy can start to cross that finish line to take Ascent, which is Alliance Guardians map pick. And already the desk was talking about this whole map set being more EG sided, and at least they're proving that to be true. But Alliance Guardians did pick up their first rifle round, and to do it in a healthy fashion means that this map could still go the distance. Definitely could, especially if EGA, like we're both saying, are going to be a little bit more haphazard in how they want to play the game. Confidence is one thing, but you want to be, exploiting the weaknesses of your enemy team. You want to be doing it with sound red strategy, like in that anti-eco, and unlike that last round. Lock it in though as they try to reach over 410, a bit more slow now, a bit more guided by flashes inside middle. Maybe it's just a bonus overall, but in this rifle round, it's very important. Whichever teams win, they're going to have that crazy map control and the lead in economy as well going through. You can tell that even that knife thrown from Wildfire caught EG Academy by surprise. They kind of like looked up and where was that thrown? But now that they've been marked, they've just had to cut noise, make it look like they've left. Maybe see if Moobs can get a good engagement into market. The options are still plenty for EG Academy. The orb being tapped is more information for Alliance Guardians to be on red alert for potential flood coming in out of EG Academy. Now we'll flash in some suppression. B-Dog on his last leg is slowly dwindling down to 11 HP and is just gonna try to scout before falling. So tough one, but a great defense for AG there. B-Dog not having the best times as of right now. Pop flash from Wildfire, and it starts off bad, ends up okay. The rest of the team gets picks, or the rest of the team gets picks on the other side of the map too. So gonna be tough to have so much value in that one. 2v2, but everyone's just scattered on every single side of the map. Yeah, I like that Wildfire had that small micro reset just to lock back in, because those 1v3, you only have like a second to execute on that. So you're in GMD versus Moobs and Recoil. Very low HP for the post plant and no paranoia. But if GMD can place the right smoke, break up this synergy, that's a tool that they could have. But the crossfire, how is AG gonna want to break this up? Now already smoking off the back closet. First entry, Urine, the young blood, steps up for AG and keeps them in the game. Every single time it's Urine's side, I just feel like he has such an impact in being able to lock it down. The entire half so far, he hasn't been able to do too much, as it's the rest of the team either dying on the side of the attack and his site not being touched, and most of the attack side for themselves as well. It was Riker solving a lot of the rounds. He was the insurance that wasn't really needed. Timeout from EGA. If you're trying to hit Urine's site, you got to have some information beforehand. You cannot give him that free retake like that. In the 2v2, he's the boss. Wow, first timeout too, being kind of this late into the game. Really interesting. This is where you got to start talking about those ultimates. And now also a one-sided op, at least for now, until EG decide what their buy-up is going to be. But Riker versus B-Dog, man, that especially on a map like Ascent, changes your whole approach to how you're crossing mid or where you're going to be placing your smokes, because it's really tough to challenge an op, especially in the hands of B-Dog and Riker, who have been very warmed up in this map. They both have very similar pressure on them, right? I'm liking that you're bringing them up in the head-to-head here, because nobody else can come with them for the trade. Nobody's as fast on the map to keep up with the jet dash. So the value they get not only has to get the team space, but also be linked to the team after the play is done. B-Dog so far is missing that link. He's getting value. He's pushing so far deep into weird nooks, crannies, extremities, whatever you want to call them. He's all the way up in grass towards window. He's all the way on M3 in mid near pizza, but his team's not there, and the pressure he has is never linked to his team either. So he's got to find that link. He's got to wait for his team to be in range or get more support from long range flashes. Whatever it is, it has to change. Mostly a save, just a hero rifle for B-Dog, and he's going to be exploring. We'll see if maybe the sheriffs, I mean, EG were very surprising, especially I think it was B-Dog that had that 3K at that one point. He was insane for EG, but he actually has the hero rifle. The rest of EG, see if they can brawl through. They all got spotted though by the drone of T-Dog, and as soon as Riker goes to do something about it, Moobs crosses him up. So wait a minute, EG are on a good start.
Lots of space here from B-Dog, and this is where the link starts to come in now. So it's insane that he even tries to go for the cross, but it ends up working out. Much better angle so far. Can't really be punished by anybody coming in through bottom mid. But this, as long as the team can get through towards A, find some pressure, B-Dog should be there to link the space he's gotten for his team. The biggest thing though, you want to recycle this rifle. Nobody is near Cat to pick it up. All the pressure's on B-Dog to find the kill and get to his team.
Still worried about this KO that's been lurking around this tree area. Doesn't have the nade, but flashes to stop the flood, and you still see B-Dog searching for where that initiator is. Could be infiltrating the back line. He has a moment to have an impact. B-Dog checked by Yearn. Such good awareness from this defense, and now that means this Alliance Guardians can take angles around, especially now that this door is broken down. EG is sitting at the corners, underneath as well, into hell. EG Academy now just have to wait for the reaction of Alliance Guardians.
Smokes up. Gotta be careful on all sides. Recoil trying to see anything, but he's paranoid. Close range for GMD is just good. Alliance Guardians on the retake against the Seco. They've solved everything, and the enemy team got a bit too greedy to start it off. It's gonna be fine for them. Close to almost flawless in terms of how many people were retaking that site. It's a nice time for them to start to come back in this game.
It was a 4-round deficit. Now Alliance Guardians almost in that shadow. And this is though EG Academy still scratching the surface. Now they have a Hunter's Fury, which Recoil was very impactful with in that first half originally, especially when they have information to work off of. And EG do take that time to do so. But is this EG Academy losing their grip on this map? It's kind of what is a trend that we've seen throughout this stage that has put them in a situation like this. Even in their last series, they took the first map of Ascent and then fell short on the next 2 maps. So EG Academy got to learn how to close out. They're already going to put pressure on A.
This time B-Dog's with the team. No greed to push in. No need, because it's not an eco. Big swing coming in from everybody, and not enough damage even from GMD. Only receives 1 shot. Wildfire will lock in on this side. The pair will buy him some time. Someone's got to break that drone. It doesn't spot him. So this setup will be so nice.
Just Fury. Look at Spike drops right in the middle, and the op just gets to sit there. That's insane. Through the Hunter's Fury, the fire and the flames, it is the worst spot to get the spike down at, especially against an op. Even with the smoke, clearly everyone is disrespecting smokes, whether it's EG against the one-way and AG on this high ground. Just through the smoke, Riker's insane.
Value after value. Riker's really stepping up on this one, and the op is translating to absolute victory for AXG, tying things up with this round win.
Cover going out.
And this time the pacing just not as fast as before. I like some of those EGA crazy rounds where B-Dog's just in a spot you wouldn't expect him.
30 seconds.
But GMD and the rest of the team do such a good job at using their utility early. A lot of the times you see them caught up with it. You know, as the entry's going on, the rifles aren't ready either, but the early paranoia, early KO Molly coming in, everything is such a good adaptation from AXG from the last time they got 13-3'd.
This is so deja vu from how both these teams kind of got into their leads, or it seems like AG are about to tie. EG, as soon as they denied the bonus from 8 Alliance Guardians, they went on a 5-win streak. Then it was 5-2 to kick off the map. And look what's happening here. Alliance Guardians denied the bonus, and now they're win streaking. We have ourselves a 9-9 game, and of course denying EGA from going down with the ship there. So this is the impact of the one-sided op. Riker was pivotal in that round. That spike dropping was everything.
The tools they have to keep rolling things forward as well. Yearn with the lockdown, T-Dog, Hunter's Fury, they got value a little bit on the attack side as well. But this time now, how much damage can he put through? Sometimes you want to use it on an eco like this just to get the double digits on the board, just to maintain your momentum. Still got to put respect down to the enemy team. EGA not really electing for that major map control, maybe just a delayed hit, letting AXG simmer, ponder as to what's happening on this round.
So that you can tell that Alliance Guardians are sensing that hesitation, and that EG Academy haven't had success at A. Surely they're gonna try B, and Jakey already taking down Riker. Is EG Academy starting off on the right foot? Well, look how Alliance Guardians have lockdown in hand. As soon as EG Academy even have any presence over here, you can tell that there's going to be a clapback.
Thing is, this lockdown was really nice with Riker's position in market. No Riker, bad lockdown in my opinion. You might want to save it, try to go for some value, and maybe even just elect T-Dog to use the Hunter's Fury when they plant. I'm liking the scale up here, trying to get that op from market as well. The smoke will need to come in. I think it's just 10 more seconds till Jakey has one and then another. For the cross, there's the M3 smoke. T-Dog, no value, and Hunter's Fury into market. It's not going to find too much. The lockdown will come in, but again, no one's really here to receive the pressure it makes. The flood will come through. They have to just break this base down.
It's only Yurn protecting him, and like you said, he has to fend for himself. But T-Dog, the Hunter's Fury with the assist. Yurn with the slam dunk. He's an immovable object. And EG Academy, I mean, it was desperation already to try and deal with the lockdown, but the final boss was this Killjoy.
That round, though, both teams walk away happy. A lot of confidence built up from the AXG side with a really good investment of ultimates to lock down control of that round. At the same time, on an eco, you're getting your enemies to spend 2 ultimates, 2 big ones like that as well. You're happy. You're happy you don't have to deal with them with these next few rounds, and that the economy kind of falls into your way now. Towards the end of the game, at least ultimate to ultimate. 9-10, I mean, this one is so close. Both these teams really adapting, putting everything on the line. Null Command coming up for Wildfire soon as well. Still slow from EGA.
Riker gets the upper hand yet again against moves. So much tougher to play that chamber on the attack. EG Academy just struggling on attack in general. I think they've only planted on their anti-eco, and that has such a huge weapon difference. Alliance Guardians have not allowed EG Academy to step into any site.
Can't use that.
And Riker's done such a good job at choosing where to start the match and the round, at the same time being able to follow these drones. Wildfire also not getting caught off guard, off time on smokes. This guy is activated and dialed in. Hopes now in this round from EGA completely dwindled, drowned after everything started off wrong and ended up even worse afterwards.
And it's these opening engagements that I feel like dictate how the rest of the round is gonna go down. It's like a set of dominoes. It's always B-Dog and it's always Riker, like being the first to fall as they're trying to make space. They're trying to make a big play. And this time it's Riker who's running the show. He's in the spotlight. He has the op and no one can contest him because someone has to figure out where this op is. And unfortunately doing so with your corpse is not the way EG Academy want to do it. And Riker is just in his presence so well, changing what site he's holding at, whether it's A Heaven, now B main, whether it's market in mid. It's hard for EG Academy to keep up with it.
It's all about respect. They have the answers. They have the tools. You're asking, yeah, how is this op not being found? I have the same questions. Look at the 2 people last alive with a knife, a drone, and a dart still in play. You know, the drone never used at the start of the round is criminal when you know you're going up against somebody that has the potential to have an operator. Not even potential, you know they saved it from that last round. You got to be investing in this. Your chamber cannot be the first point of contact. That's a tough one.
AG Academy, are they losing grip on reality and Ascent? Well, the answer seems to be trending towards yes. Alliance Guardians, 6-round win streak now. Not a one plant for EG Academy this whole half.
Doing the same thing too, by the way. They started to think about taking that map control a little bit, completely pushed back their line. Look at where it is. No B main control, barely a look in the middle. And the operator that was about to start in A main has moved back over to Heaven. They're waiting for EGA to get over aggressive and make a completely monumental mistake. There's a trap play maybe in Cat over here, but the rest of it, I mean, it's in EG's court. Find the info, move to the side with 1 player.
Like that EG Academy are trying to take kind of an off angle to get around this op, but the suppression from this KO from the Omen has been usually pretty strong. But EG Academy, they just brute force their way through it. They leave some members behind to address it. Darkest does so with patience, but T-Dog will fill the gap and create another problem in the side of EG Academy, but nothing that they can't overcome. The EG Academy are doubling the players that Alliance Guardians have right now, but there's still time for T-Dog and Yurn to pull through. They've already used the drone in Heaven, but Yurn Losing this out here means all hope is gone, and T-Dog still recovers the op though, and that's pretty important. He just throws it off. They can afford another one, you know, just in case he gets hunted down.
Yeah, don't want to give the enemy team, especially moves and B-Dog, the option to have that one for free. Probably just end up having moves play slow with it all across the map. They can't afford it for the next little bit. Totally a good option to throw it away. And I talked about the setup being good from AXG. Doesn't matter if your shots are better from EG Academy. These guys trading in twos. Darkest swinging off the dash from B-Dog, and then Jakey making it there in time to double swing treat. With Darkest, it's really smooth. Laminar flow and how these guys look in movement right now. Can't even tell who's moving where. It just looks completely homogenous. It's amazing the way this team is attacking. At the same time, it comes at a cost. These other rounds where things look a bit more chopped up, where B-Dog's by himself. It's been 50-50 so far. That's why EG are still not in the lead.
And I think EG Academy just really supported B-Dog well. And that's how they found their way and got a successful plant, a successful attacking round. But is that enough? EG Academy, was that a fluke? Can they actually climb back into this despite having, what, a 3 or 4 round lead at some point? EG Academy is still going to take their time with it. You know that EG could obviously afford another op, so they're doing so carefully, moving as a stack. That's what worked for EG in the past. Seeing now, market hasn't been something they've pushed in a while. Not going to have the smoke for Jakey, so could be trying to get through this backline and sending B-Dog on a surprise run as Alliance Guardians with 2 people pinged, a B-Dog unnoticed, and that's the gap that's left behind and that B-Dog finds. Another
Grand Canyon Marianas Trench level of gap inside the defensive setup, and it's found, explored. B-Dog though running out of oxygen as he's in this ocean of a distance and gap, trying to make it all the way over towards the site. T-Dog drowning him over, but he gets scanned, he gets shot down again. It's all on Urine, paranoid, scared, but there's no fear in his shot, still locking things down. This guy's a wall, an anchor, a monster that can't be solved. There is no fear in Backsight.
And Recoil has fear though. He's 22 HP, barrel spotted, Urine just locks in, and he's just untouchable. What a fabulous anchor too for Alliance Guardians. With a first blood, EG Academy split away from their duelists, but moves barely gonna get away with this plant, if at all. And okay, a bit of a flounder, and that costed a weapon, but AG are so rich right now. They are on top of this map and going to match point here.
Going to match point in the most haphazard of ways. That was almost a super clutch. One headhunter lands there. That's the clutch. I mean, insanity round. I'm liking some of the adaptations from EG, sensing the patterns of who's supposed to be where. The call to go mid, absolutely amazing, by the way. The call to pinch in the B2, the timing, perfect. It's just when you have somebody that can't die backside who has perfect aim, what are you going to do? You know, you need ultimates to solve that problem. Unfortunately, I think even with one, I think, what was Null Command even used in that one to push forward? No, Darkest still has it. Urine just did things completely blind, paranoid, still finding value. He's gonna stay on B, no change made, except for Riker with that op in middle.
And you're new to Challengers, but man, he's been grinding tier 3 for a while. The Dusk have talked about the reps that Alliance Guardians have. Can they take their map pick though after being initially shaken by the EG Academy veteran squad? Now all the ults coming out. Alliance Guardians beginning the flank and now try to hold the wall. It's T-Dog. That does so nicely. Urine gets traded out. EG Academy throw everything but the kitchen sink to finally remove these defenders. EG Academy need a solid post plan. That has been their biggest struggle. Now they have no one in main. They just have to bunker up, create that fortress.
Wildfire needs a gun in this one as well, just to judge. Can't find much, has to do with the bandit for now. Timing gotten through the smoke. Jake, he's gonna take down GMD, and Wildfire, all you can hope for is pressing tab, seeing the money, and trying to go for some value. Every kill here will still matter for the last round of regulation. He's not gonna be able to win this one, but how much damage can he do?
Almost just gonna play for a trap. He doesn't care if he loses his judge. They went down the other way, and the pistol still claims 1. So that was the last round of regulation. We don't know if we're gonna go into overtime or not. EG Academy though, it's I mean, they still have a timeout left, but they're just deciding to just keep riding the momentum that they've somewhat created in the last couple of rounds. But I still feel like Alliance Guardians have the better defense going on.
They definitely have something a lot more consistent, and a lot of their players are getting their chances to shine. It's a lot of EG choosing where the fight's taken. AXG don't have to think about it too much. They let the pressure come to them. It's a lot easier for them to just solve the what and not the where. Thing is, though, when you have things this slow, very early lockdown, to push people more, I guess, towards the A side, maybe into the op here from Riker in middle. It's such an interesting situation, and EGA, they want to play the part to it. They're saying, sure, you don't have the early base phase, that's fine, we'll try to push for A, but they're not really pushing on site yet.
Maybe you're listening for footsteps, but yeah, he's used that usually so reactively. Now trying to feed people into the op, and Riker, he's hungry for a win, but is that kind of an unlucky check? And it is. That's just horrible Valorant timing for you. EG Academy, they dropped the op. Is it even accessible? And you don't see Wildfire really going for it. And this back TP, Jakey doesn't commit, trying to get information. EG Academy, though, still aren't making moves until the smoke dissipates.
Best setup possible from Alliance Guardians, though, for the positions for EG Academy. There'll still be a clash. No command, no chance for utility. All guns from Alliance Guardians. The spray's gonna be there. Distract from both sides. Rainbow in the feed, back and forth. It's more red though as EG get control. It's all down to Urine, and this time he has to push.
EG trying to set us up for an overtime, and did so. It's just the power of friendship and the power of this chamber. EG Academy, the patience paying off. And of course, kind of a waste of a lockdown, unfortunately. Thought that Alliance Guardians maybe just got information off of it and just kind of settled. Wait for EG Academy to approach, and they hit him like a truck.
Can they recover from that truck hit, though? So far, it's been a climb back from, I think, EG. Alliance Guardians have had many choices to take control of the game and try to drive the truck itself, but they've chosen for EG to maybe make that first mistake. On attack, though, you really have to be able to ask those questions first, take control of these mains, really have where you want to go to be an absolute intention on this map. You can't just walk around and take space randomly. You have to have your end goal in mind at the very start of the round as well. So it seems to be a 1-3-1 for the moment. Take control of maybe just a little bit of middle. Darts and knives thrown all the way across the map as well. Not much found for now, and a more of a B lean here from EG Academy.
Now you have such an even playing field where you don't have to worry about an op, at least in this round. And Alliance Guardians only took a small handful of rounds on their attack, if any of the rifle rounds. It's, I think, only maybe 3 solid rounds for the rifles. So, but Alliance Guardians, if you look at the recency bias, they've just been on fire in the best of ways. Now they start to secure the final objective for this round. EG Academy holding it down. Here's the approach. Moves, gets exactly what he wanted. Over in logs, B-Dogs spots the barrel, fading back into the shadows, confirms 3. Man, his spray control is so good. EG Academy kick off our overtime.
They're definitely in the lead, and his spray control has been praying to come through. And we've seen it a bit before in this game, and obviously the previous ones as well. But he's tried to play this logs angle with value a couple of times. It's not really worked out totally in the best way before. Finally, in the OT, when the pressure's on the line, goes for it again, ends up rocking it down. AXG with their timeout in OT as well, making sure that they're on the same page on this defense. Again, in regulation, they really did wait for EG to come to them and really make a lot of the mistakes. They were more focused on the micro of the site, how they wanted to take these fights, more so than where they wanted map control specifically on defense. They never really pushed as much forward. I think just Riker with that op in the very last round, they saw him get timinged a bit. He is on an island right now, and I think the game does depend on what he does in this round. Riker, all eyes on him, as again, he's opting for the rifle, so he should be playing with the team.
If you were to kind of remember how this first half started, B-Dog was double positive when they were ending that first half. And look where he is now. AG have really found a way to split B-Dog away from the flock, whether it's util from Wildfire, smokes from GMD. You have really smart, intelligent people on the Alliance Guardians side that can adapt, that can read, that can overcome. Now they have to try and overcome this round, or all this effort will be for nothing.
I like that you point that out, though, because in that loss, B-Dog has learned a lot about the map. He knows after making some of the mistakes in top mid who's playing there. He understands how these guys are holding down B through all the deaths. This is where you use those extra 10 deaths literally from how his first half went. I think it was like 16-8. You use all that loss to have a perfect round here in OT and win this for your team. He seems to be getting a walk out from the smoke. Still 3 players here.
Nier can always fall back. He's in a safe position to just get his one and done. B-Dog tries to address Market, but he just doesn't get any help because the rest try to flood through main. And there's so much stoppage from Alliance Guardians when it comes to this back smoke. EG Academy, no, there's still a thorn in their side, and it's Yearn who's been as sharp as ever. At least you can try to deal with one problem at a time. T-Dog's not going to get any help. Yearn has the safety of this back room, and Darkest just overwhelms him. Works out beautifully for EG Academy to try and make this round workable, but it's Alliance Guardians that have the numbers.
Definitely do. They have the timing as well. EG's trying to leave, but the smoke is not perfect. They've already flooded in towards the site. Bonfire solved on one side, has to elect for the bandit, but the range is just not there. The teammates aren't there either to try to go for the trade. So it's an escape, a thievery, a heist from the side of EG, resetting the pressure all the way on A. They will be able to get the plant, but how far can they get in these post-plant situations? Jakey separating away from the back, taking the solo risk, trying to separate 1v1s already instead of the 2v2. The mirror match on Cat.
Small moment. The 1v1 that decides it all, and Jakey just shakes under pressure. GMD gets the best of him. And EG Academy, that could have been the win right there, unless Darkest pulls off something special. Null command available. Riker, GMD, gonna be loud and proud on the drop down, working together. Riker a little bit injured, but still gets the last laugh against Darkest. We're going the distance.
Options there at the very end for the side of Darkest. Do you do the null command, give away your position, but not let them smoke? Do you play for the timing? And he elected for the latter, just could not land the shot. The pressure just a bit too much between these two teams. 13-13, going back in for it. Who can get that 2-round lead? EGA had a chance to just end things there entirely. It came down to a 1v1 with Jakey in the mirror. Just unfortunate. In this one, Alliance, we haven't seen them really turn up the speed as much in a lot of these rounds. They play that slow control type of play. I feel like they're a bit hungry for this one though. Paranoia held out on the side of GMDs, ready to let it loose. Maybe the dash comes in fast from Riker. He's going for it up top. There it is. Smoke in place, scanned off. It's there though. And the timing for Jakey, the value will be found. It's huge to stop them in their tracks. The GMD claps right back. He says this train is going all full speed and moves will disrespect the time as well. The scope is online off the smoke. T-Dog far away. 2 fish to fry on the site. How far does the hook sink though? Do they bite the bait? Moves. Knows just one Jenny. Potential for hell. Drops down. You hear the steps. You see the scope. The barrel's long. Not denied just yet. Jump in. Solved on one side. Up comes in. Headhunter. No skulls to fry. That's it for AXG.
It's important to win your offensive round too, because this is where both teams have really struggled. What a scan 2 for T-Dog, and GMD pulls through to try and even up the odds right here. That scan was how they were able to get the kill through the smoke. And just kind of quick reactions from both sides to trade it out until the end. AG win their attacking round. And man, were they bolstered on defense. But Alliance Guardians pull through on the second win, or it's going to be a big round for them. And you have an Odin from T-Dog in this one.
He's really switching things up. And he's made it hurt as well. So they understand the stakes of the situation right now. But messy on the setup on the map when it comes to defense so far. You have one guy jump spotting up top, moves, losing the walk-in. Riker adjusting the position as well. A leg down, EGA, losing one of their best players to start the round.
You lose moves at B, you lose your smoke in mid. There's just not going to be any other option. You have time, but B-Dog is sick of you and just too many body shots into Wildfire. there. You gotta chew your food. You gotta finish up what you started. And EG Academy down 1. Wildfire pretty low, though. It's not over yet. But EG Academy throw the variable of time now into this equation. But how many can they subtract of Alliance Guardians who are still rotating in? And there's no flashes. There's no paranoia. There's nothing for Alliance Guardians to really leverage this upcoming fight, except picking off Darkest, who was alone, untradeable. Jakey, though, has a lot on his plate, and at least will spot the last few as a recoil has to show up when it matters the most, and it's Alliance Guardians that pull through on their map pick.
Really nice game from AXG, a comeback climbing through, as well as EGA had a bit of that lead. I'm liking the pick from Alliance Guardians. I'm liking the comeback and the story for Ascent as well. The first time we saw them a few days ago, they were not looking too hot on the map. They fixed a lot. They grouped together more as a team, and they really understand how to just get that mental lockdown and win a game on Ascent. So amazing showing from them. A nice map though, and a good warm up from EGA too. I feel like this might be a 3-map banger here, Lemon Kiwi. It's a really good start.
This was absolute cinema between both teams, where EG Academy, this has been their story, right? They start off well, but they just can't close out. And it was all starting with Alliance Guardians finally winning an attacking round in overtime that set them up. But it has been a tug of war between both of these teams. And we'll have our next map of Split, which is EG Academy's playground, coming up. And I'm wondering also mentally, Shayo, how you're kind of coming back into this if you're EG Academy, because that was right in their grasp.
It really was. I mean, this is the team that's used to some of these longer maps. 13-11 wins are kind of similar to OT losses. A lot of the times you sigh at the end of them at what could have been a better map, a better showing overall. You got to focus about it. Memory of a goldfish, forget, and come through for map 2.
I'm thinking Alliance Guardians do exactly that, and we'll find out what the desk thinks of this banger of a map 1 after this.
Trip. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now Foray taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
Elimination match happening between Evil Geniuses Academy and Alliance Guardians, and heading into the very first map of the series, all three were a little concerned for Alliance Guardians picking this up considering what we saw earlier this week. But we get a back and forth map. We get into an overtime, and in the end, Alliance Guardians will take the win 15-13 to be up 1 in the series. I mean, it came down to the wire, but they were able to put their foot on the pedal when they had to.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this team, they were really playing it slow, taking their time, but they ended up finding their footing throughout this map. And I think this as a play just in general, when they were playing their defaults, when they're trying to execute, when they're retaking, it just felt a lot more fluid when you're comparing them to the way that Evil Geniuses was playing. It was really interesting to see how this team picked it up. But again, of course, it was so back and forth. At the beginning of the game, we were kind of talking about how it felt so EG Academy sided, but then all of a sudden, Alliance just came out of nowhere.
And I think it was kind of obvious that they've learned a lot from their last match in the first half, right? We talked coming into this game about how important that first half was going to be and how much pressure there was on that attacking side. And immediately off the rip, they're getting the pistol and things look actually pretty good. Yeah, there's some slight dysfunctions and robe dysfunction, if you will, a wardrobe dysfunction. But overall, it kind of felt like they learned a lot, and they finished the first half with 5 rounds on the board, which is more than enough on the attack side. And when it came down to converging together and playing out these late rounds, it felt a lot more together and a lot less dysfunctional. And I feel like that's kind of where we expect a team like Alliance Guardians to shine, right? It's like using that experience to their advantage, like being good in those late rounds and kind of getting everyone to success. But I mean, overall, I kind of just moving away from like the team topics as well. Like individually, there's so much step ups that were happening on the Alliance Guardians side. Like whenever a hero plays were required, they weren't really relying ultimately on the structure. People felt free to make plays and people felt free to play their positions well. And there's just a lot of really good standout, moments that were coming out from both teams. But in this case, it felt like Alliance Guardians were just a tiny little bit ahead in that regard.
I love too when you're talking about step up moments, like of course we talked about Riker, we will be a little bit more spoilers alert, but we kind of got to see step ups come across like from everyone across the board, right? It wasn't just on one individual to pop off to carry the team, right? Everyone really pulled their own weight. We got to see those hero moments, but it was kind of an opportunity for everyone to shine, Athena, which is really nice. I mean, Alliance Guardians, look at that momentum streak that they had going on there too, and it's just like I felt like that was so good for like the confidence for them to be able to continue on those plays when EGA started fighting back a little bit more.
Yeah, I feel like just across the board, it felt like their utility was really good. The way that they're playing the map was really good. I think for me, the biggest thing is the way that on their attack side, Alliance Guardians actually did a really good job at pushing back that operator, making sure they were getting a lot of that map control and allowing Riker and other players to just have that free roam to be able to go frag out. And I think for me, that's why I'm looking at this team and seeing a lot of these scorelines be up there. More often than not, we saw GMD lurking, getting a lot of that space. We saw Yearn on the other side of the map just being able to be deposited in these places. And EG Academy, they struggled to get a lot of that mid-round info. They struggled to get those rotates there on time, even though they did start off with a really strong defensive half. So it's really interesting to see how that kind of played out for the rest of the game, where all of a sudden, EG Academy, they allowed Riker to have a lot of freedom. They allowed Yearn to be able to just solo play on site and just sit there, as well as GMD to get a lot of that map control and get those picks.
Yeah, that's part of like the what's got me perplexed, Athena, is the fact that they have a double initiator comp, AXG, right? They have the KO, they have the Sova, and they're up against a chamber. And normally when you see that, it's like, okay, that should make the chamber's like life kind of hell, right? Like there's so much utility to work with. There's so many ways to unravel where the chamber is and where they're looking for picks. But kind of felt like the double initiators didn't really do an amazing job at shutting down moves and B-Dog. Like those guys actually farmed. And they also got, EG won the opening battles overall. It was like what, 15-13 in favor of EG. And it still felt like despite all of that, Alliance Guardians were able to still find win conditions, and it was those late rounds like we were talking about. It was those conversions on site. It was like the way they were moving around, the way they're retaking, and a lot of those moments where you need AXG to step up in team play fashion. They kind of were clutching up in those moments.
And I mean, we got to talk about one of the factors that we really said was crucial for Alliance Guardians going into this, and talk a little bit more about Riker. Because we talked about the pressure onto this player when, I mean, some teams opting into a double duelist. We see that it's all up to Riker, of course. In this one, we just get to see that Jet vs Jet. But Riker, especially too, when you're looking at that second half here, Athena, was able to really step up in a way that allowed Alliance Guardians to just kind of take over the game.
Oh, yeah, it felt like on attack, the pathing was really good, being able to get into sites, being able to push through and just be a nuisance for the rest of his team to follow through. And most of the time, getting a pick while doing it was really good. But I think also he did thrive on that attack side because they did such a good job at pushing that operator off, especially pushing away B-Dog, making sure he's not just pushing through those smokes, pushing through and getting those picks that he was getting in the first half of that defensive side. So I think overall, the team really allowed Riker to shine, able to get that operator online. They could not punish him. It just felt like he had kind of free reign all over the map to kind of just go wherever he wanted, get whatever picks he wanted. Even if he didn't win them every single time, he was still going for them.
And at the top of the day, Roy, we had talked about two players in particular when we were looking over at this roster. And I want to talk about our Phillips Norelco head-to-head for this one, because we had talked about the young players of the team. We talked about Riker, but Yurin has been criminally under-talked about, and he was just such a pillar for the team. Like, even if we didn't get all the kills on camera, like, the kills were there.
Oh, for sure. I'm actually going to touch on Riker first, and then we'll jump back to Yurin, okay? To kind of finish up the Riker conversation, because I feel like Riker was doing exactly what you want out of the Jet, right? Which he was like getting in front of the smokes. He was making all these like forward plays, playing in the off angles, and doing all these things you want from the Jet player, right? Like disrupting structure, finding gaps, like all the things you want from the Jet, he was doing. Like, yeah, his stats aren't 150 plus ADR, but he was doing exactly what it needed to be. And for Yurin, it kind of felt like even when the macro was not ideal for Alliance Guardians, like even when Yurin was isolated on sites as a killjoy with no support util, he was finding so much value, and he was just locking it down. The young gun of the roster being exactly what you need him to be, right? That mechanical anchor. And that's kind of the some of the best teams in the world have that player, right? They have that person that's willing to resolve things mechanically, hold it down, find gaps in sometimes a util heavy meta, and just like getting bombed by a bunch of utility on site. So he's able to defend himself. He's able to find several kills, and he was popping off for this roster.
And I mean, it was enough for the team to get over that finish line in the end, even if it took us to an OT, which means they're up 1 in this series, which I think was so crucial as we look into the second map of the series. We had highlighted going into it that we thought the map pool in general looked a little EG-sided. And going into Split, I definitely think that's the case. I mean, Alliance Guardians, Athena, they definitely have the reps here, but we've seen a little bit of more of a switching composition that we have from EG too. So this, okay. How are you feeling about all of this?
Okay. I hate deadlock. That's what I'm going to say. But the good thing is, what I do like to see is that we just saw Riker on Jet on that ascent be absolutely phenomenal, right? But his Raze is even better. It feels like this guy consistently performs on Raze, being able to get so much really good usage out of that util, the satchels, the nades, just being able to really set in stone how they want to entry onto the site. And especially on that defense side, the aggression is there usually. And it feels like that's what I'm looking for from Alliance Guardians on this map. Again, that first map was their map pick, but it did go to overtime. So I'm expecting a little bit more from the momentum, and they could actually take this out. But I don't know about EG Academy, Roy. You got this one, because I hate this comp. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish up on Alliance Guardians, because the swap to Cypher makes complete sense, right? I'm as much as you hate Deadlock, I hate Vito, okay? I think Vito his identity is in shambles.
I liked it.
Okay, well, I highly disagree, but that's you know, it's great. It's completely fine. I think the Cypher's safer, has a lot more options, and it's a lot more information based, which is honestly what this game has become. You want to have a quick read on everything, but in terms of the Evil Genius Academy roster, yeah, they don't have as much pushing power as you normally want on a split comp, but I think the Jet opens up a lot of, you know, free flow, and if they can get on sites, you know, well and without losing too many players. I mean, the deadlock util is so oppressive, right? You have to worry about where the stun sensors are and the grab and the wall blocking off chokes and making the retakes very awkward and suffocating. So my eyes are on Evil Geniuses to see how they can manage to kind of get a functioning macro, get on these sites, barricade in these these pulse plants, and just make it hell for Alliance Guardians on that retake on the first half of Split.
I mean, it was the first map that was so close in the series, and now it's up to Evil Geniuses to try and close out their map pick to take us into a map number 3. As for us, there's a bunch of haters on the desk, so let's throw it over to some more positivity. Let's get Split started with your positive and lovely casters. Back over to Lemon Kiwi and Shio.
Yep, that's us, PMA casters over here. Yeah, we had the tug of war, the brawl continues between these two teams. We had OT on Ascent, and Alliance Guardians almost came back, but Evil Geniuses do know how to close out sometimes.
Yeah, you know how I stay positive, Lemon Kiwi? Do you know how? You know what my tech is? I watch rom-coms, and one of my favorite tropes in a rom-com is when it's those two star-crossed lovers who never meet. You know, the guy's late to the bus stop and the girl's already on the bus. It's just gone. Like, one person's exiting the hotel, the other one's entering. They don't know each other yet. Vito was picked when Raze was not in the last time Alliance Guardians rocked it down. Now Vito will be an awesome pick against Deadlock, against the Fade, against some more of these projectiles coming in, and we're not going to be able to see that going down. It's a tragedy so far, but hopefully the Cypher pick and the pivot here is a bit more consistent and less of a Conry, more so a dramatic hold from the side of the defense. Unfortunately, Darkest will come in, and the Deadlock that Athena doesn't like puts in some work, rocks it down, and really opens up that site.
Yeah, who cares what agent you play as long as you shoot good, you know? Like Darkness and friends from EG Academy, their sheriff rounds have been so solid. They really can pull through here. 4 versus 3. They have to climb back in the series, though. They can maybe do so on their map pick, especially kicking off on the pistol, but Alliance Guardians on the high ground, especially including a Frenzy into the mix, are taking their time wrapping all the way through ramp. And I don't know if they're really going to have time to win through this and get a defuse, especially with all the post-play util available. So it kind of took too much time to develop.
Oh, you're seeing the wrong tech here. So they signed up for the sightseeing package. They never went, they never wanted to go for the retake. They just wanted to see the sites of Split. It's a nice train station nearby. Get some nice souvenir stand snacks right behind the wildfire is. You can even eat the spike if you wanted to make sure your eco's good. So nice walk in from the side of EGA onto A, and being able to avoid a lot of that Cypher stuff at the start of the round. And it's interesting that Wildfire went for the middle trip instead of trying to bunker down a site. Maybe they expected EGA to go for some mid control, but unfortunately, information is going to be chosen over the lockdown, and as a result, EGA have a nice free site to take. They're going to look towards A again in these, or in this buy up, in this anti-eco, and we'll see how much value they can get.
And usually EG Academy have been able to convert these anti-ecos, but when it comes to these lower buys, both these teams have been trading blows. Wildfire, though, exposed, and EG Academy at least will confirm that kill, but still want to see cleaner rounds out of EG Academy. Not a ton of flawlesses even on the first map, but the sonic sensors, the power of this deadlock is something they continue to rely on. And Alliance Guardians find their way around and behind. EG Academy flip the whole round on its head and will end up crossing that finish line.
Yeah, deadlock, a bit of a choice now on attack, has a lot more value with the GravNet getting the initiator buff as well. So you end up getting like an average of 1 more up in a half a little bit. If you want to play a very long attack round, start with some execs with it as well, which a lot of people love to do. You can instantly throw it at the A barrier. You can have mid tech with it as well, straight in an event if you want somebody to double blast back or dash in. Deadlock is nice right now in getting that opportunity to be a pseudo initiator, and you just talked about it, Lemon Kiwi. We talk about Deadlock touching these sites, the sonic sensors, the wall, no answer of a veto. It's very hard through a smoke to be able to chop it down. Gives you so much free value. So again, it's not the most orthodox picks on this map, but in tier 2, if you can get a bit of that cheese locked in, if people don't have the right protocols to deal with it, it can give you so much value. And EGA have been finding it on Split over and over again.
Have round 3 annihilation too. This is gonna be pretty impactful, especially if you can mark someone close by, see if you can pull them through, force Alliance Guardians into a fight that they're not ready for to make a quick decision. And EG Academy slowing down this map and kind of set up this ultimate for success.
Yeah, I'm liking that point out of the annihilation. That's why you can see Deadlock mixed with Fade, information, and annihilation at the same time. Know exactly where to push this one. Darkest sends it towards Pillar. Bounce back, does not find anything, but they do know where Wildfire is now. The flood starts to come in. Paranoia very early. Still 50 seconds left in the round.
And EG Academy have to break their own barrier in vents to go back towards their spike. And maybe if that annihilation would have caught someone, that would have inspired EG Academy, or maybe sell a really good fake. Either way, the openers are as clean as ever from EG Academy, hoping to convert the bonus, which so far is looking healthy and on trend. And Alliance Guardians just happy to guard the weapons that they have left.
Remember the practice range, like you can go into it and select the spike setup where you have to like clear the corners of all those like little bots that are there. It feels like I'm watching that setup from AXG right now. No one's covering each other. I feel like this every single 1v1 is easily attainable, discoverable, and takeable from the side of EG Academy. And it might just be a bit too fast in transition, trying to get into elbow, maybe help your anchor a bit too much. It's the desperation to play against a sentinel that's so good at locking down the entire site. Wildfire is found here as well. The economy damage might just be too big to handle, but not a flawless this round from EGA.
EG Academy were able to upgrade from their Guardians too, to just pick up the rifles left behind from Alliance Guardians. So now you're bolstering your economy for the marathon that is going to be this map, because EG, they start off strong, whether it's the series, whether it's the map, but it's how they finish that leaves less to be desired. And I don't think an op is going to be, you know, the answer, or at least the crazy boon like it was on Ascent, but constantly forcing Alliance Guardians to reset, to have lower buys is how EG Academy can just leverage more wins.
Seems to be a bit of a pause here. Might be a timeout or a tech issue in just a second, so we'll see what's up. Biggest thing to note though, when it comes to momentum between these two teams as well, how can you stop things if EGA get up to 7? How can you lock things down for AXG? The impact ultimates. T-Dog with the Seekers, Riker, especially with that showstopper that can directly lead towards the kill. That's going to be huge to look out for. And again, Darkest, the more annihilations you get, the more Nightfall recoil, or the more Nightfall's recoil has, the more intense that will be as well. Those are the 4 players that can really end up changing the perspective of a round. They don't need a kill to get activated. It will be a tech pause. Might just be a mouse issue. Somebody might have lagged out. So again, hold on to things. Starting off so far though, Lemon, you're looking at how this match has gone. Expected from EGA. I mean, they had the lead in the first map as well.
Yeah, they went on like a 5-round win streak, but then Alliance Guardians hit the Uno reverse and kind of did the same thing back on their defense. So kind of both teams had their own struggles, but it was who adapted and, you know, survival of the fittest at the end of the day. And it came down to an overtime clutch from Alliance Guardians, where EG Academy sometimes have crumbled under that pressure, and I think have put so much weight on themselves, maybe feeling the weight of being potentially the first time they've missed playoffs all season, making it in stage 1 and stage 2. So EG Academy, and the talent is clearly on paper. They know they have to meet certain expectations, especially representing an org like EG. So this is where like mentals come into play in rounds as deep as this.
Big thing too between these teams, you talk about the pressure. There's a lot on Riker right now to perform solo duelist as well for the team. So much so that his game crashed. So that's what we're waiting for him to come back. No worries, but we saw him play very well in that solo duelist role, get so much value on this map, even in loss. And I talked about how there's 4 people to look out for in terms of the ultimates to be able to use. I feel like the ultimates were a big reason as to why Alliance Guardians came back in that Ascent map. The thing is, they had 3 really good ults. The Lockdown, the Null Command we saw from Wildfire over and over again, and then T-Dog's Hunter's Fury. You're not going to have that option of so many impactful ultimates in this one. It has to come down to strategy as well. Urine walking down into an amazing angle, positioning can basically give you so many boons and better success if you have a lack of economy in a round. The one and done will be found there. The thing is, he has the rifle here, and whoever's swinging off of him has the stinger. So a bit of opposite situations and how you can help. That might be a troublesome part.
Even T-Dog is in the mix to throw some util, but this Viper has been isolated, and it's a fantastic job from EG Academy. More 1v1s. B-Dog chokes against T-Dog, and now you just have the Stingers that stand tall and have denied all of that space that EG were working for.
Side Wolves in mid. Still, look at the defensive pressure that's gained from AXG. While this is breaking down, you have Gimon, who's taken over B main, understands all this space, and you can have people rotate over to A. They're expecting a B re-hit though, because no one's moving to A. 35 seconds, solo on site, and the pressure that GMD, the space that he's gained, leads to nothing. It's all on Wildfire now.
Let's see, VG Academy can continue to have success at A, and the openers always seem to favor them. But is T-Dog coming in through ramp, his presence known and not able to withstand, was hoping to find timing to prevent the plant, and now kind of tried the 1v3 there. Leaves Riker and GMD to pick up the pieces, which coming in with mostly stingers, it's not the worst round ever. And now you're hoping to maybe get some upgrades, but Riker's not in the direction towards any of them, and there's a barrier to get through. So EG Academy, pretty flawless so far.
Top in, Riker's still gonna try for this one. No, we still can't even find a kill. Close range stinger through the smoke. Unfortunate. GMD will try to do as much damage as possible if anyone wants to end this round his way, but it's not going to be coming in for now. Another round where, you know, once Deadlock ends up touching that site, once you start making the right moves on the map, you end up just winning. And it's a combination I haven't seen just yet, and I didn't really consider in the game. You have Haunt plus Gravnet, which is a really cool combo, because once you press F to take the net off, you can't really shoot the Haunt. You have to make a decision. If you shoot the Haunt, you're trapped where you are, and you can get spammed afterwards. You don't get to take the net off. So I've never seen, you know, an ability to really give scans that much value. Not many other abilities end up doing that. Maybe the C sometimes if you end up staying in the same spot, but guaranteed value on the site. Really creative use of utility on the side of EG Academy.
It's been pretty clinical from their side. You can tell how much work and practice they put into this map, because when they flood into A, it's been so hard to stop them until T-Dog just spammed through the smoke. Well, this is what you've been praying for, Alliance Guardians. It's T-Dog, the alpha here, until Recoil shuts him up for good, puts him on a leash, but up on the hill, no one can stop Recoil. The clapback. Now it's EG Academy that have the ball in their court, but at half health, GMD puts the period at the end of the sentence. But that went way further than it should have.
Really too much further, giving him all those ones. The utility just slightly so far away, and battling through a blast back is nuts. Not to overshadow the work that T-Dog did in this round. Talked about the Seekers giving the team a bit of a chance to come in and fight. The confidence for T-Dog to be able to swing, knowing exactly what's covered, what's not, following in with a guiding light as well to be able to have an easy shot after a flash. He went nuclear that round, still cost the team a lot. Pushed back down to almost zero money on 3 players. Meanwhile, the bank stays rich on the side of EG Academy. AXG really need to put rounds on the board without losing players to get back into this one.
You just know the setup that you could be walking into when it comes to Alliance Guardians.
Nice.
Ooh, B-Dog, 6'5", deals with vents better than ever. And it's the kind of adaptations that EG Academy started to show, but just unfortunately just got too stressed out on the overtime. That's where Alliance Guardians starting to be broken down. The numbers starting to stack up in mid. Check at the corner. Riker falls. Someone now has to pick up the spike, and EG Academy, it's not as free as they think. Not with T-Dog and GMD keeping control of the backside and garage.
GMD always consistent in insurance, but T-Dog, this is a surprising display from him so far. He always has one of these maps that end up popping off, unfortunately, in this one. Positioning from GMD, that auto insurance is not available and the car crashes. He's not going to be able to solve that round for the team. The wall will fall very soon too, so you're going to be able to walk through this one easily. Nice Wildfire. No rifle though to be able to play in up this round.
Oh. Well, Bucky is not what you're looking for, but it feels like these rounds, they seem to go as they trend a certain direction, and then there's someone that pops off and gets a multi-kill. So it's never what you think is going to happen, especially in EG. They had all these kills in mid. They looked like they were in control of the situation, and then Alliance Guardians, they hold their own when it came to garage, when it came to the back of the site. And EG Academy had to pull through just with the better weapons at the end of the day. But you can't count out Alliance Guardians until the round is over sometimes.
That's true. One big thing on that one too, you just keep seeing it every single round. The reason you can't count them out is just the decisions they make once pressure is put on the map. Now, Wildfire is definitely anchoring down, but GMD is the one that's really pushing forward into mains every time there's pressure in mid. Unfortunately, mistimed there, and moves does clean things up. But even when they start taking over Heaven, he's able to push even further in, get that pick, make the spike a bit more comfortable to collect as well. GMD is the guy who's putting things down on the map right now to give his team the best chance to win the game and keep control. Thing is, somebody else still has to level up. It's not going to be enough for just T-Dog to start landing shots. Earlier on at the start of these rounds, AXG needs something, and they're not going to have too much with an eco this round.
There's some fun matchups too, whether it's Wildfire versus Moves, that kind of Winthrop versus Maryville, little rivalry. The Outlaw is absolutely feasting. So B-Dog's going to work towards another ult probably very soon. And he's navigated this map so well. So this is where the experience and the maturity really comes into play. And people, vocal players like GMD, who have been IGLs in the past, can throw in ideas and to help Alliance Guardians reestablish. And it's not going to be on rounds like this, but this is where you can count this out and focus on what comes next.
As long as you find some value here, the round is not really totally counted out. You just want to be able to maybe get a kill. Unfortunately, B-Dog's Outlaw is just too good. Slowest ace you might see so far. Not sure if the team wants to give him the time to catch up all the way here. Wildfire. Ooh, just one. I thought he'd get two off that angle. That's kind of crazy.
Everyone's hopping in like bunnies, but yeah. Slowest ace, that's a hard one to clip, but no ace at the end of the day. But hey, it's also showing us that B-Dog may want to invest in some kind of sniper in the future. And he's been also not just B-Dog, but also a lone wolf at times, sometimes separated away from the team. But if he can play and do well independently, this could be another style that EG can rely on to create illusions around the map that Alliance Guardians will have to play the chess game against.
So if I know somebody's just kind of spinning elbows all the time and doing the craziest thing in a fight, I might just let him do the crazy thing first and crash into me. That's kind of what happened to B-Dog in that last Ascent match. Playing hyper aggro until it just was a bit too much for his team to catch up with. Nice break two there. That wind up time. Buff to Cypher, but at the same time, not going to be able to see him through that trip and take it down very fast from B-Dog. Nice protocols at the start of the round. Meanwhile, main taking this time. GMD cannot push forward and take that space. He has a trip to play with.
Oh, okay. The judge at least gets one. EG traded out. Got the barrier. Got, what was it, a showstopper I heard? 0-8 is such a rough start for Riker, despite just how insane he was and how much the desk was highlighting him initially. So Catalyst is not strong in the Alliance Guardians map pool, but GMD, at least he's the one that's been consistent when it comes to that garage control. So there are strengths to this defense.
Dude, he's cooking, man. Every single round they get any space, he's back in garage. You're right. He's here every single time. Didn't even have the space to start with. Yearn wants more, but that's not the best push to take with no info. GMD made the mistake of letting this position go last time. Moves had the angle. This time, he won't let it go. He'll just be beat at his own game.
And the economy is pretty in shambles too for AG, so they're probably going to be forced to save, and the win streak continues for EG. And I don't even think Alliance Guardians took a timeout, maybe in overtime if I remember, but like it's kind of funny how both these teams wait so deep into the map before popping these timeouts. They really just try to ride it out, and I think EG are sitting pretty, and it's Alliance Guardians have to figure out how they can support Riker and how they can stop the A flood, which has been nearly flawless, or how they can get better control of mid, because AG have nice traps there around the Cypher, but it's been figured out.
Every single time. It's really funny that you talk about every single portion of the map that needs to be improved. Like there's nothing good for the moment that's rocking in for AXG. You're right though, even GMD's pushes. Yeah, there is something. Like the biggest thing they could have is Riker's ult coming in. Again though, you look at him, 0 and 8. And he's barely even close to coming up with a second ult for the moment right now without any kills on the board. I mean, even if you're asking for 2, it'd be a little bit closer. That instance of a showstopper that could really switch the tides for your team is just not going to be there. I'm so happy that GMD is performing. I'm excited about the T-Dog popping off, but Seekers and Shadows can't do much compared to a rocket that hits walls and takes lives. I need Riker to get active.
And T-Dog has that score line because he had, what, like a 3K just spamming down the smoke at A that one round. So there's definitely flashes of brilliance from Alliance Guardians. But then even that round, I think, came down to a 1v1. EG, they try to match heroics, but Jakey could not check this 1v1 that he really needed to win. And this creates hesitation in the EG Academy camp, as now the defense has time to retaliate. Now with some stingers, a couple vandals, the Annihilation claims one.
That's just one for the Bucks, and that one still a good ult to be able to take away against the Sheriff. Wildfire found some value. Seekers coming in. Two still are on their journey to at least attack the pit. The pit being put down on the right side makes things very hard for the entry to come in, but easy for the side of AXG to push through ramp in heaven. Some things given, other things taken away. Spray inside the smoke, but nothing found just yet. Darkest gets his take of the pie. Riker finally jumps in with his teammates, trying to get something, but can't breathe, can't see, no chance, no win. Potential of 8-1. T-Dog netted down. It is over.
Literally on a leash at this point. Okay, at least he bites back a little bit. But I like also there was insurance with that Viper's Pit, how it was placed. It even reached all the way into screens, so you could always have, like, if things were to go awry, have a player nicely hidden all the way back there, completely inaccessible to any of the spam that could have come through, because Alliance Guardians seem to rely a little bit on just pressuring smokes that EG finds safety behind. But hey, that was just a really nice pit from moves.
It was a good decision on the fly to be able to put it down in that instance. A lot of the times you want to put that down maybe in the anti-equals or as a guarantee when you're in the lead, but when it's a bit more even like that to come back, it's a risk. Defensive pick coming in this time. Yearn not gonna have too much space in it. They're pushing forward immediately. The craziness from B-Dog dashing into a pit. What is this? Enabling the rest of the team though. Yearn netted down. I've never seen a pit challenge like this and end up with success.
Through the pit, through the fire and the flames, and EG, they layer up. They don't just take that loss sitting down. They bail out B-Dog. Well, they don't bail him out, but at least they pull through against it, and they just take corpses in their wake. Alliance Guardians now just have Wildfire, who's going to be observing over at B using the cam. He'll see the high ground, but it's going to be T-Dog coming over with no utils. This is a really tough round.
Low key though, I'm taking that cam setup. That's kind of nice. You get to watch both sides, stay new box, bait the rest of the team. Hold up. What is Wildfire cooking? That's kind of nice. That's a permanent setup for me. I mean, right now, that's the value we get to see from AXG, which you can use in your ranked games, because in Cohesion, this team is falling apart for the moment. The defense side is not looking too good. No single player has a partner at all. They're all getting gate kept by this net, by the aggression, the passion, and the sprays from EG.
Also, it's like T-Fish at this point. Like, why is he always netted? Like, he's just getting absolutely clogged by this deadlock every time T-Dog is trying to clutch. A lot of respect given. But hey, it's clear that EG have put the time to really perfect their strats around this deadlock, whether it's the sonic sensors on the post plant, the nets that give them favorable fights, the annihilation that got some value early on too. So EG Academy, I don't know how they drop around at this point. It's another stinger buy from Alliance Guardians.
Get out of my way.
The only way is if that rocket gets so much value. Grab net comes in. Again, a self net onto the jet. All good though, is able to translate in a few trades. No smokes available for the defensive side now. Okay, Yearn also pushing in here. Gonna get solved again.
Jakey with the mind games, you don't have to win the 1v1 if you just teleport past it and kind of confuse them a bit. So I like the switch up from Jakey there after losing against that player in ropes previously. Different round, different situations. Stingers, Sheriffs, Alliance Guardians. This next buy is going to be their last chance to make this first half less painful. Or else they're going to really have to make sure that Riker wakes up and smells the coffee in the next half and hope that he turns up, because this was kind of Riker having a late blossom even on Ascent to kind of bring them back into the game.
It's a rough one here. One of the best strats we've seen so far that you got to highlight as well, Evan, over again was the spraying on the angle. The A choke is very small. If you don't have a dash, it's very hard to just get right past it. Good pickup. So again, the bank is max money on I think every single player right now. So the value doesn't matter in that sense. It's also last round. They're all locked in. The biggest thing here is I want to see more of that spray coming in. You've got Wildfire who has a pretty good understanding of how this map is played and where to put the Sentinel utility down as well to trip things up. There's this Fade Prowler, though, every single time from Recoil, who's 12-3 right now, has been solving so many of his setups. Thing is, no one is there to spray off his trip being broken. He's playing his own by his lonesome on map. You have one guy map, one guy playing all the way up in heaven. The only cohesion's kind of in mid, but between Riker and Yearn, there isn't too much confidence in peeking down mid as much. Everybody on AXG are kind of back in their own turtle shells. I need to see aggression, annihilation coming in now. Chaos being thrown through as Heaven's taken for the first time from the side of EG. And it feels like Lions don't know what to do.
EG are just, it's so charitable today, just how much space they were just given. Heaven completely given up from Alliance Guardians. They avoid the annihilation. They get a first pick onto Jakey. This is constantly a show match between Jakey and whoever's up here, whether it's T-Dog or anyone else. And EG Academy a bit stubborn. At least they keep AG busy on that side of the map. But there's more around the corner. Over at the B side, GMD steps up, and at least he's the reliable one on Alliance Guardians.
Absolutely. I think Riker's position and how they chose to fight with each other, they figured it out on round 12. Ultimately, towards the very end, Wildfire even trying to make it over towards T-Dog to be able to play that trade in Heaven was a very good pivot. And again, yeah, the double up from GND and Riker. It just took a bit too long to figure it out. And I love the way that AXG play around conditioning. They've taken sight every single round. They chosen that one to push over into A Heaven instead. That really threw Alliance Guardians for a bit of a loop into what to do. The setup in terms of the trips too, it was a really good switch up from Wildfire, as I was asking for, but AXG outcalled the people that can see everywhere on the map as well. The casters, it's kind of crazy right now.
And is a 10-2 scoreline enough to inspire the EG Academy fans? Like, surely you close this out. There's so many ult cycles, so many chances. Alliance Guardians, they're a team that are so resilient when it comes to mental. How they're able to overcome deficits even on the first map and to eventually win it when it wasn't going their way. Deadlock on defense, though, has completely locked up B. So Alliance Guardians marking that and not going to mess with that.
One of the agents that can have such an impact on pistol rounds. It takes so long to break apart even the midi sections of her wall, the small nodes on it. So at least B will be held down for 35 seconds longer for now. Pivot on all the way over to A. All eyes on Riker. Gotta have a much better half in this one. Slow walk in over, but a perfectly timed Prowler to understand the positions, the conversation. Recoil will open things up, but the rest of the team is flooding into sight. Jakey will be the first person to take pressure.
Here.
Now a slow cross, now synergized across the smoke. T-Dog just needed to hit the one. Jakey claims two. And it's a showdown to determine who takes the second pistol. If it's EG, it's all over for Alliance Guardians, I feel like. We'll be seeing Breeze, so such an important round for them to claim. T-Dog on his last leg, but kicks Darkest into the dirt. It's moves in a 1v2. At least has prevented the plant for now, and now it's a game of cat and mouse.
It's a rat race. It's escape. Again, though, 13 seconds. Do we have? Yeah, we definitely have more than enough time to get the site. That's nice. Well played from the side of Alliance Guardians to at least be able to touch the site for now. Yearn is able to get that pick as well. So pistol game, we'll see how much far forward they can push this deficit. Again, there was a comeback in the last map. You can't count out Alliance Guardians until they end up what? Just losing maybe the anti-eco or losing in one of these ultimate rounds. They're very good at getting scrappy, understanding the level of the game, and then bringing things back.
Definitely an uncomfortable map for Alliance Guardians, and you got to give them credit for still trying to fight and find ways to have a win condition when their Riker was such a huge part of that equation on the first map. You wonder if maybe Jet would have been more comfortable for him because he's such like an explosive player, and Showstopper didn't work out last time. It's Alliance Guardians very careful on how they approach this. Yearn is just overwhelmed. Goes 1 for 1 at least. And EG Academy still have B on lockdown, but the barrier is a bit further back. So Alliance Guardians are they walking into a trap. Darkus avoids the flash, just has to hold his one angle, but he's completely by himself. And he hears all the noise and the trouble, and the headshot isn't enough to down T-Dog. And this is Alliance Guardians about to secure another one.
Spike planted.
Let's see the amount of time that he can buy just with the deadlock there. Darkus, Jakey getting even more value with another pick. Got to remember on these ecos, every single time one person goes down, value for the side of the eco. It's not always just about the win, but doing damage to the economy, damage to the players. I'm liking this so far though. Trap play, some proactivity from the side of EG. We didn't really see too much of this from the side of Alliance Guardians on their defense. They really played on their side of the map.
Now it's about this rifle round, right? Like if EG continue holding their side of the map, the deadlock has actually flipped sites as well. It's important to note of the sonic sensors. Alliance Guardians really like that flood. So now EG maybe don't have to spam through the smoke or just play into the unknown as much. You set the trap, wait for the prey to jump in. Alliance Guardians think they're going to meet some kind of resistance in garage, so EG are switching it up on them.
Playing far back, Jakey with the AD. Not going to get touched by that outlaw either. Bullet does not hit through the smoke. With that showstopper closer to getting online. And this time, EG are comfortable playing on a back line, waiting for Alliance Guardians to make that first move.
EG Academy trying to stay as stoic as they can through all the noise and the bait that could be placed from Alliance Guardians to pull them away from their util, away from their power positions into a leveraged fight for Alliance Guardians, and EG are not going to take that bait.
Really far though, and not taking that bait. They've really pushed back into their sights. Not close at all. No scopes for the moment either. Just trying to play in twos. The only weakness here is the A site itself. Just one person on it so far, but Darkus is supported by those sensors. At the same time, gap game from T-Dog trying to push right through it by himself. Bit of a fake, bit of a worry, bit of a distraction, but look at the focus from Moobs. Understands where the pressure could be coming from. Now stuck between two different shots to hit, and T-Dog is the one who's just more surgical.
And just like he did on Ascent, T-Dog finds these moments to shine when his team needs you to the most. He'll go for a miracle play. It's his second one of this round. Seconds left. Seeker's gone. Jakey 1v3, and T-Dog's looking for the ace. And he absolutely gets it. Alliance Guardians will survive off of that.
Off the back of the IGL, the guy who can control the game can also be the one to knock bodies down. T-Dog is absolutely chomping through the competition right now. Confident entry on the A ramp as well by himself. What was he even doing there? How was he even allowed to enter that way? Doesn't matter. He finds the hits with a Guardian.
Yeah, T-Dog, just sometimes you send him on a solo adventure and he puts the cape on and LARPs a bit as a hero, and then it actually works out. And this is EG Academy. Are we starting to feel nervous a bit? 10-2 lead. Starting to get closed as Alliance Guardians starting to meet some aggression here from EG Academy, fighting for the orb and doing so right in front of Wildfire. But Jakey, what a shot with the Guardian.
Wildfire understood the information. At the same time, it is aggression getting these guys back on the board. Although he does die, you might question why. Confidence needs to be built up by these players. And I'm liking the decision to try to fight at least against uneven guns from Wildfire. Crazy cross there, by the way, from Moops, who does not get punished. But again, AXG confidently scaling slowly right now in twos on both sides of the map. T-Dog maybe asked for a big round again. Yearn with a long range pick. The trap play will not work as T-Dog is still on fire.
Yeah, B-Dog marked someone and Ramps decided to fall back, call for help. That's why Moves rotates into vents, but taking these 1v1s and how Alliance Guardians creates these 1v1 situations when they have better guns, they're always going to win those. Nearly do it in flawless fashion. They only really gave EG Academy an orb and garage, and it's Alliance Guardians that haven't lost around this half. So hold on, everybody.
4 rounds to tie it. And I want to focus on something you just said, creating these 1v1 situations. The way they were doing it on Ascent, they were waiting for their package to arrive. B-Dog, Alliance Guardians were waiting for EG Academy to make the first mistake. In this map, they are forcing EG Academy into bad fights. They are taking that first fight, rocking these splits confidently fast. It's a very different way they're forcing these 1v1s Lemon so far, and it's really working out for them. You can see the confidence, the scaling, the pressure adding up and making EG falter.
See Yearn over at A trying to create opportunities as well. I mean, he was incredible on the KJ defending as an anchor back on Ascent. Now on the attack, we'll see if he can really flourish as a lurk. And he'll have kind of a 1v2 over in ramps, but I don't imagine he could do that well against a high-low, but maybe I'll cast a Cursive. But right now he's going to chill out, maybe call over Alliance Guardians to support him.
The up-down stays so far, and this trap might be a bit too much to deal with unless everybody skips it and goes down one of the other sides. Darkest, no. They're trying for it, have a nice setup with the orb there up top to cancel out pressure from this side too. So AXG, they're ready for anything for the moment. And Wildfire finds the pick on the B-Dog in mid, who's holding out that scope. Neural Theft will change the entire round. The setup's red. They have space on A if they want to take it. Just some Deadlock util to go through. Try to break the wall. Sonic Sensors on site. You see Deadlock moving over. Darkest, he'll be the answer on A. How long can he guard this? 20 seconds on the clock. Can you buy a minute for your team?
Yeah, Alliance Guardians need to tempo up. This Neural Theft forced EG to take these long rotates away from mid because of the presence of Wildfire. 13 seconds left, and now EG Academy have come to play. Recoil with 2 will step into the arena, and GMD and Jakey will exchange the spike down, and EG Academy have to rely on moves yet again. 1 versus 2, and to defuse. Gets T-Dog down, moves damaged, and now dead. Alliance Guardians finally met a challenge in that round, but have not lost their grip on this half.
Full flow for AXG and very dynamic in the way they're playing this game. Everybody's swinging off of one another. Nobody's staying static and waiting for the fight to come to them. It's just T-Dog finally delaying that round towards the very end there. Not staying confident with that second swing is a good decision to let Wildfire confidently finish that round. Everybody, though, is moving back and forth, and as control slips, you have to get a timeout in there from EG. This is not just about strategy, but a lot of the times people forget timeouts can break the momentum from the enemy team if they have it. I wonder if AXG after this get put on ice, because in terms of confidence right now, yeah, Riker might not be there, but T-Dog, GMD, even Yearn are doing so well at fighting together and operating as a unit. Wildfire and Riker can start things off and finish them as well.
And this is a similar point of the map where EG called a timeout even on Ascent. I'm surprised it almost took this long, because it's 5 rounds. EG haven't figured out how to stop Alliance Guardians. And it's not just these simple floods. Like, Alliance Guardians are really working different points of the map, creating so many different threats. And even when Alliance Guardians get first blooded, like, they still are winning. And these 1v1s, AG are clutching them. So it's EG that hopefully are taking this timeout to figure out the best fight plan around this Nightfall, or at least in the next round, how they're going to use this Nightfall.
Give themselves a bit of a mental reset, a bit of a breather. The one good thing for EG is that AXG are playing in their language. They are playing their game. One of the best things that EG's comps does is interrupts the way that you want to play aggressively and fast. Sensors, walls, the paranoias, the seizes can really trap people down. It's just about where they want to put every single player. Moves, pressured again. Vents has been a part of the map that AXG has been attacking relentlessly, really suppressing the ability of Moves to control the pace of the game.
And Moves has been creating these fakes on kind of changing up his position. He scares the heck out of me, though, how he crosses these smokes and no one's marked him yet. B-Dog will have his mark, though. Eliminating the lurk now from Alliance Guardians, but they're crunching from so many different angles. You have to address these sonic sensors, though. That's going to be Yearn's responsibility. They just, I guess, straight up expire, and EG are just going to replace them deeper into the site. Alliance Guardians, they still have to work through some of this util. Send the Boombot in deep. Maybe Alliance Guardians can try to go through this backline. That's kind of what T-Dog likes to do. He'll make that call, but the Nightfall showers down on top of Alliance Guardians. They retaliate with Seekers from T-Dog. Desperation now as Alliance Guardians go to A.
On the Eco too, you can see that the interruptions I was talking about were there. Snakebite all the way in heaven. Deadlock's wall inside B main, and then a neck to come in for stairs again. There's no way they could come back on this one. Now 2v4 coming in for this. 2 rifles up until as well. Gimon not going to find any value. And this might be the Thrifty that sets this match all the way on its head. EG, after the timeout, had their brains reset to be able to lock things down, put the util into the right spots, solve these rounds, and come right back. It's one T-Dog against 4. He might have to ace again. No time, no chance. One bird. But no win in this one. Gonna choose to save a Thrifty for the side of EG.
Really messy though from Alliance Guardians, and for the 2 players that were left to not be able to play off of each other, to be left in scenarios where you're facing a death ball of sheriffs, and one's in the hands of EG Academy, where you know that's also a strong suit of theirs. So would have liked these Vandals to have been in closer proximity to at least trade, to at least farm up something, another ult. And yeah, that exchange of ults, like you pointed out, is a pain point. At least post timeout, EG Academy, if they see the light, and at least the good kind, not the bad walk towards the light one. So
I was about to say.
Okay, so they see the light. But the light bulbs are turning on. Showstopper still gets nothing. Riker has just been perma-silenced in this map.
Riker is basically an interceptor of all of his own, is able to block a Showstopper, stop it from the shadows, get some more sprays down in the way as well, and the house of cards that AXG were building starts to topple over. More sprays. No way for AXG to get onto the site. Match point for EG, who want to bring that breeze into reality.
And also take a breather for EG Academy. That timeout was everything, it seems. They seem so much more composed, much more like they're following a game plan. And even when Alliance Guardians tries to throw a wrench into their gears and start to go through the defender's spawn, like EG Academy still stuck together and work through to react. And at times you have to play Alliance Guardians game, and EG Academy, they're still trying to stay steady through it. Match point, Alliance Guardians, no timeouts. Now they have to go through and work through not only a barrier, but a Viper's Pit placed in mid.
Barrier down to the cost of a lot of bullets, and at the same time, Moombot in. Okay, I thought barrier was down. Never mind. The thing is so elusively hard to pick apart. Riker uncloaking here, or what is it called? Decaging? Could be a problem.
Vandals too. So you
look
know,
at this.
you got the tracers, but the Annihilation has been held, by the way. Darkus was in vents and he could have went fishing at any moment, but wants the guarantee.
This is huge. They're actually pushing into a main here, but the rest of the team is coming in from sewers. Darkus will find that first pick. So proactive. Annihilation. He could have got the 2K, but no way. Save your teammate though. Yearn with a classic, please. He's safe.
Safe. It's not baseball, unfortunately, but this is some really good Valorant for Alliance Guardians, man. What a clutch, what a pull through, but Moves and B-Dog at the top of their hill, and Moves at the top of his game to set up B-Dog to end it once and for all. And across the field, across the way, GMD now trying to think that this duelist has gone to the high ground. He has a window to plan. It's a risk that he has to take with the time being limited. He chooses that moment carefully, but now he's backed into a corner. And B-Dog knows he hasn't had time to escape the site. You're gonna hear the drop down, and it's gonna be, does GMD swing off of that? Does he find his moment on an alternate angle? B-Dog is waiting for GMD to get antsy, to leave his cover, his safety, but GMD is not gonna take the bait as B-Dog now steps up against GMD. Here comes the approach. B-Dog walks right into the crosshair, and GMD's patience pays off.
What a good read. So many options in that moment as well from GMD. If I'm playing that teleport, the paranoia, the smoke coming back is all tempting me, but he chooses to stay on that rifle. What a save from Yearn though. I mean, the team's clashing at this point. It's such an EG thing to push into this position at that point in the round. They will not wait on their side of the game. Both these teams play split, and their ethos for Valorant so differently. One so aggressive, one ready to receive pressure, and the pressure being just a bit too much for the team now. Alliance Guardians will call the timeout, off a round win, and see what they need to do here.
Yeah, off of a round win is kind of interesting, but it's also you're feeling the intensity of this map, of EG finally figured you out and are not maybe not going to choke, but I kind of was worried at the start of this second half, I should say. But Alliance Guardians, I think at this point, just need confidence, whether it's talking to Riker, whether it's how you can support him better, whether it's let T-Dog cook, because sometimes how Alliance Guardians works the macro of this map throws EG for a loop, and it forces them to play Alliance Guardians games. So I'm thinking more T-Dog ideas may just be what helps Alliance Guardians sneak more rounds out.
Big thing too, they might just be paying attention to the eco overall. Understand an operator might be in play for the side of EG. And also, where do we want to put this pit in the post line as well? You have a few ultimates coming up soon too. So how do you want to use them? AXG will rock it down in mid for now. Nobody invents to abuse this time for either team. Trailblazer will come in and get denied up on top in heaven, and that might just reveal how this setup is being played for the moment. Deep wall, the barrier orb inside, or the deadlock barrier at least inside B main. He's able to get B-Dog on the op angle still, but on a timing, it seems as though Wildfire has found a cross.
Man, the silence is almost deafening between both of these teams. It just really is a showdown of who's going to make that first move. Riker has been caught in this position before, whether by a Ned, and I think Alliance Guardians, even when they walk into a trap, they still manage to survive at times and even punish EG, but it's really back and forth on how these rounds go.
You can see the pressure getting to EG though. It started on such a close line across the map. They've been pushed back way deep into their spawn, back deep into their sights. No control of B main, A main, vent, B heaven. It's all been lost. So it comes down to the side exec. Time is of the essence though. Hitting at 20 is very different at hitting at 40. Not gonna have too much space to breathe. 19 seconds. 18. We've got to get to the sites. Off angles become so much more dangerous. 13 seconds. You're on attack. 10 seconds, and there's a net in the way. 8. Half the time to get to the site. No one's out yet. The spike is down, and that's the game. I don't believe it. They time themselves out. AG loose split, and Jakey gets the kills. What is that?
For Jakey to end it all too is so funny. I said let T-Dog cook, but I meant like let's turn the heat up, not a simmer. Why did that take so long? The silence was deafening, but you need to get loud and proud at some point, and we're gonna get hype for Breeze coming up because hey, EG Academy just showed how clinical they were on their map pick.
It takes one mistake. You asked them to cook, nobody got to eat. Time ran out, and I gotta take a break too. I'm gonna toss it this time. We'll be back for the next map. Don't go anywhere. Holy.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Roy taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
I mean, heading into their map of the series for EJ, it was a must win to stay alive within the series and within stage 3. They got off to a hot start. Things may be going right, but it's going to be none other than a timeout to get them back on track. 13-8 to be closing out, taking us into a map number 3. I mean, Roy, again, for EGA, that was just, they got so many rounds. Like, kudos for Alliance for, you know, clawing some back, but ultimately you had to get snuffed out in the end.
Yeah, there was a good fight put up by Alliance Guardians towards the very end, but the first half, man, let's circle all the way back there, okay? Because that first half was insane by EG Academy, okay? We came into this game, we highlighted some of the win conditions of this comp, and we actually saw it in full display, right? They were very explosive with their pacing. They're very good at getting onto sites and immediately reinforcing the choke points. And that's exactly what they needed to do, was just like simplify the macro, work in a pace that allows you to get on sites without getting over rotated on and getting stalled out. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're picking on the A site. They're getting into these pulse plants. They're dropping the full deadlock kit. And then the sensors come up, the grab net comes up, and everyone is just, the team play is just immaculate. Like, everything is perfect. The way they're using jet, the way they're getting on sites, the way they're trading, their pathings onto spaces, and their alt usages were all so good. Hey guys, and they finished with 10-2 on that attack half on a map that is, I mean, it's not attack or defense side, it's considered balanced, but still 10-2 on a side and making Alliance Guardians that suffocated in pulse plants, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's definitely crazy. And I think we're looking towards Alliance as well, thinking about how they were clawing their way back, as Sierra said. And I think for me, the biggest thing was just seeing how slow they were taking it. And the fact that they were doing their defaults really slow, especially towards that mid, making sure they're grouping up, just taking that space, trying to break as much deadlock utility as possible on that attack side, but then slowly grouping up. It did work out for them most of the time. But like you said, Roy, I think at the end of the day with EGA, they just fixed so many of those small micro things, making sure that their trades were on point, the positioning was there. Every single time there was a piece of util, almost every single time it had a really big impact. So for me, that's what I was looking at, and that's what I was looking for from EG, especially on that first map of Ascent. But it looks like they've warmed up a lot of that instance. But again, for Alliance, this was not their map pick, so it was definitely expected to go the way of EG Academy. So I'm really interested to see how they go into that third map, because I want to see a little bit more. T-Dog, he was on fire this game, using his util really well, taking a lot of those fights by himself with that Sky util. So I think it's something that could definitely translate into this. But again, EG Academy, 13 first kills, and definitely for a reason, because they were just so aggressive on both of those halves.
I mean, looking at that post plans as well coming out from EG,
yeah.
I mean, ooh, they're looking a little bit more coordinated. This is what I definitely want to see on the day coming out from them, especially too, as you called out, on their own map pick. We needed something strong. We needed something a little bit more confident, like confidence inspiring, confidence inducing, right? I think that's what we got to see, especially to taking an eye over at the player performance as well. I mean, it was kind of one of those things, again, where we get to see everyone across the board from EGA just doing a really coordinated job. We had highlighted AXG for that in the first map. EG, that was their time to shine. I mean, T-Dog cleared them all on that one, Roy, but still, EG, like, as a coordinated group, did really well.
Yeah, you want to hear a crazy thing is not a single player on the EG side is negative. Like, everyone, the absolute lowest KD is a 1.0 for B-Dog. He's 17 for 17. But I mean, even B-Dog not putting up the most insane number of kills, he still went 6-3 on openers. Darkest went 3-0 on openers. So it feels like the openings of the rounds, they kind of read into the way they wanted to start the rounds off freeze time. We're just so EG sided, and they're doing a phenomenal job at setting the tempo and kind of getting into the heads of AXG really early in that first half. And a lot of that pretty much solidified the fate, right, for the outcome in this game. Yeah, we did see a bit of a fight back from Alliance Guardians in the second half, but there really just was not enough room for error after the first one, right? Like, you get 10-2 on the defensive side on split. Yes, you get 5 in a row on the second half, but I mean, overall, it just really felt like EG were really locked in. They looked a lot more comfortable on this map than they did on Ascent. And I mean, the team identity is so clear on this map, and it worked so well for them.
And I mean, for these two teams now, this all goes down into decisive third map of the series. And I'm so intrigued how this one's going to go, especially since we've gotten to see a step up coming out from both of these teams. And we had highlighted top of day, Athena, if we got to a map number 3 of Breeze, that this is actually pretty coordinated for both of the teams. They've both like shown improvement throughout the series as well. So this really could go either way, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely. It's such a close map for both these teams. They like it. They both have pretty solidified comps on it. But for me, I'm looking at who is going to perform. And of course, that last match, when we're looking at a player like Riker, who we hyped up so much after Ascent, who struggled to even get on the board in terms of kills. He was 0-8 at some point, but he started stringing it together when those rounds were getting there. I'm looking at him to really step it up, to be able to convince me that Alliance could potentially win this Breeze, because this map is basically just a deathmatch map at some point. You're grouping up, you're executing, you're splitting, or you're fighting for that mid. And every single time you need to take a lot of those fights, a lot of those 1v1s. And right now, with how I'm looking at it, with the way EG was performing too, like Roy said, all their KDs were positive.
Yeah.
For me, for EG Academy, they're going to be winning a lot of those mechanical fights, Roy.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is the mechanical map. If there is the mechanical map, it's Breeze, right? There's a lot of open hallways. There's a lot of long sight lines. There's a lot of meching that you have to do to bypass it and kind of brute force. And there's a lot of options for lurks. But guys, to put things in perspective here for the viewers, looking at EG's record on this map since May 24th, that's 5 weeks ago. They're 5-0 on this map. They've taken wins against BCL teams like YFT. They've also taken maps away from MBG, one of the playoff contending rosters right now, in Split 3. And looking at Alliance Guardians, they're 5-1 in the same time frame, right? They've taken wins from Dynamo. They've taken wins from FlyQuest. There's really only a single loss on this map for Alliance Guardians, and that was against Nightblood Gaming, 9-13 loss. That's it. So 5-1 for the Alliance Guardians side, 5-0 for EG. I mean, if this does not tell us that we're about to see an absolute banger, I really don't know what is.
I love it. And again, this is for elimination. So it all come down to a map that's really familiar for both of these teams, that's very well practiced in a lot of these winning ways. Will be so interesting. I want to talk about where we can maybe then, looking at the compositions, because we should anticipate what this is going to be looking like. Yes. How this is going to be matching up into each other, because we got a couple of different ideas going up against each other. Specifically, I'm eyeing up this Harbor for GMD.
Yeah, I think both teams are playing the double controller, the double initiator, but I think the differences with the Sky and the KO, as well as the Harbor and the the Omen, is super important here. I think when I'm looking at the double wall comp with the Harbor and the Viper, it's so easy to be able to execute into sight and keep it for so long, delay that retake for as long as possible if you just cycle the util really well. And it also enables for a lot of fakes where you're using that one wall on one side and using some util towards and being able to pull those rotates and then rotate back to the other side. But the thing is, with EG Academy, I'm looking at them to get a lot of that info, Roy, because they have that Sky, they have that Sova to be able to catch that off.
Yeah, and they're probably one of the few teams in the world still running the Sova Sky combo, right? You don't really see that very often. So a lot of information, but that opens up a lot of default and a lot of fakes, right? You're able to push back territory. You're able to easily find the opper. So I'm expecting for Riker not to get a ton of op value in this map. And you also have the added layer of flashes. So again, for the Alliance Guardian side, that Harbor, the Cove on the retakes could be absolutely deadly. So Evil Geniuses, they need to make sure they stay on site. They need to make sure they're dealing well with this Cove on the retakes and kind of dismantle and disrupt Alliance Guardians on one of their best maps.
It all comes down to this, a map that's so well practiced for both of these teams, but today one of them will be eliminated here. It's time to see who it's going to be between Alliance Guardians and Evil Geniuses. Let's get to it. Let's get to Breeze with your casters. Back over to Lemon Kiwi and Shayo.
This is going to be a banger. And I don't know how many times we have to say it, Shayo. We're so excited because now Riker's back on Jet. The op is going to be such an important part of this equation. We saw how impactful it was for Alliance Guardians back on Ascent. And this is where everyone's warmed up and there's no more excuses.
The style between both these teams as well was highlighted by the desk. I am very more so leaning towards Harbor Viper in the meta right now. I feel like a dome wall is amazing to have, just like, Owen and Viper can have on the side of EG Academy, but Harbor's extra wall, the Reckoning retake as well, the options for the Cove, it's overwhelming. Throw a KO into the mix as well, and Wildfire has been shown to have good lineups. I feel like you get more value in the Sky as well. We got some classic, very haphazard, how much aggression can we find from EG, with some more structure on the side of AXG. And that's going to be the battle between these players, between these teams leading up till today. In this one, immediate site taken over. For Harbor's really good at retaking this one if they want to take the time to lock it down.
EG have won every attacking pistol in this series, but B-Dog has to get healed up. I don't know how much of a break Alliance Guardians are going to give them. They step now into the arena, and the Sheriffs are as deadly as ever for EG Academy. And backed into a corner, Recoil collects two. It wants to collect a big paycheck after this, and it all ends in EG Academy's favor.
Really good smoke layering there. Just the wall goes down. Jakey's dark cover's already up. At the same time, double flashes coming in. Not enough people committing to those double flashes after the fact, and really good ante from the side of Darkest to not get flashed, support his team while they're full blind, and hold down the backside flood angle. If they had Storm Surge, if they had one more piece of utility, if they slotted into not going Ghost and staying Classics, that would be amazing for Alliance Guardians. It is Breeze, though, a long map. A lot of the initiators to lock into having an opportunity to shoot as well, so you don't always see that. This time though, a switch up from EG Academy. We go from A all the way towards B, exploring things in a very split way against an eco. Might be dangerous. No trade though, as Jakey's on one. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes Jakey could be hit or miss, but man, when he shows up, he's flashy and he's impactful, and now he's dead. But still a 2-for-1, you'll take those. But Alliance Guardians would like to take anything that Jakey left behind, and that means some mid control for Alliance Guardians, but an open B site for EG.
One enemy remaining.
No value for Wildfire either, unfortunately, and a very nice patient round on the back of Jakey's shots for EG Academy.
EG Academy now just have to stay put and leave eventually, but does GMD maybe catch B-Dog exiting here? That could always be nice to bolster Alliance Guardians for the long run, but not getting a ton of kills so far for Alliance Guardians, which everything matters for the orbs and how you get that first ult cycle online. But EG Academy, even on the last map, they were able to convert that first attacking bonus, and they went on a 10-2 basically win streak. So it's always though how EG ends that kind of concerns me, but really I'm confident on how EG starts at least.
When they start strong, like you're saying, and they have that momentum, they can really let it ride. It's all about making sure they can translate it towards the very end. As again, you've mentioned before on many maps, they have given it up a little bit, but winning that pistol, very important to start things off right. Angle towards B again. Bit of a harder site to retake. A lot of the times nothing is done on the A site for the defensive team. You really lock down B more with numbers, jumping off of window. Feels like T-Dog wants to be there if possible, but immediate dash in. Some nice cover overall, but Urine and Riker really split apart the site.
Wow, the crunch is amazing from Alliance Guardians. Now that they have a good buy-up, you can tell how much of a difference that's made for their confidence, for their setup. But the first 2 rounds go by. Now Moves and Recoil are sectioned off from the spike, and what feels like any chance of winning. If you couldn't get into this flood, if you couldn't get this flood going with all 5 intact, how are you going to do it with just Moves and Recoil? Especially when you have a drone, but how do you even want to invest that?
It's one of the best win rates, I think, for Alliance Guardians overall on this map. 68% compared to all their other maps. So I think the highest after that might have been Bind on a 64 historically. And this is not just counting the VCL, but a lot of the off tournaments they're playing as well, the third-party tournaments, the Fun Havers. They have a lot of practice on this one. Understand the pacing of it too. And if you watch this series so far, this is a team that likes to anchor some of these sites as well. Very good fight against the bonus there. And this is one of the maps where you don't get punished as much for not giving away too much space. If you want to stay on your sites, you're going to be big chilling. People have to play into you. Holding back ladders fine, and retaking is rampant on A especially. If you have Harbor, it's a very good playbook to just have that A retake round after round after round. We've seen it against in tier 1 across the world as well. So they'll lock into that playbook. It's all about EG getting as much value as possible into these sites and playing those post plans well.
And how is Alliance Guardians going to navigate the chaos that has been the A site takes from EG Academy? Because usually you have the 2 Viper walls crossed up, now just the 1. The Harbor's in the mix, and GMD is trying to be a gatekeeper, and the flash is perfectly timed to help GMD get the first kill. But EG Academy have to really leverage moves coming in through mid. The drone from the Sova will spot him. At this point, not going to tag him. The Seekers in round 4 also give EG Academy an even bigger advantage of information, but it's the picks that matter. And right behind the dog is EG Academy that lead the charge towards the back lines. Clean shots from EG Academy. Good use of the util to secure this round.
Hyper aggressive, not just the util, but even the spacing. They're at yellow before the spike is even down. They're playing with that moves crunch there all the way towards mid and the site very well, getting as aggressive as possible, taking so much space before they even are focused on playing Valorant, man. It's insane. And so this aggression will be able to make the retake harder for Alliance Guardians. My question is, why do they have GMD fighting main? Harbor is so good at retaking. The Cove is so good at being able to help you defuse the spike, but your Harbor is the one taking the first point of contact. That's a very confusing strategy and setup for AXG.
Yeah, maybe he has to swap places with Wildfire so you can go for more closer flashes, or GMD can be in a safer position. Because, yeah, his role is not just important for his util, but his comms. He's a very important player in terms of the strategy.
Yeah.
Of course, and the calling and everything like that.
My thing is, imagine if Alliance Guardians had like a character that could dash whenever she wanted and a very confident player piloting her. Maybe that would be a good agent to fight the mains. Coming in with flashes and playing off your own cloudburst so you don't get flashed. Like, you know, maybe Harbor's throwing storm surges instead of fighting, like in deep instead of close to save things. Who knows? Maybe there's adjustments to be made, but this KO Harbor setup should be challenged over and over again by EG. You will find a lot of value. This time, though, I guess they play into it. GMD up in main. This setup gets so much value from Alliance Guardians, but it was the reason they lost the last round.
EG Academy have found so much success at A. They failed at their real first attempt at B. So there's some strengths there, and there's clear weaknesses that Alliance Guardians can try to bolster, whether it's kind of like the positioning that we were talking about, and when does Riker show up again? Because, man, was he incredible at the beginning. He has to regain that confidence. But this B site was so heavily locked down before, but it's not the same stack that Alliance Guardians had before. Their backs are against the wall. B-Dog is going to go hunting around this corner, and even off the flash, Jakey will confirm his. He's got the backs turning. Focus broken from Alliance Guardians and their defense.
They're taking the risk with this Initiator Harbor setup on A so they can have a more bolstered, free fighting composition ready to go on the B side. They're giving up and being pushed back way too far on the site, though. You have a 3-man setup and you're letting the enemy team take that much space, forcing the backside pass ladder. I mean, AXG's got to pick a struggle here. There's no way they can do both. Have a bad A setup and also lack the confidence on B. You have the numbers. You have to fight forward. Get some good util. I mean, there's a scuba orb you can put down backside. The Viper setup could switch up a little bit if you want. If the pressure's getting a little bit too rampant and fast, something's got to change here.
Now you have Recoil that's coming up to the Hunter's Fury. You saw how strong that was at setting up the chaos that EG seemed to really thrive in. Whether it's off their Viper's wall or kind of how they're just infiltrating off of their jet, EG Academy clearly show how clinical they are when they're practice on a map. And Alliance Guardians, though, they're a team that figure it out eventually. It just kind of comes down to that late timeout or sometimes the second half. So, yeah.
That's the thing, though. You look at some of these historic teams that love the comeback, the NRGs, the Fanatics of the world. Over time, it takes a toll. You can't do it consistently over and over again. That split happens once in a while. It can't be your team identity. You don't make it to the big leagues with that one. You can't get the repeat wins in a best of 3 like that, especially a best of 5 if you're aiming to win the entire split as well. Aggression on A this time. More numbers here for the side of AXG as well. They have switched things up.
That wall from GMD protects Riker. If anyone wanted to follow up with the dog that was thrown from Darkest, but it was all a ruse. Alliance Guardians dismantled already. EG Academy, they work the map. They know how to weaken the site to get Alliance Guardians chasing tails. And even just picks alone would have helped Alliance Guardians at least try a retake. Now, guns in the hands of Alliance Guardians, but clearly don't want to shoot with it.
I mean, gotta give props to B-Dog there as well, though. long range shots, the close range ones on split overall, and even on Ascent, the way he was battling through smokes. This guy has stayed on aggression the entire time, solved the round for that for their team right there in terms of being that point of the spear. Really cool updraft to be able to cover all of ladder as you're kind of surfing your own paranoia almost. It's cinematic. It's really cool jumping above it. They're being very dynamic in the way they're attacking these sites. Before, there was a lot of pressure towards half wall. That's the round they lost. Then they focus on site, and this time they focus on ladder. The calls too from EG's side, being able to go for that fake. You're talking about it, Kiwi, you know, the way they're moving around the map. Alliance Guardians, you have a lot to figure out right now. It's not even just a game of EG. Your own game for the moment is not looking that confident.
And Alliance Guardians can play hidden and so mysterious around kind of like cover around their harbor wall. That also gives EG the way to hide away, to cut noise, to create fakes, and Alliance Guardians are denying themselves that information, just trying to play passively as they can, which worked out well for Alliance Guardians on split at some points when they were on defense, but now it's EG trying a different crunch now through mid. All rides on GMD and what impact he can have through the smoke, but everyone falls like dominoes. But GMD will be the tip of the spear to save the day potentially, but B-Dog escapes, but the spike is left behind. GMD has put the cape on his back. Now he uses the ultimate, expecting like, yeah, people to surge back in to re-hit. Nothing comes his way.
Buying time for the team to get back on the site. Best thing I've seen so far from AXG though is this quality of perseverance on every single player, especially GMD, who again, that cape, I mean, how many times can he become a superhero in this series? You can't rely on it so consistently, but he's showing up over and over again. The insurance man, who this time is good for 4 if he ends up getting this one. Yeah, at least with the pressure. It's insane the impact he has.
He's smart. He plays for the trade. He's not a stat patter. He plays for the win. He plays for the team. GMD was that consistent one in Garage back on split when he was playing the Omen to try and create any winning opportunity when the round seems already over. So huge props to how resilient Alliance Guardians can be in these dire moments and what's kept EG Academy on the edge of their seats.
5-2 built up a sizable lead for the moment, and the economy is also looking good for the side of EG Academy. B-Dog, Marshall, and Knives. Just read on the eco, maybe just a little bit. But it's all good. There's just knife all the way up. Pop flash in. The team's looking cohesive. Hunter's Fury's gonna find moves for now, so the ultimate will even out the round a little bit. It's a bit of chaos here in mid-breeze.
Yeah, I thought we were lining up for the Hunter's Fury there, guys. That does not heal you. And Jakey, there's no smoke to teleport into there. So EG Academy, they look like they were running the show. They had knives out, the flashes. It looked like an execution, but they're the ones who got executed. Alliance Guardians just are punishing them on mistakes that just shouldn't be happening.
Very nice from Yearn. Nice finish too. I think what it is, the reason these mistakes are happening is that EG Academy are really expecting Alliance Guardians not to make too many changes to their setups. Wildfire's never played this angle before. Jakey's just making the call that, yeah, they're doing the same thing. The KO must be rotating. There's no way Wildfire's here. And finally, through some risks, some adjustments, and especially that Hunter's Fury that allows them to bolster more people on this side of the map, they've had a bit of an odd round where things have kind of evened out to their favor. Riker, operator, active, biggest difference in this match so far. Let's see how much value he finds from it.
Especially if he can hold a position like this, just like he kind of controlled Heaven on Ascent. He almost pulled off an ace just with the op alone, gets spiked down. He can hold an angle solo in a safe position like this. But EG Academy have really been changing up how they approach A. They're not just flooding through main, they're putting pressure in mid because it's getting completely given to them. And I think Alliance Guardians hesitate on that mid control because there's flashes on EG's side, but GMD, hold on. He's just ironclad again.
Over and over. I mean, we keep saying it's bad macro to give up this and give up that. If you have a person like GMD on the team who can just receive the pressure and shoot, I guess, yeah, the right play doesn't really matter. Where is Riker looking? I mean, that's got to be a visual bug. I've never seen that angle before. Okay, there he is. You gotta clean that scope, man. He can't see through it.
As long as he hits a shot, I don't even care. I mean, like, Riker will even hit people through smoke. He was set up so well by T-Dog when it came to Ascent,
30 seconds left.
how he works off of information, but now it's just, well, maybe he does have to clean that scope. And now that up has been dropped, and AXG Academy silence him yet again. They even up the odds. The Viper's Pit is down, so is the Spike. You'll send Jakey to even get ahead of this. He has a paranoia to create a good fight. So how does T-Dog want to cross this threshold? He has the shock bolt. He also still has to get through the Viper's Pit, and that's all coming down. Doesn't matter though. Wildfire is the last one left. There's one win condition down, and it's a clutch from the KO that has to come out to save Alliance Guardians. He's had a slow start, and he couldn't clutch up in the end. A 3K for Recoil, by the way, is really nice.
Very nice. For Alliance Guardians, things are not looking too nice in this one. I feel like they're playing Jenga during an earthquake with these setups. Things are looking very shaky. Solo op on the line. You can't hit the shot afterwards. The retake is a bit haphazard. Yearn is getting picked apart from his side as well. It's very, very tough. They're giving themselves the least chances to win this one based on their actual setups in the game. I'm still so confused as to how that shot misses as well. Really cool off angle up top that was denied too. I mean, this is just tough. Gimon again, close range. The only value I've seen so far from this team has been Gimon's talent on this side in the shot. And they've made one good adjustment where Wildfire was playing on that B side. They've gone towards that again. More players on this side. But they'll get overwhelmed once more. Riker, though, activates a nice little shot. B-Dog trades back over. Another whiff. He's just not active and online.
Still have to dispatch T-Dog. He's been a problem before, and he had to reload. That was his biggest op in the end. And AXG Academy caught a little bit by surprise. They dumped the util as the Harper wall came up, and that was a nice surprise for Alliance Guardians to catch EG. Now Wildfire sets up behind AXG Academy. Jakey's just gonna watch his angle, and Recoil is gonna play his life. It's 2 versus 2. AXG Academy just have to live. It's a final 1v1, but it's an op versus Recoil. He's caught with bow in hand. You can't bring that to a gunfight. You have the information, but can you get the win? The Spike's now gonna get tapped. Recoil has the answer, and it's gotten halfway, and he's toying with them. Recoil comes out and ends it once and for all, but what a mind game between these two.
Actually, and the risk to take this as well is not going to be a bad decision from EG at all. Look at the bank between these teams. If EG lose, they still have a bit of a buy to trust with and to come back. The rest of the team on the side of AXG are poor off a win as well. They would still be broken in the next round. Luckily for them, Recoil's just built different. They do get that win, and now they're forced on an Eco Alliance Guardians. First time out going to be coming in for them. Really important for them to get these next 2 rounds. 7-5 operates so differently compared to like a 9-3, and Stingers in tow as well. There might be a chance in this one that Viper's Pit might make every economy weapon be that much more so dangerous. It just depends. You want to use it on the retake. You want to really bunker down one side of the map with the pit and have more numbers on the other. Many options for AG right now, though. I gotta hand it to EG Academy. They are playing so well, and every single one of their players is just online right now. Recoil especially has clutched over and over again.
And he's got a Hunter's Fury too. So how does Alliance Guardians want to approach this? Like, where does this early pick come from? I think they have so many strengths at B. At least it's been cracked down eventually. But A has been the killer for EG. And I think an early pit there would have been nice at just any point, but I guess we'll stick to just the B main pit potentially. And EG Academy could just brute force it anyway with a Hunter's Fury any kind of way they want.
I mean, they've been at the table cooking right now, EG Academy. You're saying that A is the weak point. They've also abused the fact that A is so strong to go B sometimes. We were confused, why are they going B, right? So questions here. Riker, though, actually challenging main for the first time, and there's the value. Jet in that extremity works so well. The op hit from B-Dog, though, nice switch back and forth. The rounds are equalized.
Yeah, And you don't have a Sky, though, to heal your duelist back up to full. So it did cost Riker nearly everything. I mean, he almost got traded. It was kind of blind Guardian fire through the smoke. But I like that there's more proactivity from Alliance Guardians.
Where the hell is B-Dog? In their spawn. Is going to be able to find one and force out the extremity on the other. This guy in the eco walks into the spawn of the enemy team right after a timeout. He is insane. There's the pit gone. What? How does B-Dog do this?
Yeah, this is EG. I mean, they were already shooting bodies. They're looking confident. Going through the spawn was just clocking in to what this round will end up being. Quick tap as well. And hey, 8-4 is the best case scenario for Alliance Guardians. They look like a proactive start. Was off to a good foot, especially how Riker was trying to shake things up on their approach to this A defense. And Riker and how fluid he was on Ascent was what kept EG kind of playing behind Alliance Guardians. And I think if Riker can continue to be a threat around the map, you're gonna eventually slow down EG Academy because of this.
Eventually is gone though, Lemon, right? It's 8-3, that's the issue. And the biggest thing too, these guys need a home run in this round. They've got weak arms at bat, no ultimates, right? No way to have a big swing in this one. So they have to rely on who you're talking about, Riker, to get that value. He's the furthest up right now for the moment. Hunter's Fury coming in to maybe just help the team entry over. Already you can see Jakey all the way towards the backside of site. The split will come in with moves a little bit later as well, or my bad, B-Dog, who's on the op. But this is getting sneaky, silent, espionagic, and at the same time, Jakey knows the mission, understands where to hit. He finds the first clue, he solves the mystery of this round in the retake, and now things are looking drastic for the side of Alliance Guardians.
Recoil gave them such good information. The drone on the left, the recon deep, Jakey inserts, and he did so quietly, caught GMD off guard. Maybe Jakey was looking at his mini-map as well, but all matters is getting these kills, which EG Academy, when they're bolstered on the post plant, wait a minute, you're welcome back to the series. We've been waiting to see this guy show up yet again, but is it too little too late? He's wrapping around though, but oh, that shot does reveal his position. Maybe it's a distraction for Riker to close out. You're in a 1v2, but man, so much pressure on him. And with the stack, B-Dog is just gonna stay hidden. Quick check, Darkus gonna make the call. B-Dog waits for his moment, and Yurn pulls off the 4K. How does he do it? But is it too little too late? Just barely enough time at 0.17 seconds.
Welcome back into the game. Amazing from Yurn to start it off, to end it over. That spike plant has been the bane of this team's existence. So easy to check, but what a call to make at this angle. To move back over as well. If he didn't make that slight micro adjustment to get back to the spike, he wouldn't have that lock in, and around that matters so much for the team. Now you win the pistol, you have a chance to get the anti-eco. You're only 2 rounds behind. Depending on how it goes, if it's flawless, you've got lots of bank to work with. You're right back in the game. Thing is though, the pistol round, EG Academy have been so good at winning them this entire series so far. So that'll be the biggest challenge for Alliance Guardians.
Both teams have been winning all of their attacking pistols, and Yurn just got half of his kills in 1 round. If he starts getting hyped up, you better worry about this young gun. As Alliance Guardians will still try to make sure they slow it down, but the drone has been shot down, and look who's there to investigate. It's Riker. The magnifying glass, but he's been tagged. At least he knows there's a player close, and as the wall comes down, caught out is EG Academy that built the wall, and the firing squad's in position. Alliance Guardians, though, they just have to protect the spike, and at a distance between all the cover, Alliance Guardians will take this laying down 3 versus 3. Up close though, his recoil is gonna take this 1v1. Wildfire stays steady, but moves in B-Dog. It's coming down to the wire, and they just don't have the health or the time to deal with this.
That's tough. The damage definitely there, but well said on the way that, you know, the attack came through. Riker all the way deep in that mode. No help though. The rest of the team with that pressure, with how much Riker kind of distracts everybody else, is able to lock down the round. So much in the way as well in terms of utility. Smokes on top of smokes. The wall goes down. The dark cover is there again, by the way. Still be able to lock things on the site. It's tough. I mean, that was, I think, a smoke as well from Jakey to get the team back on the site. It's actually Alliance Guardians that use it to help them keep pushing forward. And this one is still so scrappy back and forth. You want to make this round as flawless as possible. Riker is up on that mode again, ready to shoot.
Oh, B-Dog got exposed there, shooting the recon, and any kind of help was on the other side of a Viper wall, and a desperate flash for Darkus with no one to retaliate. That early pressure from EG got so well punished from Alliance Guardians, but when you're on an eco like this, any kind of curveball you can throw at Alliance Guardians is worth doing, but only took away really one weapon, if that, in the bonus, so Alliance Guardians catching up.
Doing a good job. We talked about it. It's the pistol and the attack side pistols for both these teams, kind of controlling the pace of the game overall right now too. Lots of pressure on Riker's shoulders. It's one of the ways Alliance Guardians won their last matchup against AEG. Was, or I guess, or had a sense of having a bit of a semblance in that matchup. Unfortunately, not rocketed through, but Riker was the one making it very competitive between both the teams. So it'll be tough in this one though. AXG really want to be in a position of control, switching things up, not starting at A. Against rifles, how do you find the value?
V-Dog has to make a good impression here with the up, and almost caught T-Dog there. Picks up the orb and also gets the Hunter's Fury out of it. He'll be part of that win condition to crack down on B. Paranoia was already used from Jakey, so less tools of resistance for EG's defense here.
Be careful when you send in Riker, even if the tools are low. Look at these angles from the side of EG Academy. Very close. Deny the dash. It's possible for moves. It's fast. Hunter's Fury's not going to be able to get the tag either. Right or left, even with 3 players on the site, it finds no value. GMD, though, in a position solved by Darkus, who's still going on exploration. Still making sure that every hole is filled. No gaps for the side of their defense.
And how was Moobs not found by the Hunter's Fury? I mean, even through the corner, what a flick too. But at least T-Dog makes up for it. And the spike still ends up being planted. I like this forward position from Urine. They may not expect this. Recoil is quiet. And the angle here may matter of who's going to spot who first. As Urine is just going to go under and behind. A sense of security. As Urine at least gets away with the one he was investing for. Alliance Guardians will watch the flank here with T-Dog, while Wildfire will be at the helm, at the mantle as EG Academy are going to send the army, and they have to do so quickly. The spike is ticking down. Wildfire, time to aim train with the Sheriff, and could not steady enough. So EG Academy back on their high horse.
I'm liking the push there at the very end. If that headshot comes in, maybe you can deny just enough time to let the spike take down. The mission, though, wasn't to win the round. It was a possibility for sure, but to do enough damage. Everybody really over-invested in that round, and they had to get guns online for the side of EG Academy. They've lost, what, 3 players in that one. So you can see the head-to-head on this. You should have, what, 2 rifles here. There's a tech pause coming in just to see if something changed or if there's another crash that might have happened. But the eco should be on Alliance Guardian side. We'll tell you what this is all about, but Kiwi, talk to me. In this game so far, do AG have a chance?
I think it's tough. It's going to be about getting the economy online, because if there's a one-sided op, which B-Dog still has, how are you going to try and overcome that? You got to try to get information, which it's up to T-Dog with the drone. Also, that drone can't get as deep into the site, so is it even going to spot the op? But B-Dog also missed that first shot, so there's always a chance to try and remove that from B-Dog. But he was excellent with it back on Ascent, and it really was a duel between B-Dog and Riker, but now it seems to be a conversation of consistency, which before you wouldn't say was EG Academy's specialty, but it's maybe what helps them close out this series.
Absolutely. They've kind of switched roles entirely. Now we're wanting AG to keep up the chaos with Riker. Before, that was all it was for B-Dog, and now consistency's gone away from them, and EG are looking much more coherent. The big thing too, you talk about information. AG should have a better time with info on this half. They've got the KO Sova instead of just the Sky Sova. An extra scan to be able to see where the op could be. B-Dog Again, it's all about staying hidden. Flash coming in from maybe him to peek. He will. Nice cloud burst to counteract. This is all an information war, and he lands the first strike.
And yeah, GMD was probably trying to set up some kind of wall to secure the site. They thought they had warded everyone away from the drone that came in. Darkus hit the op, but the op is hidden 6 feet under now, so Alliance Guardians may have a chance here. Gotta be careful where T-Dog goes with this spike, though, and he falls back into main to follow through on Urin's ideas. He's had mid for free.
Yeah, really good from Urin walking away with all of this. Had a chance for the split. The walls were down. Mid was calling him. He decides to go all the way to B, and what a good decision. Wildfire, though, never left. And that whiff might actually decide the round. Now, this pivot is amazing. The issue is numbers. A 2v4 from B, although so much more doable than A, you have the trickery of backside, the extended angle that Urin's on right now. Against 4 players, you have to go perfect 3 times in a row. Then it kind of evens out on time. They're very separated for the moment. Nobody's coming in mid. So T-Dog, this position, no value. In fact, both these players get their initial pick completely erased. Everybody's coming in from flank on EG. The only cost to this is time.
I wish Wildfire had more time for that engagement, was trying to get lucky and surprise EG, but not having him here in this battle is, I mean, what do you have? The spike is just getting diffused right in front of Alliance Guardians like they were just never here. They've been evicted, and it's double digits for EG.
Both players also falling economies in the ground. It's gonna be a tough time for this team now walking in. Urin's ready to go, but Riker, GMD, Wildfire, what are they buying this round? Locked into a Bulldog, Guardian, and Sheriff. Things are looking tough. No ultimates to equalize in power. Meanwhile, EG Academy, so close, just at the very cliff of getting their ults, and they'll be ready to dive right in. Knives, Hunter's Fury, slightly ahead in pips against AG for the moment. The defense is looking good. Speed here on the A side. Flash to hit the drone active, and Riker in.
Right, B-Dog, maybe a rifle better suited. Darkest on the sniper. B-Dog just gets caged out. Maybe it's time for Riker to put the mitts on and to kind of change the outcome of this map. Alliance Guardians are only down by 4. You still have Wildfire still with a Sheriff. So is it EG Academy that could still get something done with this Outlaw through all the smokes? You need information. Recoil drone on the other side goes unshot. Alliance Guardians is trying to hold their own. It seems like T-Dog is in a perilous position with the paranoia that hits him. He trusts in Riker, and that trust did not pay off. The off angle here from Urin could be the miracle worker. Urin has made this happen before, but EG react appropriately, and they continue.
Call it whatever you want, hockey, aura, pressure. EG have it, and they push Alliance Guardians with even numbers way back into their own base, almost into their own spawn from where Urin was, trying to go for the rewrap, putting them in desperate positions when they should have the power. The double smokes coming in from Jakey. Moves getting active as well with that snake bite, being able to do as much damage and positioning as possible. And now look at the traffic lights from EG. They just say stop. They're all lit up on ultimates. There's no way you can hit these sites. They're 2 away from winning this series, and they have the tools to do so.
Get out of my way.
Alliance Guardians haven't had really the time to set up a strong post plan or even the manpower to be strong enough to repel EG Academy. So we'll see the finish line in sight to avoid elimination. Here comes EG Academy.
Wildfire has an ult command, can stop all the ultimates in tow. Moves, able to hold things down for just a second. Reckoning to blind, to deafen, to give yourself a chance. Lightning to get you onto the site. Could be possible. It does hit water hard. And Alliance Guardians are able to get that res, keep their numbers, and have a chance in this round. Knives from the top rope, though. And Darkus is there to answer as well. He keeps going, misses a bit. B-Dog's down, 1v3 for Darkus. The Seeker is gonna give you a bit of information, but you need talent. You can't find it. AXG, hold on.
They finally win a rifle round, and they met that initial resistance, but it's the initiative that Alliance Guardians took, even getting the first Hunter's Fury off. Recoil hesitated on whether he should use his and kind of match fire with fire, but then also want to get caught by the Hunter's Fury that was still active from T-Dog, and that scanned the whole site. EG Academy were floundering, just trying to get away from that, and then were caught with their backs against the wall and their pants down. Alliance Guardians, though, you're going to need a lot more rounds like that to come back.
And the thing is, that round is unique. That round doesn't happen many times. That round needs 8 kills behind it from all the others. It requires ultimates. They use Null Command, Reckoning, and Hunter's Fury. There's 3 strongest ults, and Riker had the knives active too. So now on the other side, you mentioned it. Yes, EG hesitated, but with that hesitation, they still have a 4-round lead and 3 ultimates to use.
I think you're nervous if you're an EG Academy fan. Because EG now have to withstand this flood. Alliance Guardians just spamming through the wall. No sense of comfort, exchanging sides against the Flash, but Riker can't get bailed out from T-Dog. The rest are hidden away from the Viper's pit that was placed in the post plant, as Urn will have to fend for himself, and sometimes that's all you need. GMD steps forth and pierces through what seems to be the remnants of EG Academy. And now you just depend on the spam through, but the pit comes down, the walls break, GMD withstands, it's a 1v1, and AXG survive.
By the skin of their teeth, Wildfire winning the last fight, Pit going down, made that chaos. The defender's side, although, put the pressure down. We're not ready. This time, the side of Alliance Guardians hold their line. This time, though, Darkus switches it up. That pop flash through the harbor wall was amazing. Really flipped up the timing of that entire round. Really made things so much more chaotic. I don't think they got the Vipers what they wanted in that round. They probably wanted it a bit more deeper. But because of Darkus and his antics there, it forced AXG into a spot they didn't want to be in. This time, going towards B, though, and they found the gap. I mean, EG, that round came at a cost. No money in this one. And AXG should be going up to 9 if they play this round right.
Oh, it already starts with moves tumbling down from the off angle through potential flank he was trying to go for. EG Academy, though, sectioned off, trying to fight off of this flash, but they have to cross together. The wall comes down. AXG caught a bit by surprise, but at a distance, the rifles will do all the talking. And it's none other than T-Dog that'll have the last laugh. EG Academy, though, have had strong rounds on the Sheriff, but the way that AXG positioned away from it, they knew what to expect, which was a curveball from EG, and AXG are extending this map more and more.
Yeah, they know they have the advantage, and one of the best sites to hit on that one is B. Yes, you could have shotguns, but again, judges have been nerfed a little bit of movement. You could rely on Riker to just get past that choke as well. Biggest thing to pay attention to in that round, who got the kills? GMD, T-Dog. Both individuals that have some of the best ultimates to get you more rounds on the board afterwards. So 2 kills away for T-Dog. One of the things you could do is go for orb control. EG know this. They're actually fighting B for the first time. We haven't seen this before. Dashing right in. That Cove comes in from the attack side to kind of temper what's going down. They think they have control of the map right now, AXG, but it's been solved. EG have pushed through. They're the respawn.
Oh,
they're coming in straight from the back right now.
It's a matter of time, but guess who's watching it? Urn, and he can't handle the 1v2. And this gets the attention of AXG. And now your focus is split in 2. The ball is in EG's court now. Do they want to cross this threshold and start the crunch? But wait a minute. The Viper has been pushed off. Moves is waiting for his moment.
I should have come in. So smart for Darkus to be on this back end. B-Dog in with the re-entry. One more water wall to fall, and this should be EG's round.
Moves is still waiting to activate. Now he's coming in on the flank. AXG just gonna have to tunnel and look and set their vision forward, because EG are crossing this wall. Jakey's been spotted. Could be traded out here. Works out well. And the spike will go now to EG Academy. Match point, series point to avoid elimination.
No timeout needed. Darkus's braid is just so big in this one. To challenge B, to know this team needs an orb, but then to call for the team to keep pushing forward is such a good adjustment. We haven't seen it from either team too much this round. We have seen some good wraparounds from mid, lots of challenges sometimes in the flank. We've seen moves sometimes moving back and forth, especially in middle. Urn going for the space. but to push that deep, to start off with an immediate dash all the way through that beeline with a paranoia, I believe, is just so good. And then I gotta again call it out for Darkest to escape that site where you're playing backside so much, to have the temperance to wait for your team. Perfect round back and forth from EG Academy, put them on match point. It's gonna be an A brawl with maybe a little bit of a lurk. Both teams have guns. It's about to get active.
Gotta go out kicking and screaming, and T-Dog, I get such a good Hunter's Fury, but that was to set them up for B.
T-Dog.
Dashing in to make the space. He gets caught with Util in hand. T-Dog is uncaged. He's unleashed. And AXG lost in the sauce, and he's not even done yet. Carves through the ace and making them look like jokers. It won't be an ace, but maybe a win, unless Urine could pull off another miracle. But he's not a magician. He'll have to pull the rabbit out of his hat, and there's a line created in the sand, and EG stand at the top of it to also surround the spike. Coming in on the flank is Moobs. He's not paid by the hour. He's done with this. Urine will mark it. Viper v Viper, who's trying to also note the drone coming in from behind that could be followed up. Urine, oh, the pressure is on this new player. He wins his one. EG got to start showing some respect, though. Some damage being done into Urine, and he still has to re-clear into this corner, into this stack. That is EG Academy, who take the win and eliminate Alliance Guardians.
It's huge. EGA. I mean, what a game to play on all three maps. Strengths on all of them too, even in loss. Good patterns of aggression, really proactive, taking the game into their own hands. In that last one, the calling though was absolutely amazing. The pressure from Darkest on the side of A, in the server and in the vocal, I guess just speeches for his team. It's just nuts. They switched up their setup so many times too. But at the same time, Alliance Guardians really put up a fight for EG to level up and try to win that game. Absolute three-map banger.
Absolutely. And usually EG Academy start off the series well and kind of start to lose steam, lose a bit of gas, but now it's the opposite. EG Academy, they lost the first map into a really devastating overtime when EG Academy were leading mostly throughout, and it was the second win, this kind of wind in the sails of Alliance Guardians, that got them back onto the first map of Ascent. And then it really was a battle between both of these teams. I really got to commend Alliance Guardians for the effort that they pulled out, but really ran out of gas or something internally mental just shattered, and EG Academy took full advantage. But it's not even EG getting into playoffs yet. They still have to play one more match to qualify. That'll happen tomorrow, and we'll have another match around this corner. But first, we'll have to do an interview and the desk and all that. We'll see you after.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
that has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now Foray taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
Heading into map 3, we'd highlighted this is a strong one for both of the teams in a do or die face-off on Breeze. But once we got into it, it was EGA that looked better on the day and will close out the map and the series, staying alive here in stage 3. I mean, Roy, it took all 3 maps. It was a close one on Breeze as well, but EGA, they can fight it out one more time.
And a roster that is seemingly leveling up with every game, right? We talked about this roster having players that are coming in from different systems, different styles, different paces, different tempos. There's so many layers of Valorant, right? But we're seeing this team developing. It's been a bit of growing pains for them. They've had a bit of a turmoil getting here, but it feels like they're kind of stabilizing, and it feels like they're a young team that is playing sometimes an old style that just works for them, right? They're methodical in the way they want to break down the maps, and when it comes down to the site hits, it feels like at times they look brilliant and they look so good. And I feel like for them, the really the barrier is to try to look that good a lot more often, because when it looks good, it looks really good. And I think EG was displaying a lot of that, kind of everyone's potential, right? You look at all the scores for every single one of these maps, you see these players are just so close in performances. Everyone's popping off, everyone's carrying weight, and that's kind of the identity that this team is starting to take on, is that the fact that every one of these players is competent and they're just showing it more and more with every match.
Yeah, and I think when you're talking about roles, I'm looking at the players that are playing that initiator, being able to set up B-Dog, to get onto the site, to get those first picks and really play around the double wall comp that they've had to face. So I think it's really nice to see EG Academy just kind of flourish and become the team exactly like what you were saying, Roy. A lot more put together, a lot cleaner. I think they just have to clean up some of these small little rounds and making sure that they're ready to trade off of each other. But it looks like they're on that upwards trajectory, and this was really nice to watch, especially with the way that they use their ults, the way that they're snowballing a lot of them to make sure that they're enabling a lot of those rounds to be won. But at the same time, they're so good at being aggressive, and they're not holding back and just defaulting really heavily just because they can.
I mean, for EGA, like, maybe it's taken a bit, but if they can get to that point of the flourishing, being able to work together now and just having such a capable team behind them, it's not too late to be turning things around. So that's something that definitely want to give them a lot of kudos for, Roy, especially too, like, the way they're able to, I mean, this was a weird one, and how we were like back and forth, like clockwork. Here's 3 rounds, there's 3 rounds, here's 3 rounds. But like, hey, they always managed to find a way into it to kind of snuff out momentum that Alliance Guardians had. That was kind of a trend throughout the series as well.
Oh, for sure. I mean, EG, I'm thinking about all these positions that they find themselves in, and I think that for me is maybe the big takeaway here is sometimes teams have a hard time getting into good positions and executing well on it, but it feels like EG, like whenever they actually do find themselves, okay, ignore the urine clutch, besides that scenario, it seems like whenever they do get into really good spots or really good scenarios, they're not really dropping the ball that often, right? Like they're capitalizing very well. They play these pulse plants well. They get into these power positions, and it feels like everyone's able to have their moment, right? Whether it's recoil popping off, whether it's like people trading off each other, setting each other up with util, the lurks from moves, or just like the post plant pressure coming in from a lot of these different players. It feels so good when you're watching EG in that regard. Obviously, for Alliance Guardians, there's a lot of positives to take away. Urn was a really standout player. I think his career is very bright. He's an absolute rookie in the VCL. And I think him and Riker both have pretty bright careers ahead of them. Obviously, T-Dog, GMD, and Wildfire, they're a bit more vet, so I can't really speak on that. But for the most part, I mean, this is a great showing from EG, and they're really starting to, it feels like they're really slowly starting to turn the ship around, and I'm excited to see their other matches.
Yeah, and I think talking about Alliance Guardians too, exactly like you said, kind of evolving. I think a really good job to see them playing that Ascent map, even though they did kind of get owned on it the last time they played it. Today they won it, which I think is a really big step in the right direction. And of course, they had just such a small amount of time to work on that. I think it really shows some really good steps forward. And I think for EG Academy, same for you. It's really, really nice to see them playing the way that they're playing. I think their aggression, especially on those post plants like you were talking about, is really nice. And the positioning, I think the main reason is that they're all on the same page with it. They know they're going to push that backside every single time. So really well played. And I think the calling was just perfect there.
I mean, I love that you get to say that as soon as our interviewee joins the call here. So we can start off our Phillips Norelco interview with the high as we introduce Darkus to the line. First off, hello, congratulations. You're still in this thing. How are you feeling? That like this has been a crazy week.
Yeah, it has been. I'm really excited, especially because we get to keep playing. There's still a chance for playoffs, and my team's been improving every day, so.
I love to hear that. I was really excited to see you on this roster and playing with this group of individuals. You're obviously an IGL that has been capable of calling teams to playoffs before. I would love to hear how your journey has been with this team to all get on the same page to where you are so close to playoffs.
It's been rough. It's always hard trying to fit back into a team again and rebuild everything from scratch. We had basically no time, so it was really rough at the start trying to get everything together, but the more we practice, the better we get.
Hey, I mean, you definitely got a lot of opportunities to practice within this series then, because it was a long one. Talk to me about that, because, I mean, we start off with a double overtime on that first map, then everything else is so competitive. Like, how was that?
We started off very slow. CT side was a breeze for us, and then we got onto attack, and we just really lacked our packing. Like, our trading wasn't there. And then on split, you saw we brought it right back. Like, there was no struggle at all, and they just cleaned it up as we got into the later maps.
And I mean, now, I mean, you're saying we get another opportunity to play. You're still alive in this thing. You play against Moro. That is going to be do or die. How are you feeling going into that?
I'm excited. I can't wait to play again.
Any nerves?
No nerves at all.
Just excitement. I love
Just
that. I mean,
excitement.
it's been a long one for you today, and I know you have a big match tomorrow, so I'll let you go. But Darkus, thank you so much and good luck, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I mean, great stuff to see coming out from Darkus and the squad, and we'll get to see the team fight again tomorrow for their opportunity at playoffs. But of course, still one more match on the day. Two teams that are trying to secure their spot in playoffs. It's going to be QOR going up against YFT after this short break. Stay tuned.
Trim. Edge. Shade.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
I got you anytime.
All right, two teams trying to secure their spot in playoffs. It's QOR going up against YFT. Of course, sitting at 3-2, this isn't quite do or die, but you want to secure your spot now and Roy not have to be in that spot playing tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. You never want the road to be right at the edge of the line, right? It's one of these teams will be qualifying for playoffs. The other will be moving on to fight for their tournament lives, but completely different stories for these two rosters, guys. QOR, a team assembled with the best free agent talent in the region, question mark. They took a decisive win in split one. Yeah, it was a little bit shaky after that, but even in the shaky in the beginning of the split, but this is the team that it feels like they continue to level up, and I'm sure we'll get more specific into it. But for YFT, they're a team of complete underdogs, right? That has been steadily growing. They've been steadily showing their power through with every game. They have this unique style. So I think this game is going to be interesting. The storylines for these two teams are definitely interesting. I'm excited for this one.
I mean, let's talk about QOR here first, especially two. I mean, sitting at a 3-2, not qualified yet, you might be kind of worried. But also when you look back at the matches that they've had, it's been losses to an NRGA that's leveled up during this stage and a Nightblood Gaming that have been looking oh so good and wins that have been quite strong. Maybe this round 5, you know, Evictic's fighting back a little bit, but Athena, looking at the caliber of players, I mean, this is like the squad. This is the group to take down.
Oh yeah, when you're looking for talent and experience all in one, this is the roster that comes to my head. I think it brings all the attention to these players when you're looking especially across the board at the talent and the experience from VCT, for example, when you're looking at a player like Derek, or when you're looking at Flya, who's been on so many teams and has just consistently been improving, especially with his IGLing. It's just been really nice to see. And I think when you have these kinds of players, like Roy said, some of the best free agent players on the market, you're expecting so much success. For me personally, I was a little surprised when I did see those 2 losses to NVG and to NRGA, but I think those losses made a lot of sense. And this roster is the type of roster to be able to learn and move forward from them. So for me, it's not surprising that they took a couple losses, but it's definitely interesting to see how they're going to bounce back from that.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to give them some grace though, right? Because like it takes time to get people on the same frequency, like especially when you're coming in from different rosters that have a different philosophy and different approaches, right? And a lot of players say it in the interviews, kind of the similar thing, right? Where it takes time. There's not a lot of it. But I think it makes sense that this team, had issues finding middle grounds for everyone to feel comfortable to pop off. But it really feels like these issues are kind of shrinking with every game. And I don't know if I'm crazy, but I swear, despite how close their matches have been, it feels like they're leveling up. It feels like they're getting closer to a middle ground where everyone can feel comfortable, everyone can have their moment to shine, and it feels like the skill ceiling for this roster is still incredibly high. And if you respect this team's structure, if you respect the way they like to play, you could easily find yourself overwhelmed.
And I mean, this team has the talent, it has the experience too. And let's talk about Derek, because Unk still got it. I mean, he had talked about in his interview how in tier 2, he had felt like he was playing like some of the better Valorant within his time here in tier 2, right? And I feel like wins or losses, Athena, we've gotten to see a nice level of consistency from Derek. That is just, I don't know, when I look at a roster and what they're capable of, that's what I always look at. Like, who's the consistency? Who can we lean on?
Oh yeah, we can lean on him in terms of consistency and in terms of voice. This guy can definitely contribute a lot of these really good comms, mid-round comms, being able to give a lot of information, especially as that initiator to the rest of this team. But the biggest thing for me, like you said, Ciara, is consistency. I think so far this stage, Derek hasn't had a single game where he has gone negative overall in a BO3, which is insane. Yeah, absolutely. Even in losses against those 2 big name teams that are in playoffs already, he's managed to have a positive scoreline every single time. Not only that, he's also had, I think in his last game, like 3 1v2s. It includes post-plant clutches, but it's still kind of an insane stats. And you can definitely rely on Derek to just be that stable rock for your team.
And I mean, we talk about Derek, we talk about QOR, we talk about this, like the expectations on this team, right? When you're looking at just like the skill across the board and the experience of these players, you have those expectations. But taking a look at the competition for today, eyeing up YFT, despite, the name brand of this team, I mean, Roy, you're summing up really well. Like, these are the underdogs, right? There is names we've seen here in Challengers. There's names that we've spoken of highly in stuff past too, but I mean, you look at this series and it's definitely not the same as what we would expect from QOR, which I don't know. I always love that underdog story and that potential.
Yeah, me too. And I think there's a charm to it, right? Trying to explore the skill ceiling of these players, see how high they can get, see how good the talent, can play, and kind of bring a fresh perspective and a fresh play style to a game that feels mostly paved at this point, to be honest. So I completely agree. I think this is a complete underdog roster, obviously, but the talent individually is insane. And you see it in the gameplay. You see it in the way that they play. That, even their IGLs fragging out Atlas. And they have this very like unique identity that doesn't really care too much about the meta. Like they have their own approach. They have their own way of playing the game. They stick to it, and they're willing to run these wild comps that, it kind of makes it awkward for the enemy team because they're forced to confront problems that they don't normally face. So I think this team has its own charm for sure. Mechanically speaking, they're definitely there. They're a delete or be deleted kind of team when you're playing against them. So you have to be on point mechanically to face this team. And then when it comes down to like the meta stuff and kind of the map stuff, that you have to problem solve against things you haven't really faced before. So they can be very awkward to play against, even for a team as experienced as QOR.
And I love that for this team too. We've gotten to see the step up and adaptation of this team throughout their time in here in stage 3. I mean, we had a little bit of roster change, but even just as time has gone on and we've had more reps, we've gotten to see from players that have been in the scene for a bit and have definitely put their work in, I mean, Zip, especially like this last game, maybe the beginning of stage 3 wasn't quite his, right? You know what? That's okay. It's about how you end off, not how you start. And even just looking back at their last map in that win up against EG Athena, he had such a stronger time. Like his impact was immeasurable, and I'm definitely expecting a little bit more of that today.
Oh yeah, his role as a Senti and a Viper has just been really nice to see on this team. When you're on a team with so much chaos, you need someone who's able to do that one Senti role, that anchoring role, extremely well. Especially when your team is hyper aggressive, you need to be able to play in really good positionings and be able to kind of secure these rounds that should be a win for them. And I feel like Ziff has just done a really good job at not overextending, not being super hyper aggressive, but still being able to have enough impact, especially on those attack rounds, lurking, getting map control, and even getting the first pick sometimes. Just being able to just be that guy that you can definitely rely on, but not hyper aggressive. Because if you look at the rest of the team, like we're talking about, they are super aggressive. They have these crazy comps and they love fighting. So this is a really nice mix. It's like a kind of yin and yang situation for me, for Ziff on this roster.
And I think it's also like really easy to forget that he's a mechanically super solid player, and he always reminds us when he's in the clutch situations. Like as soon as he's in the clutch, bro is locked in. Like you can tell his mechanics are sharp. You can never discount him no matter how many players are against them. I'm thinking back on, there's so many like iconic Ziff clutches, like thinking back on Sunset B site and during Ascension, which was crazy. Like there's just so many moments that this player has popped off in, and honestly, it's really easy to overlook. But yeah, he's an incredibly strong player, and I think he's been leveling up as he gets more time in the server after taking his break. So a threat in the server for sure.
And I always love when you like a player's impact is so crazy that like you can call back to like those specific moments.
Yeah, the iconic plays.
Yeah, right. Like that's just, I think that's just so cool for a player to just have that much impact and that much staying power. So excited to see what he can do for today. But of course, I'm also excited to see from these next two players for Philips and Rocco head to head, what duelists are capable of, okay? Because Kumi is someone, especially we've seen a lot of this Phoenix lately, and I have been loving it. And Muddy, maybe the last series wasn't quite his, but like Athena, what we've seen before that in the rest of the stage has been phenomenal, and I'm excited for this one.
Oh yeah, this is going to be really explosive. When I'm looking at a player like Muddy, for me personally, I'm gravitating towards him when I do want to talk about these players, is because he is again on this team that's so chaotic almost, but they thrive in the chaos, and he's one of those main players that contributes to it and allows the rest of the team to kind of flourish within it. Usually playing those movement agents, the duelist agents, being able to pull crosshairs really, really well. Sometimes he just doesn't get the first kills, but he's still doing his job extremely well, being a really good distraction on site to make sure that the rest of the team kind of has space to run in. So I think it's really nice, and I think this addition of Muddy has been super helpful for the team to be able to keep up a lot of that momentum, a lot of the fast pace with zero hesitation on their side.
Yeah, and I think the difference between these two players obviously is the fact that Muddy's leaning more into the movement-based duelist, whereas Kumi's kind of more on the grounded duelist and / chamber kind of playstyle. And if you just look at their first blood percent, like Muddy is so good at those. Like he's so good at opening rounds, despite him being a very young talent, a rookie in the league. He's really strong. And dude, I'm thinking about it, just one clip with Muddy. This is kind of random, but there's one clip with Muddy where he misses an op shot, and not even within 0.01 seconds of missing the op shot, he's instantly jump strafing, pulling out shorty and punishing people trying to punish the op shot. And I was like, holy hell, that was so many actions per minute in that small little 1 second moment. And it just made me realize, okay, like I'm so glad I'm not competing anymore, because I don't think I would be able to keep up with these teamworks, bro. They're actually so good. And of course, Kumi's playstyle is so different, right? He's in a more structured environment, so he's more of a structured player, and he tries to find his value within this like system that Core's created. But overall, I still feel like there's no room where Kumi is not capitalizing on those moments and popping off for his team.
When you saw that moment, how old did you feel, Roy? Like, dude, are you just like, oh, my bones are aching? Like,
no, I felt old when the interview came on. I was like, oh man, now I really feel old. It's so funny, man.
These kids, man, these kids. I mean, their opportunity for today, again, this is for a spot in a playoffs from these two consumers and their teams. And heading into today's series, it's going to load us first up on the dock here, Athena. And this one, I think, especially for Core, will be quite interesting, because it's one that, you know, for their time here in VCL for stage 3, we haven't seen a win, though it has been close, but we've also seen two different comps. So I'm very curious what we can see today.
Yeah, I think they're definitely gonna maybe change things up. It's kind of ironic that maybe Core is the team to play a different comp when we're talking about how YFT likes to change things all the time. But I think this map veto for me personally is a little more YFT sided actually, because these maps, they don't really, when I'm looking at Lotus and Breeze, you can heavily rely on surprise plays, traps, and kind of these super hyper aggressive plays to get your pick and be able to just execute on a site. Whereas when I'm looking at a map like Haven, I'm expecting a lot more teamwork. So for me, it's kind of confusing that the team that picked Haven that requires a lot more teamwork, which I generally think that Core has solidified a lot more, is YFT. And then the Lotus has actually been picked by Core, which I think YFT does a pretty good job at playing, as well as how well they play when they're spread out and just zooming and going crazy.
Hey, all I'm hearing, looking at the predictions, I'm hearing you say, hey, maybe a little YFT.
Whoa.
And I feel even better about this. But we'll have to see as the map is already getting ready and underway. So we got to head right into the agents. They're always, Twitch chat's always like, come on, get to the game, stop yapping. We'll do so. But we got to go through this agent select first. Roy, thoughts?
Yeah, the first thoughts is it's pretty much a mirror composition, honestly. You're looking at these comps. The only change that I'm really noticing is they've gotten Kumi off the Vice and they're putting him on the Chamber. That's really the main difference here between both. Actually, they actually swapped off the Harbor as well. So, no, there's actually a big change for Core. I think it makes sense. They haven't really had the results like you guys were saying before. I'm not too surprised to see it. I feel like the Chamber adds an element of playing really well into kind of the Lotus meta, and I feel like the attack op, if it does come out, is actually a really good counter to the Vice passive setups that a lot of teams like to play. So expect a lot of slow grindy play coming out from Core on the attack side, and when it comes down to the defense side, it look for the opera, look for him to give value, trying to find gaps through a lot of the smokes that YFT has. And of course for YFT, they're young, they're chaotic, and they're very mechanically sharp, so they have to be ready for them. Core needs to step up mechanically as well, not just strategically.
I mean, going into the series, we had set the stage. YFT is going to be more of this, you know, the young blood, the underdogs going up against this Core gaming with players with a lot of legacy here. But it's time to see, going into the very first map of the series, who's going to take the first win. Let's find out and send it back to your casters, Shayo and Lemon Kiwi, to find out.
Thank you so much, gang at the desk. Core versus YFT, this one for playoffs, and we already had such an exciting first series going all the way to 3. And if I know one thing, is that YFT love to go to map 3s.
Yeah, never gonna miss a slow day at all. The compositions we have so far, I love the way the desk broke it down. Yeah, mechanics need to be up for Core. They have the opportunity for that with Chamber in tow as well, but you've got some of the slow play, but amazing retake also from YFT with the Harbor up in tow. Don't see it a lot in this map either. I think this map's been solved with some of the compositions you have coming forward, but there's so much Harbor being played on this map in tier 2. So excited to see why Core switched off of it and why YFT want to stick with it the entire time. We'll start off with some C mount pressure, space taking from both sides. The pistol, very important, kind of dictates, at least in this tier, who ends up really controlling the pace of the match.
Kind of a slow pace right now, just kind of setting the tone, but also feeling out what kind of aggression you could see out of the gates, because sometimes people prep some really special stuff for pistol rounds like this. And YFT had a really nice win against EG Academy. Fell through on map 3 against NRG. So this is a tough schedule, tough opponent going up against Core, and a lot of suppression, resistance from YFT to take this mound. Not really do too much against Core, but rather funnel them right into Devi over here.
Can double smoke that one way as well. The trade should be coming in on site just now. Moose have to answer the stairs in just a second as well. Stallion just too good off the angle. Smokes don't bother him at all. He is not scared of anything, not even the creator of that darkness. Flya going down. Finally solved though. Backside, Derek has a lot of work to do. They'll start to rail right into him, but too many different players on too many sides and not handle the pressure. Very good retake there from YFT.
And kind of a nice redirect from Core, and with some of these clean shots that I'm seeing just right out of the gates, like really impressed with what Derek just tried to do. And of course, overall, Stallion, the 3K, so stoic at that staircase with the Ghost, and how they're able to keep up with macro-wise against Core, who flipped the map after that initial aggression from YFT, but still very measured, not just immediately jumping out as the barriers come down, but now you have the anti-eco for YFT, and they're setting up around the map. Core, though, They've had some nice wins as well against Pigeons and FlyQuest. The desk gave a lot of respect to those teams, but now you're at the end of the road here for stage 3, and you're hoping that continues to playoffs.
You want to carry that momentum forward. Only going to be facing harder and harder teams. I think they are the expected, team to win today, right? There's clearly an underdog here between these two. Again, just an experience, the types of players on both of these rosters. You cannot count out YFT though. I'm liking their approach to this map as well with that harbor. So many cool things you can do on pistol, having 2 guaranteed domes as well. Omen gets to be a bit more stronger overall, being able to spec into a ghost and some other util as well, not having to always buy 2 smokes at the same time on this anti-eco. How many tricks of the trade can we find from QOR? The headhunter is still going to be active. Threatening weapon. And again, as Roy said, these will be slow rounds from QOR, just taking as much space as possible before that eventual pop. They can really explore this map with both the Viper wall to re-explore into A, challenging lots of the dome smokes as well, with the lack of Viper on the side of YFT.
Now the smokes come down. QOR going to be a bit exposed, not moving it as a death ball surprisingly, just seeing if they can scratch the surface of YFT. And kind of a fun fact while we wait for this round to develop, Ziff used to be on court. And Ziff, hey, shout out to Ziff, just got a pick with the sheriff. The rest will come the way of YFT. QOR having 3 left. Well, at least get the spike plant. Always helps. Moose having the most amount of kills, that'll be given to him. And YFT will be crunching in from all sides.
And it's still in play. Right clicks might get a bit scary. Blastbacks invested. Protection for the bandits. Not really possible. And for Flya, it's just all about value. I spray into him as well. YFT, keep it not as clean as I think they would hoped it to be overall, right? You'd probably not want to get 2 people knocked down, but we'll end up at least getting the Eco 1 regardless. Now it's all about how much value they can find. And in Lotus, it's all about where you choose to fight first. So I'm wondering if both teams can clash again, how far forward YFT can take the fight. Looking at A, it seems to be, yeah, both teams have kind of picked the right side to be on.
We've talked about just the experience that QOR have, and we'll see kind of how these game plans really develop now that they have weapons to be able to shoot back with, especially on a map like this. There's a lot of long lanes where a weapon difference really makes all the difference. And here's that initial pressure at the A lobby in rubble. During that initial haunt, QOR were ready to receive that aggression. Now have been awarded a lot of space.
Her whole composition just revolves around that space control. Sees nade for a few things. The wall is able to give you so much. Paranoia when you're hitting a site. And then again, Chamber cheating in the spots and being able to TP right out. You have to be very careful if you're YFT. Where you anchor matters so much right now. They've chosen and predicted it's going to be a C side XX / fake from A to C, and they've chosen correctly. Ziff, do you land this shot is the question.
Ziff pressured off the angle there, but now he gets to set up, and QOR marking that sentinel. Still have less than a minute. Is that going to inspire you to go elsewhere? Because now you have to jump through the hoops of a sentinel, and Kumi gets a first pick, so the spike may just get pulled back towards A, especially if you just don't know the numbers that are waiting for you at C.
Now you're asking if they go anywhere else. They have been inspired by that pick to maybe go back, but the bowstring, the lockdown, the anchoring here from YFT, they decide to stay so far. The scan is so good though. Catches everyone off guard. Atlas being able to respond with the bandit. Door open to buy some time and pressure. Derek is online though. And what looked to be a good call from YFT, the shot just doesn't match the macro there, unfortunately. They all go down.
Yeah, you got to split the focus of the defense. That smoke also dissipating allowed QOR to start to get some information on the site, figure out where the sentinel, this Vise util was going to end up being, and it wasn't too much of a thorn in their side. Then QOR still marched on. Ain't going to waste no time if the game plan is there. And the game plan seems really simple in this round, right? You got Derek with the Nightfall.
Have to get him into a position to use it though. So for YFT, you got to challenge some space here if you want to. Now, you might not have all the tools with a second duelist to get into position, but Stallion with the Storm Surge is really good at also fighting over at A. That being said, they're giving things up to focus on C for now, so it's fine so far between both teams. I was about to say it'll be an even time for the next 30 seconds. A smoke spam by Stallion. Door open with the paranoia. Everybody's TPing off. No value found from Core, but really valuable space locked down.
The timing too, that YFT jumped back into the smoke. Muddy and Atlas got down to both 10 HP from a little bit of the spam. So it feels like they're basically dead in this round, but at least you can have the paranoia from Atlas to be the first contact. Speaking of first contact, Stallion awarded them the first blood from his presence at B. And those smokes continue to be reestablished, pushing Core off of any entry.
While this is all going on, Moose has moved all the way in towards this A side. I feel like this match is that Ronaldo Messi meme where they're playing chess. Like I'm just watching cerebral rotations only. The micro doesn't matter. It's crazy right now. They'll fund the side. Only one guy here is Davy. Let's see what we got.
Yeah,
Okay.
not even needing to invest the Nightfall. Derek and the rest are chilling. And you're even going to be able to get to the high ground. Still with a boombot too, can mark just how close the enemy is. So Core have set themselves up to be as economical as they can. But at what point do you want to let YFT really set up this retake? It's like Core is just going to be patient.
The retake has tools. Nightfall coming in as well. Paranoia to answer. This fear is stronger though than the attack side. You got the budget version of our ultimate here, and it's not going to be enough. Ziff, nice smoke drop, is going to be able to find the trap play.
Enemy remaining.
And value still there for the attack side. More players going down. Tough so far, it seems like, for YFT to have control on this map. Now, Mound is an amazing thing. I'm liking the fact that they're taking it all the time. Core has some really cool protocols, though, to make sure that Mound is not a guarantee. That door open tech was a really nice way to get themselves back into the round.
And that late call for the Nightfall too was really nice from Core. I was wondering if they felt like they even needed to invest that with kind of the numbers, the smokes, the leftover util that they had, but maybe realizing, okay, maybe the Reckoning could be a good recontest opportunity for YFT. Let's get ahead of this game. And Core launched that, get YFT nervous, and then you set Moose to kind of be an independent free man to kind of collect all these kills, to get all the space. He's a little too free.
And that's the thing, right? When it comes to just having this type of very structured, cerebral play back and forth, which team cracks first? Because I swear to God, I watch this happen to maybe in map 1 sometimes. Map 2 looks so different. Teams are tired of playing slow. The team that's behind towards the end of this now, if YFT keeps tripping up a little bit, regardless of having control, they might start just going hyper aggro on it, baiting Core to fight more. They're pushing into their spawn right now. Their rifle finally goes down. Going to be very hard to recycle, but okay, YFT still on duty.
Yeah, it's like Debbie saw something shiny on the floor and didn't get punished for it, and we're still left with a 4 versus 4 with still the only Vandal that YFT had, trying to pick up those, and now it's not worth the risk. They're going to spread back out on the map, and Core feels like the sky's the limit. They kind of receive that pressure towards spawn well. Good read. Now, where did they go?
It's always back to A, back to the wall, back to just figuring out how to pierce this map with slower rotations. And the slower they play, the more chance Kumi has to gain space on his side, his extremities. He's choosing B
30 seconds
to infiltrate, while Infiltrator's going straight through door to activate A. Lots of players here, though, already. Ready to receive. Debbie finds his in the Steel Gardens here. 20 seconds, they have to pivot to B.
And they grabbed the spike before the Steel Garden could push them off. So now they can re-hit, all thanks to Kumi, who now opens up B. Wait, the Reckoning from Stallion may have delayed things. 6 seconds, though. Core have to get on it. The Viper's Pit will only protect them for now. And Debbie is on duty. The shorty stops them, but the spike never goes down. So it's a thrifty for the defense. Prevention protocols work out.
Some form of protocols, yeah. Defense is there, tomfoolery is there as well on all sides. Taking that long to come in. Perfect toss of that retaliation, though. Or not even retaliation, I'm thinking about Pokemon moves for the moment. Reckoning, sorry, from Harbor. It was retaliation of their hit, trying to get it on site. Jeez, I mean, it hurt just like it, though. They're acting second, and they're doing double the damage right now, maybe is why I'm thinking of that move. Currently, YFT doing a good job receiving the pressure from Core. The speed change up from core happens first. They're not respecting some of the util, some of the positions, and as a result, they're getting op down by Ziff. Solo opping on C is Vise.
You're really trying to put pressure on him through too, just throwing util. We'll see if Flya can deny this op, and he's clearly been marked. The teleport heard. So his presence alone is pulling the attention of YFT. And it looks like Core don't want to abandon their omen. They're even sending the boom bot. The spike is still here. They're not, it doesn't seem like Core are fully convinced until they finally have evicted the op that was here. So YFT are just going to play off the Nightfall retake, it seems.
That'd be a classic, you know, situation of he thinks I'm going to do this, so I'll do that, and then she'll do that, and I'll do that, and we're just going to stay where we are. But the retake is one of the best options. Very good call from you, Lemon. That Nightfall will do so much for the team. Not too many tags, so they understand where these guys are going to be now, all the way on this left side of Bend.
That spam going to reveal that they're still within the site. They're not playing on Mound. Core are not going to go down without a fight, and that could have been an explosive player from Infiltrator. Great reaction from YFT. They still need to get the spike, and Moose and Flya cover all the angles. Moose just has to have one final denial against Ziv, and he gets his shot. YFT did as best as they could with that first blood, but it's Core that even up the score.
Flood comes in, util's just a bit too much, and I think the most unfortunate thing is, yes, you get information, and it's huge that, you know, the Nightfall is able to give you the space. Nobody getting tagged means the fights are raw. They're not going to be affected by that decay at all. It's unfortunate that everybody has to fight on full HP, still off a Nightfall ultimate investment as well. So you'll see that come through, locking in. Core doing a very good job at holding things down and avoiding some really dangerous utility. And they'll earn themselves a round against an eco. So all about, again, playing it slow, making sure you're choosing the right site, and being ready to receive the pressure YFT will put down. I like how they're proactive. I like how they're taking that B main space a little bit, investigating, being on angles where their pistols are actually strong. But now they're kind of caught with their feet in the wrong place. Nobody ready to receive this A take at all.
Harbor wall comes up from Stallion. Wonder if that kind of slows things down for Core with all the smokes. I don't doubt it creates a very small area for maybe these pistols to do more work. But unfortunately for YFT, Core are just locking this whole site down. You get a heads up too, which always helps. Easy shot, 2 bullets, 2 kills. Kumi looking clean as ever, and Core looking clinical. YFT have really tried to change up the tempo at times, some early C-mount aggression, running towards spawn against Core. So it's been a nice tug of war, but what else is up YFT's sleeve once they get a solid buy next up?
I love what they do with some of the space they take, right? Like having that A main spot is totally nice. If your C retake is not enough, if you're not utilizing the flank afterwards, what is the point of taking that A space really, right? Just to have control. If your retake is never going to go well from the normal way, you've got to take some risks. You've got to switch it up. This time though, a clash between both teams. A 4-1 setup, one of the most common ones you can see when A space needs to be taken. Kumi will have the most freedom to keep pushing through B here. But, you know, spin the roulette wheel. Which team will win the clash? Both have the money. Money's at the showstopper. So does Infiltrator. Rockets will fly. Here we go.
Oh, the port. Okay, the teleport right there in front of them like that. Showstopper. Because no help is coming for this defense. Now the counter showstopper. And at least the money gets his money's worth at the end. Core still standing tall, 3 versus 1. And Kumi crunches down. Pain sandwich delivered right to Devi. And Core are on a 3-round win streak after that.
Yeah, that lurk all the way through B. Fi's having an anchor C the entire time as well. Like that, you know, wall can be flipped off by a, or completely just disregarded by a TP from Omen. It's very tough to have your extra anchor just available on the rest of the map to stop the pressure from Kumi. And at the same time, Core winning that fight overall. A missed teleport from Atlas, nobody able to follow it there. I thought Muddy would have double blast back across. They could both kind of control rubble. Some issues on that take entirely from the team. Now they can finally cross a little bit better, but they don't have the guns this time. It's easily avoidable from Core. Again, Kumi's taking free space with a scope. They can open this B door up if they want to, and at the same time, they can also just play on B. It'll be scary though. This is the one site where if you have pistols, it's a bit easier to retake.
That's what YFT have shown strengths at, is funneling core into areas that they have strengths at. So getting them to get away from the perimeter and into close quarters, like you said. Core, though, have to infiltrate into the smoke and through some of this util, or at least on the Sentinel side over at C. Let's see what Kumi can do, though.
Come on.
2 points, 2 kills. He still got it.
Is there like a clause they have? If Kumi looks at somebody, they have to freeze for half a second. we gotta speed up the reactions here. Stallion pocket angle, and Kumi says, "I don't even want to play the crossword this time. You can keep your puzzle. I've done my job. Let me join up with the team. Let's play the real game, which is taking this site again. Close range pistols could form a problem with the crossfire,
30
but I
seconds
doubt it, man. From what we've seen from Core so far, they've been super locked in.
If Stallion were to open this door and hit the aim trainer, this would change the whole round. Are we pretending to be Yoru? I don't know what that was.
No. You don't understand. That's like the geology from that angle sometimes, if you've never seen it before, very interesting. Fly, I know he likes rocks. He was just paying attention to how the, escarpment there is changing a bit. I got to respect it. You're up 4 men. It makes sense.
Flya go bait. Stallion go kill. And still got 3 weapons. Still got the round win. Hopefully everything's good with Fly, or something. The paint was off on the wall. I don't know. But
it's the rocks. The rocks are interesting to look at. When you're in that position, I'm telling you, you want to look at the wall. It's the best option. When you're up against Kumi, you don't want to shoot. He might have been getting ready to paranoia or smoke for the team as well. I think it's the official thing, we'll say for now. I don't see a tech boss. I still like the rock theory, though.
Yeah. I like the Yoru theory.
The Yoru theory is also pretty nice sometimes. By Pete remembering his time on he wasn't even playing duels on Quiet. I was about to say. And we lock it down though.
Right. Offensive op too from Kumi. Interesting. Thinking they're gonna contest the op from Kumi or from Ziff that has shown at this point before. It's already got him off the angle. That'll keep him busy while the rest of Core try to infiltrate into B. But the strongest part of YFT, I think, has been Stallion. See how he pulls through when he has some help here from Devi. That door opening is going to get YFT's attention. And someone's got to support Ziff here with the op. You can't really hold this solo. And what's a shot at 6 HP? Infiltrator as a guardian angel. And Devi, ooh, just a little fadeaway there. This Core not so safe after all.
If YFT could do that against Scopes, this would be a much different game. I mean, the speed on that one is insane. Stop a bit of the positioning from the Reckoning as well. It's huge. Kumi coming in fast with that shot too. Stopping Muddy with the entry. Now they're walking and inhibits them. We're getting even more pressure off the angles. In the Cove, though, trying to go for the defuse. It's already half pushed the way in. It's all about a solo play from Kumi. Not going to be possible. It started off strong. The utility's a bit too much to handle, though. And that's kind of what we predicted on these retakes. Harbor, such a force to be reckoned with, especially when he has that reckoning. So, a nice win off a huge investment of utility.
And these curveballs that YFT like to throw every now and then, it's, okay, you pull Ziff away from being aggressive. Then you have Devi just kind of get the last wave before and kind of bringing Core down to just 4. And YFT to pull off that retake, it's kind of difficult to do with the experience and the weaponry that Core had there. So you force Core to buy up the op yet again, which they were already in a pretty rich position.
I'll find you.
See how YFT try to fight through this rubble area with a Steel Garden who's on the opposite side of the map. So Core could have a Nightfall play coming up if they walk into this trap.
Orb plus plant, if they have the space for it, does lead to a showstopper. The bank going to be impossible to break on Core's side. They have so much money and good ultimates in economy as well. Kumi can easily get a tour de force next round. So they will have a voice in every single instance of fight from here till the end of this half. That's danger for YFT. They got to get something before the site hit comes in. They got to find value with the scope that Muddy has, this operator. It's got to hit its target. already, though. They've crossed over to rubble. They've set up the trap. The wall is back up again. So suppressing on this angle. You can't find a single instance of information even. People are just walking up. Finally, the Boombot discovers 2 rifles. Nightfall comes in towards the site. He's pushed all the way back towards heaven. Devi's left alone while he's tagged. The rocket will come in, find its mark. Everything's ready to go. They play things in a perfect manner. Core, like a slow red storybook, end up winning this site, find value as well. Flya is using his whole keyboard to get kills. The difference in this team when they're organized and have the ultimates, it's monumental.
Now Zip will be the final boss, and he has also been slain. And that was just, yeah, fantastic job from Core. They had only marked 1 with the Nightfall, still were able to react appropriately when discovering more defenders. Even that adjustment of the showstopper right here, keeping the attention at staircase, like Infiltrator, the experience is really showing, and kind of getting full value out of these ultimates. Core are looking really clinical, and that's why they've looked like the favorites here.
Love the breakdown, Lemon, but then my question is, why is it 7-4? Because that round makes it seem like they're so far in the lead, right? Like, if that is how things are supposed to happen every single time, where is YFT finding the value? It's been that pistol so far, around here, around there, but it seems with this economy, we might have exactly what you just broke down happen again.
Yeah, YFT are just really good on the lower buys, even getting a thrifty at some point, just letting the round expire. This aggression at Mound, a difficult spot for Atlas to be in, disrespecting the one-way. Core just disrespecting their opponent and the judge on top. But of course, it was just a miracle play that YFT tried to go for with judges and stingers, and Kumi just shows up when you need him to the most. And there's so many options to plant at. Why not go to the site that's open?
Player standing.
Few whiffs, and we have done some investigations to Kumi's rifle. It does have a flashlight on it, which is why everyone's getting stunned for like a half second before shooting back. Happened to Stallion there as well. We gotta do something about referees. Got to get involved. We might have a tech pause. We'll see what happens, but you cannot have that attachment there, man. It's not in this game, not in this one. Pistol round means the most to YFT. It's a way to have an answer back into this game. And Lotus, attack side is where you can control a lot of the narrative if you have the tools. So we're looking at Harbor up in play, some of the slices he can make on this map, some of the ultimates they have as well to get up to them. YFT, the game is not over.
Absolutely not, but Core are having a really good game. You have Kumi who's double positive on the chamber, and now he gets to go on the better side for the chamber. So you got to mark where this chamber is going to be popping out of, and now he is support of the Omen to take a mount fight, which YFT are leaning towards.
They also don't have Viper. Viper's one of the agents where you can also just turn your brain off. You don't have that much pressure. You can just put the wall up when you want. Compared to YFT, where, you know, with this double smoke comp, they have to really think about what to do, how to do it, pop the cove, go in. But if you don't land the shots afterwards, after all this thinking, it's all for nothing. Getting close to make sure the paranoia has no effect is nice. So much fighting from Core, though. Pouring right in. Kumi's back. Core might get open again. It's a double throw, a double hit. And an escape from Atlas might just not be possible if the TP not hits. He's discovered in the smoke. They are good in chaos. They are good with theory. Core can do it all.
I think whoever's calling on YFT, I think Devi maybe was like kind of stubborn on, okay, they're getting smoked off. They're getting kind of isolated from each other, and they still decided to commit despite walking into a trap. The B-Link door is opening. Should not be walking into that area, but you know, sometimes it's just going to be a brawl. It's a death match in that moment. And Core taking that pistol could be the death nail in the coffin for this map. All depends, and there's not going to be a force for YFT. Core have Kumi with the Outlaw, and he's taking another aggressive approach, but there could be some punish. You should not be getting this close usually with an Outlaw, but the double kills, he just does it at touching distance.
Yeah, I was about to say there's no way he could even TP off of it, but he had a different TP for the round. He planned to do that, Lemon. He knew that that smoke was going to be coming in. The cove was going to be hardening. He's going to disrespect the space, TP back into the pocket box on site instead of waterfall. Everybody on Core is ready. They have the ante set up for YFT. And again, Viper, you don't even have to think, and you can still activate the rest of your team. Wall down in 2 seconds. There's the spray. Blocked by the door. Hold up. The C's also not finding anybody, but where could he have gone, right, is the question.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, man.
Spike down A. Flawless.
Flawless one. There's also like psychic damage if you're a fan of D&D. like QOR are inflicting that as well. And it's ironclad how they're rolling through these maps, or through these rounds, I should say. But the first rifle round coming up for YFT, and this is a really young squad. I think they could still pull through, but we were talking about how the gap in the score wasn't too big at the beginning, but it's turning into a bit of a hemorrhage unless YFT turn around their odds here.
They're saying through these maps, you're kind of spoiling the script there. I mean, you gotta.
Oh, my bad. I flipped through the pages too fast.
They've got the tool, so I believe in YFT here. Definitely a possibility. We've seen the comeback potential in the last series you just watched as well. It takes one round. My biggest thing too is that it sometimes can be possible from the timeout. And I know it's very early in this half. I know we haven't forced in that last round either. I think a round loss here definitely would prompt a type of restructure maybe from the coaches to help out YFT and approach with this one.
Oh, ever so quiet. The shoulder being spotted. The shoulder is clipped, and Ziv still gets to tell the tale. And all right, guys, let's ramp up. Let's hurry up, because there's now some pressure towards spawn. Now the Prowler gets through and spotting that. Really good job from YFT to cover all of their bases. Looking like another flawless round. This time on the side of the attack, which they desperately needed. Won't be flawless, but hopefully it boosts the morale enough.
Yeah, the morale's what's needed. Flawless was very close and would have been amazing, but you have to assume with all that chaos, all the smokes, once they dissipate, something crazy could rock down and happen. Guns will be back up for QOR. The biggest thing in that round was just to find some economic value, and they did. The rest of this round, though, is how much can they stay in control. The one cool thing YFT is doing is that if you want to engage with them in the way that QOR are, you have to get crazy. If you want to have a conversation at the start of the round, you got to fight 5 people. Now, that might be so much to handle. That might be a little bit intense. It is allowing the rest of the team from QOR to push up on this A side. You can see it happen again here. You look over at Derek, Infiltrator. They're starting to get so much space on this side while everybody else is focused on that death brawl over on Mound. Even their lurker now is looking up back with their team. Their strength is as a 5, but that's a weakness on the whole map. As the rest of QOR can adapt, they can just keep moving.
And QOR may just be forced to play for retake here, but even just that early presence from QOR, they're trying to draw out as much util as possible to weaken this post plant. Now that the Harbor has secured the site, QOR are gonna fall back. Kumi really wants that pick with the op. Now he teleports out scot-free. YFT gonna miss out on their best player too. But at least they have time on their side, and QOR have the whole army marching on in. Double satchels, boombot, everything. Kumi keeping a close eye with the op. In the wings is YFT. Perfect moment for the Nightfall, hitting everyone from QOR, who now are just caught completely red-handed. And Kumi and Moose now have to work together. 2 versus 2, it's still winnable with clean shots like that. It is. Zip is solo health, and Kumi pulls through for QOR.
It's insane. The slow play still exists towards the very end. The patience, the temperament from Kumi and the rest of the team to follow through there. Moose to stay silent, swing with him is huge. Surgical, I think, is the word that you were using in the last game as well, maybe to describe some of the earlier rounds here. I mean, it continues to be an hour-long operation for these guys. They're cutting through YFT over and over again.
Solid stuff, but YFT have shown good signs, but trading these rounds is not going to be enough. You got to be able to out-sprint QOR, and for them to just have the awareness to play for retake, to get Stallion down, to play around the op. QOR used to this style of slow play. Now Derek gets an eye out with the Prowler, presence in rubble, something that Infiltrator will react to. But he does get marked, and now he's going to go back to a safe position.
I was about to say, that's crazy to just walk up by yourself 11-5. Sometimes those crazy plays are the difference makers, especially on a map like Lotus. Now, the best thing for YFT so far have been these 4-1 setups, these death brawls. Not really the slow play, but the actual execute itself. That being said, their comp doesn't really support it. They don't have that second duelist. They don't have the ability to frag hard. And in this one, they're going to need it. Infiltrator trying to go for the fight. Atlas is the one to be able to win it overall first. The option, though, Kumi will deny. The B take, door not open yet. He'll TP off. The flank also coming in. YFT are going to get crunched. It's just, can Core survive? And 2 people die? Answer is no.
Oh, that's really tough. Core. They put so much spam. They gave YFT a heads up. Maybe Core just tried to bait out so that Infiltrator wasn't going to be immediately spotted, but he's been inching forward, trying to get that first pick to be the big hero for Core. But YFT, I think, have really solidified some of these rounds, and when they have to react quickly, the zoomer aim kicks in, and YFT have looked, you know, have flashes of brilliance, but still quite a gap for them to close. And a long road ahead for Core, it seems.
Very much so seems like it. The biggest thing I'm looking at from the side of YFT, now that you mention it, is I called out the fact they don't have the exec potential because they don't have, you know, this is the same level of pop as like a Sky Jet would with this comp as well. But they're over dumping so much utility, so many smokes that Core are starting to challenge it, getting isolated a lot. They're playing in the most interesting way with the slowness, and they are starting to match Core on it as well. The biggest thing too has been Stallion's Reckoning and all these ultimates they can really act off of. 4 of them to be able to use to actually execute some of these sites. The Steel Garden, we've seen it have value before. The Nightfall as well from Devi's been amazing. Muddy's rockets have been landing on their mark. They can easily start to keep translating these rounds. Some of these ultimates are coming over on the other side too, right? Tour de Force makes rounds like this a double operator situation.
Yeah, double sniper on the perimeter. Core are gonna leave the Viper wall down. They want to hunt open season, and then they bring the wall back up to escort Infiltrator back to safety. He likes kind of this push and pull, these re-hits to keep YFT guessing, and they're just gonna keep surging forward off the Reckoning, off the call from Stallion, who falls. But can YFT just pick up the slack here? At least the teamwork to shove through on the left lane works out to overwhelm Core. And how will these last 2 defenders go until the flank gets activated? Moose, as dependable as ever. YFT have to go to plan B.
Cause a mess, then they can fix it. That trip might just hit inside B main as well, so you understand where one of them are. Spike planted, other person caught in main. Kumi will solve this problem first. And now the mystery is a little bit easier to solve for the side of Core. They wait for the push. Ziff is ready. Ziff could almost get both. Now a 2 versus 1.
Clean reaction from Flya. Like that YFT, we're just trying to take advantage of time to reposition for Core. I have to re-clear into them. Kumi and Flya, though, running out of time. And Atlas being as patient as ever. Core, no. Surely. Oh, no. The 2 rooms that are left, and 1v1, and just no time for Kumi at this point. Just by, like, a hair as well. That seemed to be in Core's favor, but it just took too long to kind of find everybody.
Speed of this match, molasses between both these teams, but at the same time, YFT used that slowness to kind of like offbeat pace Core. The flood in sometimes the utility comes too fast. Other times they're challenging them with util in their hands. A lot of the times they're using their smokes against them. And at the same time, all the way towards the end, they keep making this mess and then fixing their mess when it comes to the round. They're enjoying the 2v2. They're enjoying the 2v3s a lot, YFT. It's pretty successful for them on this half so far.
I'm so surprised. Like, Core had 2 snipers. You didn't have anything off the Steel Garden. And YFT is just their understanding of fundamentals and how they're able to draw out each second and waste Core's time. And that's just going to be an easy lesson for Core to just tempo up. Speaking of, now Rubble pressure. A lot on Atlas, and as soon as he jumps up, what a headshot too from Infiltrator. YFT gonna try and keep the pace, try and push through the left side of the map off the Prowler. The smokes come back up, and there's hesitation with YFT because Muddy would be going in alone, unsupported.
And this pressure is made from not diamonds, just I would say, like, I don't know, base level carbon. It's sheriffs on the side of the defense so far. Nothing shiny. The only rifle they have in hand is from Kumi. I think Moose also either picks one up or starts with something a little bit more subpar as well. They do not have the firepower to take this all the way into the retake in long range and in a non-messy way. Now it's time for Core to get chaotic.
Oh, of me. I thought he got seized there, but Nightfall, okay. Spike is down. We're not planting. What is the spike is down again?
Voss!
Huh?
Rely on Stallion, I guess. I mean, that's a buy round though. They had rifles, they had a chance. They tried their best with the Nightfall. Impossible situation. You don't have the variables for this one, my friend. There's no time on the clock. That is a decision from YFT.
Yeah, I don't think I remember the last time I've seen the spike get dropped there. Maybe forgot he had. I don't know. That's very strange. I think YFT could have built off the momentum. They were starting to get wind in their sails, and pressure really got to them to try and challenge QOR on the other side of this wall. And that gap, I mean, it was multiple kills. The spike got dropped twice, and there wasn't that trade from YFT. So now it's match point for QOR, and we'll see what the buy ends up being for YFT.
I'm just checking my glasses right now. I know you can see me too do this on camera. I just want to be sure. QOR were the ones on eco there, right? They're the ones that have the sheriffs. And these guys push heaven. Now Atlas is dying to the C's nade. Everything's falling apart. Solo swing from Muddy. Yeah, it's looking muddy right now. Everything falling apart for YFT. This is the part where they were organized. Their slow approach was doing so well. You make them activate their own Viper's wall. You play around it a little bit. The TP comes in at an off time. The beat is going all over the place now for this attack team. And yeah, the trades are there, but at what cost? 3 players still alive. Ziff, that's the match. That's the last round. That's the map.
Kind of a nice paranoia. A little bit of respect given to Ziff facing his former team. You could tell there's a fire in him to try and win this and to pull through. And it seemed like people were starting to make some silly mistakes on the YFT side. And what experience gives you on the side of QOR is the ability to avoid those. And QOR take their map pick in convincing fashion, 13-7. And up next, we'll have Haven, which is YFT's choice. And hopefully that inspires them or gives them the confidence they need to clean up some of these rounds.
Most definitely. I feel like on Haven as well, you have the opportunity to push, pull a bit more. A lot of the people on YFT were showing talent in that game too, though. Some of the shots, some of the trades on man disadvantage, that is kind of what Haven is all about. So you can see it translate from one 3-site map to the next. Kiwi, it's going to be a fun one.
It is going to be a fun one, but first we have to check in with the desk and get their live reaction after this break.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now Foreign taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
First map in the series between QOR and YFT, but getting into it, QOR, we had highlighted the experience, we had highlighted how strong this unit of players are, and they're going to deliver on that to be closing out the very first map, taking the first one in the series. I mean, Athena, QOR, winning a map. Isn't the biggest surprise of it?
No, it's definitely not. I mean, we definitely expected QOR to kind of be on top of this matchup, or at least I did. All the people that voted did, Sierra, for QOR.
Yeah,
but I
why
think,
Brock when she's on the team?
But in all seriousness, I do think that YFT did put up a good fight. I saw some glimpses of really nice stuff on that defensive side, but for me, QOR, they just looked so good. On their attack side, they were really good at reading what YFT was gambling towards, what they were trying to be really proactive towards on that defensive side. And then QOR just kind of executed, made sure they got the information, and ended on the side that they knew that was a lot weaker. And I think when they flipped sides as well, we saw that QOR, their proactivity was really nice. They had a lot of different trap plays. They slowed down sometimes, just played sights, spotting down those long lines. And they also gambled sometimes based on where the contact was. It felt like YFT just consistently fell into their traps, and making sure that they just found out where they were and gambled towards it. The rotations were really nice. They were very proactive. They never rotated without reason to. And I think just overall, this core team looked really, really good in this map.
Oh yeah, they're looking locked in, and I think we should probably keep in mind the fact that QOR were really running a version of the comp that YFT is running, right? Except they changed that Viper out for the Omen, but I feel like that change kind of weakens a lot of the attack ideas for YFT, right? Not having the Viper lines on native pressure the lurk, not having that extra layer of walls in the defensive layer when you're on the defense side to stall things down. And that really kind of, it showed. And I think QOR were really locked in on their win conditions. They're really locked in on the weaknesses of that composition. And they're kind of pressing the matter. And on top of that, you consider the fact that the openers were heavily leaned towards QOR's favor. And it felt like no position was gone wasted early. They felt like everyone had a really good idea of what the game plan was, and they're all just locked in on that fact.
And I mean, for QOR, like, you talked about the game plan, you talked about them being locked in, and they're able to follow it up with just like the kills. I mean, it's a team that's mechanically skilled. You're getting 14 of the first kills within the entire game.
Yeah,
I mean,
tough.
Yeah, that's kind of exactly it. Like, there wasn't necessarily the most amount of wiggle room for YFT on a map that, like, maybe isn't necessarily their strongest anyways. So it could be what it be. But I mean, even just eyeing up the performances across the board, like, you're talking about a QOR being executed on a game plan. And like Athena, it seems like QOR was just feeling it today. I mean, Kumi was someone we highlighted top of day, and Kumi was just also popping off.
Yeah, I think earlier Roy mentioned the switch onto Chamber and how it might benefit this core team. And it really did, because it felt like Kumi was the main reason why their defense was kind of so one-sided in a sense, because they had so much of that information. He was also able to be left alone on weak side, especially towards that B, so everyone else could kind of rotate and gamble sites. And a lot of those first kills were from him. You can see on this, he had those 6 first kills. And it just feels like on that Chamber, he had a lot of impact, whereas sometimes you struggle when you're playing that Senti on Chamber, because, you know, not that much util as that Senti, but they're relying on moves to be able to hold down that C site, which he did phenomenally. And they're just allowing Kumi that freedom to just find lines or openings with his operator.
I mean, for Kumi, responsible for 6 of those first kills, but the team already had 14. So we have to talk about our Philip Norelco's head-to-head and where the rest of those first kills came from.
Yeah, I can explain this very simply. Okay, one had 6, the other one had 7. Their names are Infiltrator, and their names are Kumi, and they had 13, by the way, of the 14 first bloods that I mean, that's... brain can't English anymore, because it's just mind-blowing how many first bloods you can get. 6 on one player, 7 on the other guys. They had 13 rounds. They had all those rounds accounted for by themselves. That is so crazy. I cannot stress that enough. But it's not only the openers, it's also the follow-ups. Like, look at their stats. 2.7 KD for Kumi, absolutely mowing them. He mowed the lawn with them, guys. And Infiltrator's on the entry as well. He's finding his kills on the attack side. He's getting in their faces, and it just felt like the initial game plan from Core went mostly undisrupted, right? Like they're running their game plan. Everyone was in their comfort spots. It felt like the pressure that needed to be had from the YFT side just wasn't really there in the way that it needed to be. And yeah, we talked about how dangerous Core is if they go uncontested, if they go unchallenged in their game plans, and it kind of felt like they're comfortable. They were hot chilling.
I mean, Roy, I wasn't listening. How many first kills between the two of them again?
6, 7.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, to see a pop off from those two players on map number 1 is exactly. You broke her. Way to go, Roy. We still have another
blue
map
screener,
to answer,
man.
and you
We're blue
broke her?
screener.
Man,
Yeah.
I mean,
gosh.
yeah, you can't break her quite yet. We still have another map, maybe 2 to go through. But next up, it's going to be YFT's pick. We're going to Haven. But if we're seeing Kumi and Infiltrator that are popping off, working so well together, I mean, this is where we get to see Athena, that double duelist, come to light, which I'm so excited about, especially too because YFT is going to be playing a bit of the same.
Oh yeah, the synergy is going to be there. The aggression is going to be there. It's going to be a little bit more explosive of a map than we're used to seeing on Haven. But for me, I'm really looking at Core to have that kind of same stable playstyle that they've been having, able to read the map really well. They're starting on that defensive side, so a little bit more proactivity. I think we're going to see a lot of these fights towards those A lines or making sure that mid is completely taken care of. I feel like they've done a really good job at setting traps up, especially on Lotus. I feel like we're going to see that again into this map of Haven.
Yeah, for me, the concerning thing, though, is you look at Core's record, you see they're 0-1 on the map, but historically speaking, they've always had a good Haven, and Fly has been a good Haven caller. And I feel like the single loss that Core has on this map was against NRG Academy. It was the 10-13 loss against, I mean, NRG, that was their best map. Haven was one of NRG Academy's best maps, so it's fine that they lost that map 10-13. So I think YFT's picking this map thinking it could be comfortable for them, especially considering it's one of their most played maps. But I mean, they're going up against a very well-drilled Core, a Core that's been feeling it, and they're also coming off a really hot first map. So I feel like for YFT, they need to strike back. They need to strike back immediately. They've got the Phoenix that has very easy ways to farm the orb on this map on the attack side. So expect a lot of Phoenix ults. And when it comes down to the pacing, when it comes down to that explosive pace, they got the Neon, and hopefully Muddy can get in their faces and be as disruptive as possible. Because again, you don't want Core feeling comfortable in that defensive half.
I mean, for Core, I'm just eyeing up the switches that they have from the to the Astra from the Omen, the Jet from the Neon, and this kind of looking comfortable. So it'll be interesting to see going into it if it'll be enough to close it out, or if this is where YFT can push it into a map number 3. Let's go, let's get to it, and send it back to your casters, Shayo and Jen.
Thank you, Sierra. If I could be a coat merchant along with the desk, like YFT love going to map 3s, which definitely tells you they're strong at their picks and weak in others. They're working on their map pool. They've taken good wins against even recently EG Academy. So it's not over for YFT.
I mean, okay, I'll be the non-coper, then the man of reality, the man of many theories as well. And what I've seen in patterns with teams that love map 3s, teams that love 13-11s, is the later a season goes, the more games you have to play, the less likely it is you kind of hit that later spot in these maps, in these rounds, in the comebacks. It takes a little bit of sensible consistency as well, a little bit of these 2-0s coming in and map 1 wins, not just comebacks 24/7. It's not the most sustainable thing in the world.
You got to try and sustain against this Core who are going to be on defense. And you already saw Core's style. They love to play slow, which usually was around the op, around the chamber. But YFT encounter already won. And Atlas breaks open and already is pushing back Core's aggression right out of the gate. So this is going to be exciting. YFT, now they have Garage. They could crunch into C. Moose has their attention. He's already half health. He's been marked. Fly is around the corner to help him bail out, but YFT are going to work the map.
And it's a really good job that they do, sending distress signals, and 2 different people answer it, opening up the A site. Now it's just Fate alone, just Derek to hold things down. They double back into it though, expecting, because of this noise cut, that there's going to be an immediate A rotate to bunker up what would be the fake. And it's an amazing call from the side of YFT. It's perfect. They go right back into the C. Everybody's gone towards the A side on Core. They have manipulated the map perfectly.
which means no resistance. You can set up the smokes, and for Stallion to line up a paranoia, you want to try and get a heads up. I'm wondering if Core are going to stay as a stack. They seem to be creating some angles around. There's a 1v1 towards main right here where Derek is. Ziff is going to be watching it. Ziff gets a heads up, wins it against Derek, and now Core's possibilities of winning this pistol are starting to dwindle. 3 versus 5. Retake Devi just does it all on his own. A flawless pistol for YFT.
Works so well on all sides of the map. I might be on Team Cope after that one. I feel like map 3 might be coming up between these two teams. YFT loves it. We'll see if we get there. Core, though, once they get shaken up a little bit, once they find that pace, we saw it on Lotus too. You know, YFT, we're getting pretty aggressive, starting to get a little bit of control with some of the thrifties going on that side of the first half. It might not be that easy for YFT to stay in control. Is the entire situation. We start over with Core stacking on that A side. You got to be careful if you're anyone that's all the way up here. We talked about the 4-1 setup. Ziff just has a ghost if he goes down. If he can go down, all they get is a mini upgrade. The rest of the team, so much info to play with. Not a stack in sight. They get C-set again for free.
Already halfway to the lockdown. Like, Ziff is going to be someone you'll want to set up for that ult in the future. And Ziff has had one of the cleaner shots when it comes to YFT, and at least this eagerness to win. I'm really seeing it out of YFT. You could tell that this map has changed everything for them, but we'll see how that trend continues when Core get established in this map, when they get to buy up rifles, and really how they've been able to use their ults and actually get impact out of it. So Core eventually have good game plans, but this is not their map pick, so we'll see how they do on YFT's playground.
Be a chance here for them to try to get just a little bit more value. Ooh, and there it is. Hold up. Okay, if there was even more afterwards, that's a very expensive round, but able to save the Bulldog. And yeah, we talk about the relationship from when you actually have the rifles, when you have a chance to actually play the games and the rounds. One of the biggest things here for Core is coming into this map, they just finished playing the same composition that YFT, I believe, are kind of running right now. What they had previously was this entire comp. They understand the ins and the outs, the strengths of it overall. And this is the first time we're kind of seeing this from Core and how they want to operate on Haven. The jet switch up, the moving away a little bit from Omen entirely. And the thing is, do they have a read then on how YFT want to play the game? What is the best option to retake C against the comp that you guys have drilled for so long? We'll see if they have the answers.
Atlas has to run it back, so as soon as he gets close, he could so much information deep into the site, but there is a lot of cipher trips to try and get through, and even with Core having that information off the camera, they just get bulldozed out of the site and just overwhelmed by utility. So IFT have really been liking this C site, and Core are gonna have to figure out how to strengthen that a little bit better. The running back didn't even have to be used there from YFT. Derek's double does weaken YFT, but I don't know about creating any kind of winning chances. 30 HP. Wait. Okay. Everybody putting damage into Derek there at the end.
Yeah, I mean, takes 5 to take down the GOAT. Unfortunately, though, for Core, even with the understanding with that one, the timing of everything, the dart coming in the same time as the nano swarm, the same time as the teleport, you can only deal, well, you can only really see one and deal with it first. It lets the dart scan, it lets the TP activate. It's a beautiful orchestra of utility and positioning from YFT.
To convert that bonus too, I think we're gonna be Cope merchants some more, especially when you have a run it back. You could just roll down into Core, and they're pretty spread around the map. There's no kind of death ball stack shenanigans. Already some early information given from Derek.
One of the things that you can run on this map a lot to help in these ecos is Neon. Burning alive right now. No chance to stop the run it back, unfortunately. But the slide is just so good at breaking space, and it does again. Solves the entire issue for the site.
It's always nice to be able to get a kill with that run it back too. So Atlas being able to come back to the starting point, deal with whatever Core would try to throw at them. So YFT have shown us now how aggressive and how quick they can tempo up into C to disrespect the Cypher util, to even though they were marked by Derek, to not take that as a pivot point. So YFT have shown us how committed they can be and also how they can work the map. And this is something they prepared, especially for Core.
Funny again, because Core should be prepped up for the comp, should be prepped up for the options. Again, some of the best stuff we saw from YFT is when they were finally just about to hit the site, the way they off tempo or choose the util specifically to get onto it. It's really helping them fight. It's giving them guaranteed space. They're basically activating once onto the site and then from their smokes expanding as well, making it really hard for the defending team to trade or their anchors to get too much value. And on Haven, it's even easier to do. Lotus has a lot of different spaces you can kind of play in to avoid some of the second wave of entries, but Haven's a pretty honest map. The best thing you can do on defense is what Kumi's doing. Go for these initial plays covered by Flya. Not enough as Kumi now is trapped inside Cubby. How much value can he find? Just one, and that's a really good trade for YFT.
Yeah, no chance. You don't have a safe position to use to run it back. So Flya not kind of putting up enough space there. Really cooked Core in a moment where they had first blood and they have Infiltrator with the op watching A. It seemed like they had all their bases covered, and YFT just react appropriately. They lose one, they never falter, they keep committing. That's what I really like about YFT. They never give up, they never surrender. They are going to slow it down because it's still a 3 versus 3.
Best thing Kumi did with that death is see 3 people mid. Give Score the confidence to look here. Muddy still able to give the team an advantage. Again, those re-hits, second, third wave execs on the sites. The later the round goes, the better YFT looks. A bit of a mistake there from Muddy though, trying to push in.
Yeah, YFT had not marked that op yet because Infiltrator had kept that hidden, was over at A, and now Spike has been tapped. Ziv has to be careful how he swings into this because that wall is brittle. And Stallion is on top.
Absolutely, the wall's super brittle. Rocks them down, but the distraction is so good for Stallion to get the double spray. We gotta see that one back if we got it. It was so fast and they were slightly spread apart. The flick had to be accurate right there. Timeout for Core. Things not going their way. One of the first early ones that we saw coming out. And this is looking tough for them overall. Again, a comp that you should understand. Ultimates for them now piling over as well. The lockdown, Hunter's Fury getting ready to go. The running back will be here this round if they want it. 1 kill, 2 orbs, and a plant. It looks a bit too overwhelming for Core to play. Now, what are some of the options Core have is my question as well. The Astra is definitely there for like the Cosmic Divide retake, but even then, like you have lockdown to counter it. There's so many options that YFT have to stop the comp that Core is running.
And Stallion feels like he's running these rounds. I mean, he hasn't died yet, which is kind of insane to say after 5 rounds. Like YFT are looking really well drilled, whether it's the patience on the ultimates, not using the run it back immediately, getting still value out of it, and now have all these other options from lockdown to Hunter's Fury. And Derek's not on the Sova, which he's really known for, but he's been picking up the fade. But you don't have that Hunter's Fury to, for example, immediately deal with the lockdowns. So difficult decision for Core to really weigh in on how they fight through the lockdown, or how much time does that build for Zip's post plant if that happens there.
Yeah, there's a very good call on the Derek switch up too. I have no idea who can really chase the C's there, right? Usually Fade Ray is really good at starting off the start of the rounds. Neon really good at just throwing that stun as well. Relay Bolt to be able to take some space as well, but defensively, this comp from Core, I'm not sure where it really has the advantage in a challenge. Maybe just walking down mid. There's not too many connections between agents. They're trying here over at A, but again, they're playing such a far back line.
Infiltrator has popped too. Derek, I was wondering how Core were gonna fight back against this. They finally got the battle they've been waiting for, and the lockdown is about to detain some people, but right at the corner, Muddy has exactly where they want him. Flash comes out, but not clean enough. YFT salvaged that situation.
Insanity as well. They had so many people still on that line. A few whiffs on the running Neon, I think, really changed the round, trying to push into it. Moose, no smokes on the enemy team, so They have to be very wary of Haven here. Lots of pressure.
30 seconds left.
Set the cam across the world. He wants to play for it. All the bodies here over it in. He can't hear the slide. He's too far away. I think the wall might have perked up on his ears. Finally, the spike will get tapped.
Moose already a 1v2, and there's injuries on those sides. The Crossfire just now getting into position. Moose knows what to expect, but a bullet to the dome, maybe not that one. 6-0 even post timeout. But Core, I think there's something there with when Infiltrator can be part of these early fights. When finally a push comes his way, he can be a star for Core. And you kind of saw how there was potential, and they just had Sheriffs and already threw YFT for a loop. I don't want to cope too much because Core is still down 0-6, but it is a double duelist comp on the attack side of things, and it's YFT's map pick, so Core has some catching up to do.
Yeah, I'd still even say that YFT threw them a bone and we're down to play their game because they just like fighting. In so many different circumstances, that deep long hold with Sheriffs should not find that much value. Question now for this round though, how do you use these ultimates with these rifles? You have so many options.
It seems like YFT have gotten a lot of strength, a lot of success at C, but that garage control has been such a huge part of that. And now you have some of the trips from Moose going in there and towards A, no longer solidifying and cementing into C. It's YFT now fight and drone slowly through garage. That's going to be something they want to fight for.
I like the immediate stun, inhibiting where the drone can go. Infiltrator, that is so nice. His head on a swivel. Able to cover long, go back to garage, still not get affected from long either. How does he choose the right side? How does he get the right time? Muddy backed up as well, and the Prowler does discover where Stallion is. Again, the lower this clock ticks, the worse it is for YFT. They have so many ultimates on the side of Core to be able to deal with this. Nightfall comes in, sees nobody, but not a change from Core's defensive positioning right now. They're still kind of bunkered up towards A.
Yeah, Derek was so nervous being alone and only having, what, a trip to kind of give him a heads up. But YFT, they're ready to roll down into Infiltrator, who hasn't even encountered anyone, and he's taking damage. Huge ult, overdrive, kicking into gear, resetting the run it back, and denying any win condition from Core. As even the neural theft comes in a little too late, but 1v3 Moose and Kumi, actually, who's still alive somehow at 5 HP, basically is going to be the shield, the meat shield for Moose to go and bait. And Core gotten back the site. Hunter's Fury gets invested, and Kumi has to play dodgeball against this. Not going to be great. Now Moose, well, there's nothing more to hinder him. At least you can see if anyone is immediately showing face, being present at main, deciding at the state of the economy that they're at, to just keep the weapon.
I think it is the best choice for the moment. And their state of the economy, bad. If you look at their total economy though, Jen, the ultimates as well. They used 3 in that round, found no value. Their most important one for the retake never got used either, which I guess is a blessing. But Flya, Cosmic Divide, where was it in that round? Things for Core looking rough on this Haven. This truly just seems to be YFT's playground.
That goes there.
And Flya sometimes pays like an IGL tax every now and then, but it's now dependent on this Core roster figuring it out, because you've already used the timeout and things are not really getting any better, especially when you lose your op of Infiltrator. At least he's got knives, right?
Well, they're expecting it.
You can expect it, finally clap back against it, but that could have been even more disastrous. But still information, something to gain there from Core.
Even with that info though, cutting noise going to be huge for the side of YFT. They're going so slowly up garage. Zip solved, and now the pressure is not too crazy on C. The trips are wild though. 2 double kill trips on that side, depending on how they want to flood it in. Stallion pressuring the TP in. It will be solved very soon. Where YFT go from here, this will be the ultimate challenge.
This is going to be the first round that Core can get. I mean, they have the numbers. They already dropped the spike. They know where this is going. There's time for YFT, but just no space to work with. And they get greeted by Core, and they greet their first round of the half.
Strange game. It's a strange game so far from both sides, but is trying their best, doing what they can to be as proactive as possible. And that one, the overpeak from Ziff, just scared that somebody could be pushing him up with a combination of the Son of the Peak. He'd be dead. So he's trying to go for the kill, and middle as well, trying to pressure B, but it's solo peaks. The solo peaks have been working though, so I don't blame it. But again, YFT, I don't see them really losing control in that round. Maybe just, you know, you get so good at what you do, you want to try new things. They just wanted to try B.
I'm wondering how much more Core could leverage Moose's trips, because it seems like a lot of the times they're placed for Garage, they're placed to try and limit Muddy. Flya at least shows up, better late than never, and just checking out double doors, catching YFT by surprise, or actually C Long. And YFT, if they want C, they usually go for Garage. And getting through Moose's setup has been difficult, but Infiltrate every now and then kind of sneaks up at A, sees what he can get away with, and it bodes well for Core.
We talked about their adaptation. Sometimes it takes a bit of time to understand the pacing. And YFTs is, I think, one of the hardest to read. A team that masks their intentions very well with how often they cut noise, how often they throw fakes, and sometimes just the speed of their exec. Again, waiting for the peak, and the trade is there for Devi. The pace is just so weird. Walls in tow, the waited out Molly as well. We'll just go for the fake entirely. How do you track this team?
I don't know, but I like that Core just don't just kind of stay hidden away. They're being more front and center, and they're trying to punch down against YFT when they come in, because if you just hold the op in the corner, Infiltrator doesn't get to really succeed there. But YFT working through these chokes, now Core found kind of what trips up this attack. Couple of seconds left for the plant, and still gets planted at the end of the day. Core 3 coming through the right side. YFT's attention there, a moment for Flya. Even get more value out of this round. But the teamwork pulls through for Core. And this is maybe the beginning of something nice.
A little bit of a mounted comeback. I kind of like it. Biggest thing I think is right now who is playing as a team, right? Even in some of these aggressive pushes from Core, the reason they might be down sometimes is just one guy going in, nobody kind of really behind him to confirm on the value. And at the same time, in these retakes, YFT, and when they start cutting noise, it's one person starting to maybe try to hero around the situation a bit too much rather than trusting in the team. And the retake right now, it might not be going super well for Core, but at least there is trust between the teammates. They're taking the proper time, and they're looking at the very start of the round where to be, and now they choose C.
Infiltrator up. What's really important for Core is to protect Infiltrator, to let him have space, and he's dead. And like somehow Muddy always finds him. You gotta help your star. And Muddy, I mean, he's so quick to take the space, to cause the chaos, and it all breaks down, and Derek has to piece it all together. But now he's in a corner, and he gets found by Atlas. So at the end of the day, YFT still have the numbers, still have the round, but Moose is going to throw a wrench into things. The plant gets abandoned, and Moose is about to get wrapped on. So the effort was nice, but YFT are nicer.
Actually, right now, even with a few stumbles in the way, even with a troublesome site to retake, they're able to lock it down, really bury deep, and get wins that matter. I think just from a fragging perspective so far, their positioning, how they're aiming in these duels, how they're taking and scaling these sites with all these weird pauses, really throwing an adaptive and like trying to learn the game and how you play it type of Core away from their natural state of Valorant. Look at this challenge too, all the way down inside, long over and over. It just is YFT pushing that first form of contact, really pushing the envelope, and this time they're speeding up through A. Flash immediately comes in. Derek forced to push back. Pond sees him for a half second.
And Moose changed up his trip setup, which kind of gave Garage for free, and that's what caught Core completely off guard. Infiltrator is usually such a huge boon for Core, but you cannot let him fall this early. This needs to be a supported team. He'll be on the flank. YFT are suppressed. Kumi is bloodthirsty on the run it back. A 2-for-1 is huge for the ult, and YFT are set behind. They'll have some trips, which will alert Core. Moose, as he swing into this, he may have more than he bargained for. and they escape thanks to Fly's util. So a lot of hoops for YFT to jump through. This is not easy.
They like jumping hoops though. Muddy's still alive, and he has been for a lot of these clutches. Nice spray and slide. Walls to get towards the backside, but the spike does not make it. It's just not the same. Muddy though is trying for it. At least he makes it a bit expensive for the team.
Man, that was so fast too. Like, Muddy is clearly on a great agent for how he wants to play this map. YFT want to play fast, scrappy. They got the double duelist to do exactly that. And Atlas and Muddy set themselves up for success. They're really self-sufficient in that way. And QOR hit or miss whether they can limit these duelists and the reign of terror that they can put on once they get rolling. So QOR best case scenario, the 8-4. They have a decent, good buy up and the ults. Now it's about the best chance of QOR taking the initiative. Muddy gets tripped up a little bit. Spike will be on its way, and so will Muddy with a judge of all things, and he's in a prime position to be as close and up close and personal against QOR. And there is that cosmic divide to seal in, to force YFT to not play through main, to not play into short unless they want to be excluded. The Nightfall reigns in against the lockdown, and this is just a no man's land, allowing the plan to go through.
I have to just wait this out. We'll have time to keep moving in for the retake though. Cosmic divide also totally down, so very good counter to what was put through. Undisputed now coming in to support the team a little bit and holding things down. Devi, Stallion, the combination of every single player on YFT makes it a beautiful hold down and a 9-3 half.
Stallion was marked by the Haunt, I believe, from Derek, so they knew he was there, but just with all the smokes and all the chaos and confusion, QOR just, or Stallion and friends, YFT just being right below them on the drop down is kind of a great position to be in when QOR were lost on where to look in that moment. So 9-3 continues to go the way of YFT, but this pistol, we'll see if YFT could force a map 3, because clearly the wind is in their sails, and it all depends on this pistol, I think, to how they want to close this out.
We talked about attacking pistols though just this entire day. They've been kind of crazy between these teams. I think that's the case in this one. 3 sheriffs to the side of court, and I think this is the side that they probably have more of practice with. Derek, a slower approach overall as well. Muddy finding Flya. No smokes available for these takes is going to be a problem in this pistol round.
And for Muddy to drop the spike and kind of fade out like he was never even there, you're just resetting QOR, and that's good time for YFT to regroup and to still have Muddy in here. Because when he scraps through, man, it's tough to fight back against YFT when they have the speed and the zoomer aim. But QOR seemed to have picked the perfect spot, a completely open sight.
And slowly for now, the B retake on pistols never the most fun, so they can choose to stay here or maybe go for the pivot if they like A more or C. It seems to be a C pivot. Yeah, again, in this situation, knowing nothing, I would not want anyone to plant B, not even my worst enemies. Atlas will be able to find one. The cost of this rotate might be huge though. At the same time, a spike down is success. That's a spike down. They're really trying to future-proof this with the timing. There's just too many angles.
Lady Luck is definitely smiling on Atlas, rotating out of C to go and maybe check out B and gets greeted near the garage. Then the second player had their back turned. And Atlas, that luck has run out. Someone is hurry on the spike. It's got Infiltrator nervous, and he gets dealt with swiftly. YFT smiling ear to ear as they go to double digits. What did I say, man, about the map 3s?
You were right. You were absolutely right. They're doing such a good job at pushing forward, staying confident. And again, if one person really wants to pop off, there's either enough room to where you're focused on the objective on the other side, or there's somebody else swinging with the other members of YFT. That, I think, is the biggest change from that Lotus map into this map too. They're doing a really good job at staying together. They started to do that towards the very end of map 1, but it just wasn't enough time And not enough time is what Core's description should be for this catch-up for the moment.
A force 2 for Core to go for an outlaw and a couple of
You got
stingers. Like, Core are desperate, and would have been nice for Infiltrator to confirm that kill. Devi's 10 HP. But hey, that'll keep YFT humble after shooting bodies there. But it's clearly Core that have an uphill battle, looking like Everest, and Muddy is testing the waters, and they're looking kind of troublesome. Infiltrator deals with that, and now Core, this may be paying off.
One thing you want to really highlight in this one is the side of YFT understanding that a force could be possible from Core. As a result, they might have given up utility here and there in the second round of the half. They wanted to spec into full armor all across the board. That keeps Devi alive. That will delay these guys in pushing forward. Very cool lurk by Moose all the way up short to find that kill.
Yeah, even I was surprised that Moose was there, completely caught. And Core cover all their bases. They went for the force. They're up by 1. Here comes YFT, maybe a little bit earlier than expected, but Infiltrator, the tip of the spear for this team, set up for the outlaw, did the initial damage, gets the execution, flash out as the rest of YFT go to retake. Now Atlas would just be happy to be able to keep this weapon as Core benefit from the risk that they were willing to take.
4 different people ready to go, rearing to just try and win. I think they understand. Let's not take too many risks, even if we can break their economy. Who cares if they keep the stingers for a round? The real thing is making sure that we kill them when we're all up, be able to affect the economy that way. Atlas as well would like to get a few exits if possible, just for the ultimate orb. But yeah, value position, not a full hidden position, doesn't find too much. 4-10. Starting to get organized once again. Let's see if they can keep it going.
Now YFT have to definitely watch for what line this outlaw is going to take, and that's why you have this turret out front from Ziv. Let that be the first point of contact. And what can you do from Devi's kit to get a heads up or get some info on if that outlaw is going to be on the A main lane? So kind of a tricky round for YFT to approach, especially when they have a bunch of classics.
Not much so far. One of the reasons I love Neon in general in comps is she's really good at disrespecting the A space fast. This has been a slow one so far. Deep trip as well on A, so, or I guess a shallow one in terms of the main. You know that no one's pushed out this close just yet. We hear that Neon wall though, so Core going to be much more vigilant at approaching this. Meanwhile, well, there's so much pressure going on A. A B trap is being put up by the YFT players in case things do end here. A player on Gong, 2 more players in the links. They will pop out and poke anybody trying to go for that plant. YFT doing a pretty good job at just getting a lot of pressure on the map. I mean, Core cannot find a site to push into just yet. They've shown presence on a lot of A. Not everybody though. It's not bingo. They have no idea where everybody is. So B and C still a hard site to hit. 37 seconds.
It's crazy how threatening a bunch of classics can be. It's just a really impactful utility from YFT. The hero rifle from Atlas is on the way to maybe try to fight through Garage. The smokes are in place. And Core gonna be up close, the best spot they can be, and try to limit things on the entry. But now no flash for Kumi. It's just gonna have to be a high-low. But can they cross up Muddy before he heats up? So it is the case. The Stingers, the Spectres, a hail of bullet rains down on YFT's parade to deny any kind of thrifty from them.
Very nice from Core to at least take that fight to YFT's door for now. One of the biggest things that we saw is that they would let YFT get that space to have like that second pop on the site. They're like a self-reactive firework almost. The first boom they make always is followed by a second, but if you can sniff the wire that lights that firework, if you can stop them from getting into that site for the first boom, it's really nice. And Core end up playing so far ahead, they're able to lock it down just like that. Now in terms of some of the answers they have to keep pushing these rounds forward, you've got Derek closer and closer to a Nightfall. Kumi this round can carry with that run it back. At the same time, YFT getting close to some game-ending ultimates as well, halfway to a lockdown, and Devi's Hunter's Fury has been so impactful in this game.
Unfortunately for YFT, I mean, their economy is so cooked. If they don't pull out this round with no ults, just Core are going to start closing the gap. And YFT, though, even on that classic eco we just saw, they created so much threat just off of utility and presence alone. Is Core have to cross this threshold, and Stallion may just get chased down. There's Infiltrator with the finish, and this means Devi has to pay attention because help is on the way, and I don't think Core are gonna let you call for anybody. Kumi, run it back, reset. Devi still in this position, maybe a missed jump from Infiltrator, just trying to get some looks into the back of the site, but YFT have been given time to rotate in, but that patience pays off for Core, and they completely wipe the floor with YFT.
Trying to go for certain holds, but the unorthodox style of just one person really pushing in from the short angle and nobody else really there to push in with, it just makes it a bit too, again, I keep using the word messy, chaotic for the side of now YFT. I like from Core that they stopped this a little bit and kind of take the YFT playbook and use it themselves. Get the position, get the extremity, wait 10 seconds, then hit when there's pressure. So the back and forth, it's not even push-pull, but just the stop and go from Core now is matching YFT. You talked about cooked economy. You can look at the thrift store here on YFT's entire loadout. It's not going to be too much. It is valuable, though, if you get some of these kills. They'll have the ace base again. Core is happy giving it up.
YFT with these deep smokes, they get into close quarters and in positions where they could rob Core from their weapons. And Core are not gonna bite into this. Core as well, they wanna play fast, they wanna play loose. Why they've avoided the attacking op, which maybe isn't strong anyway, but here comes Infiltrator. It's explosive as ever. This is gonna be the side he really shines on as Kumi is right behind him. YFT on the other side to see if the run it back comes out, but Atlas is in Narnia, and YFT may have to just fight without him. Garage is something that Ziv wants to take a swing at. He's got the Sheriff, he's got the crosshair lineup, and he gets Kumi down. This means Moose has to take the mantle while watching the mid courtyard. So Moose has a lot. He's in a safe position and dispatches YFT from recovering any weapons and from salvaging this round. Core are catching up, and Devi is the last one left. Would be happy to just take the weapon and run and make Core really pay for it. But now Core keep themselves within 3.
Doing a really good job at just sinking these rounds over and over with minimal investment of their ults overall as well. If it's just a run it back that needs to be used, it's totally fine. We can get another one in 2 rounds. Nice try from Atlas there with the spray as well. YFT have some nice holds overall, but again, just can't find too much value, and I think are running out of a voice in talking to Core. Core starting the round where they want to. If they receive pressure, they're moving around the map in a very nice way, and YFT, past taking their A space, is not taking that much. I'm seeing pings from the Core side in this timeout as well towards A. So they're definitely planning something, one short, one deep long, maybe worrying about where players could pop up from the YFT side. YFT though, definitely, Jen, you have to admit, they have slowed down.
Really have, and maybe this is where they got to change it up, where they could take the initiative. They have a run it back, they have a timeout to throw Core for a loop. Because once Infiltrator gets going, it doesn't seem like there's a great way to stop them, because YFT are always weakened on the site before Core actually hit it. So there's less chances for YFT when they're outnumbered in these cases. So Core, ever since the force in the second round of the half, they've been slowly running away with this. So despite a 9-3 deficit, Core, or even 10-3 deficit, Core are catching up.
Doing a good job. One of the best things for them on that catch up too is, again, interruption. They're so good at interrupting the way people end up on these sites. So good at figuring out what is going on when silence does hit very early into the round, or like before sites are hit as well. Very good reactions here now. I'm wondering if the wall has to be used up. Moose ends up finding Devi again. Neural theft. That opens up the entire round. They know that nobody's on A.
Yeah, you get the last couple of pings here, and there's an op in the picture that YFT have to consider. So how they swing into these lines is going to be critical, and you don't want to try and retake into an op that's comfortable, and jumping into the action is Infiltrator that scares off YFT, and any chance they could have had to contest this plan, at least early on. Atlas has the run it back. That will be the entry point. Muddy is going to get speedy. Atlas is at the top of his game. Flash is maybe himself as well. Infiltrator deals with it, but still the top of this site goes unsmoked and unchecked. Maybe that's a line for YFT, and they're gonna save. Wow.
Kind of have to. That was a really nice molly there from Kumi, the hot hands, to get the op back on the line to be able to get everybody passed onto the site as well. Look at the tools that QOR have after this too. Cosmic Divide for an exec as well on C if they need it. They're learning so much about the way YFT are playing this defensive side, and for the first time can actually use that information to actually adjust the way they want to attack. In the last half, YFT were doing very similar things as well all across the map, but QOR could never use how they were losing to start winning the game. Now, they're understanding the setups. They're push, pulling, poking, prodding some of these extremities, understanding that YFT always have 3 on one of the sides. You can always pivot back to the next. YFT love going for the fast floods. Use your util early. And with these small adjustments, with going and answering first, the YFT are really falling behind. 2-round game. And as Jen loves, the Eco Watch broke again for YFT.
At least, yeah, 4 versus 5 save is kind of interesting. You don't get to see that every day, but like you said, it's YFT that need every weapon in their arsenal to come back into this. The op still in QOR's hands, not having to repurchase it. Here is the peak. Stallion as clean as ever. The best performing player on YFT is still at the top of his game. As QOR will miss Kumi, but they still have a duelist in tow. But it's Infiltrator approaching with the up, maybe having to switch this up, but at least he can watch a line carefully. If it goes unsmoked, the Prowler will check left, and Stallion, the timing on this paranoia will be everything, and who is going to be able to follow through on that? For now, YFT are just going to stick to delaying.
Started this round off with a smoke in A main that blocked both the sights of short and long. It put so many questions in the brains of YFT. And now their A-hold entirely has been slowly teetered back as they gain control of Garage and B grass. They now move back into A where they had that smoke. You'll notice here from Infiltrator's POV, nothing is taken. QOR, 30 seconds. Do you go to Infiltrator or do you hit the pop? How much do you trust your duelist right now? They're looking to pop, and it might be the wrong choice. Atlas, what is this angle?
The come at me bro angle, and you still have this jet being activated on the right side, and Infiltrator had full util to take the space. You can tell that YFT are floundering trying to address Infiltrator. This opens up the site, a huge pick for Derek, who has gifted the op to try and protect the spike carrier, but it's not enough. Finally, this win streak from QOR has been shattered.
Go, go, go.
Juggling 7 different win cons at once, trying to pressure the entire map. I know that Atlas is on YFT's team, but you don't have to try to cosplay as the guy holding up the world right now when it comes to QOR. You can stick to just one game plan. You don't have to overcomplicate the entire process, but as a result, trying to go for this creative strategy, trying to fill every gap. Their shoulders cannot hold on. They collapse. An amazing challenge from YFT on the Cosmic Divide. I like the fact that they just let the time roll down and then challenge every 4 seconds, forcing them to hold that spike down. The retakes here from YFT have been glorious.
Yeah, you may wonder, I wonder if Infiltrator overcooked on kind of this rotation in that round. Sometimes you gotta keep it simple, stupid, as the saying goes. But QOR, they've now disrespected that deep smoke that YFT like to do to try to get on the approach. So many ults for YFT to just finally cross that finish line, to get to the map 3 that they seem to love to do against every team.
Enemy mark.
I'd love to see what they do off of this one. I guarantee there's 0 stress, and they do not care about seeing 4 people inside A. That's 1 drone tag, and then you're seeing 2 initiators. You have to assume the duelists are here too. They straight up don't rotate. They straight up don't care on the other side of the map. YFT on this defense are understanding the patterns for Core right now. Core, though, have really pushed up here. But again, even in seeing this Phoenix up top, the players on B and C are not leaving. Nightfall coming in. Still, C is not leaving. It's a fake. And they're reading it so good. The B player, ready for this. Stallion denies the fake energy. And look at Ziff. The read is so good. The rest of the team are locked in. Core cannot control their minds.
And it's just when it rains, it pours, and it's match point for YFT. Muddy even getting the op going there, and keeping every weapon too for YFT is gonna give them a real chance to actually close this out, which started to really have us worried. YFT took a timeout and were able to regain control. And Core, though, it would have been nice if Kumi stayed alive too in that round, because he had just earned the run it back, and that could have been a way to get around the defenses of YFT. And some ults expended from the YFT side, and two very important ones still left to get the win here.
You can see, though, they understand the pattern. They know the read. They have walls on right now. Stallion moving down mid, and both teams have tried for this one. The op swapped up all the way over to A, so different round. And it's not a challenge, it's just control. They have so much of the map right now.
Wow.
Except for C, hold up. Yeah, Zip is dead.
And there was that threat of Muddy coming towards spawn with an op of all things, and Moose wins his one. So Core, if they can keep doing this, they could try to come back or start the comeback yet again, but they have to play flawless for the next rounds. Muddy being heard, being spotted. Moose stays as stoic as ever, and even with the speed, it doesn't even generate. And you don't even get to see the lockdown or the overdrive from YFT. Core really surprised them with these openers.
Devi will try his best, but from what it seems like right now, the defensive hand of power of YFT spreads its fingers a bit too far. They tried to grasp a bit too much in that round. Up on the sight line to the left, amazing. Walk down from middle, amazing. Whoa, guys. B and A, there's no one here. Our C hold should be strong now, right? No, it's just Ziff. They just tried too much. I guess just a bit too much trust in Ziff's position, but honestly, that's really good, because so far Core have never had that fast of a pace, Chen, right? They've always been slow to sight. They'll gain an advantage, it still won't hit. So Core are flipping up the way they're moving on the map now too. They're changing the pace. That's why they won that last round.
And Core still have very high success rate once they actually get onto the site. Like kind of some nice rounds for YFT. They just need to win one. And on equal buys, we'll see. Are Core getting nervous because Muddy got marked early from a Prowler, the same one that Derek just went for? The run it back. How early does it get used? You want to try to get as deep into the site as possible. So now the smokes, the surprise immediate drop. Nice call from Flya.
It's been a little bit. They've pushed them all the way to 12. Never mind, Devi. I was about to say Core getting the right read. They can still see through walls. YFT, the wide peak is not going to be enough. Sees plus the damage. Infiltrator has the support. Ultimate coming in. The lockdown. Spray could be there if you understand where the spike is being planted. Stallion will try to go for a few shots. Peppering down, seasoning. He TPs back in.
Oh my God. No charges. Right at the last second, Derek gets out, and that's where Stallion just kicks him into the dirt. And this is for the win. Flya and Moose have to re-clear in. The defuse does not get stuck. It's not even halfway. Moose is just gonna spam through. Stallion will be at the top of his game. And there it is. YFT will send us to Breeze.
It's insane. An entire dominant run on Haven from start. And as the other team starts to come back, as Core starts to figure out how to play the game, YFT switch up the pace a little bit. They have the ultimate coming out early, and they lock down with talent. Control on this map, a loss of it on Lotus. How will these guys look on Breeze? It's a banger series either way for both teams.
really was. And you kind of saw how when YFT are on a map that they're comfortable with, how they were running the show. They started off the map 7-0, forcing the earliest timeout that we've seen out of QOR, and then much more of a battle once QOR got established. But that was quite a gap in the score that they had to catch up on, taking QOR to force into, well, kind of get us going on that comeback. That was really exciting. But what's really going to be exciting is who is going to make playoffs between YFT and between QOR. Breeze is coming up. We'll see you soon.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now Foray taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
Well, good news for all the Valorant fans out there, because we get one more map on the day. Is looking at Aven as a YFT trying to take it to a map 3 to try and qualify for playoffs are going to show up big, tying up the series. Roy, aren't you glad you're in this for the long haul? Who cares about the soccer games going on right now? We got some Valorant.
Wait, people still watch that sport? I thought we were all just gamers at this point. You know what I mean? So
Whoa.
what?
Whoa. First of all, it's
me as I have
football,
three
guys.
monitors. Whatever, man. Soccer, football, it's all words. Okay, listen. Let's lock in here. Okay. 9-3 attack half by YFT after taking a harsh first map. Okay, they look outclassed. Let's be real. Some of us didn't have hope. Even the person that voted for YFT had no hope. Okay,
What?
Exposed.
yeah, that's just, yeah, I mean, we heard what you were saying. You're jumping on our team. Anyways, listen, it was crazy. The bounce back was real, and we wanted an early showing from YFT. We wanted that early sign of life, and they closed out the half 9-3. They had a phenomenal half. The tempo was fully there. They were locked in. They were playing at such a good pace, and it feels like whenever their tempo is working really well, it kind of put them in the driver's seat to in the later parts of that first half to kind of just be on full control of the macro, and they closed it up 9-3 in that first half.
Yeah, and speaking of tempo, I really like the switch up that they had on that defensive side. We're usually used to them doing a lot of these really active, aggressive, proactive plays, which in the beginning looked like they were leaning towards once QOR started going on that run. But then the second they got hold of that op onto Muddy, we just saw them playing all the way back, which was really nice because they just allowed QOR to run into them. I really feel like we need to shout out Ziff as well on that Killjoy. He managed to get so many picks on those lurkers that QOR was trying to set up around the map, whether it was garage, whether it's from B, and they did not fall for a lot of their little tricks that they were trying to do, ping-ponging off of each of these sites and just putting so much pressure down. It was really nice to see. And actually looking at this, it's kind of insane.
Isn't that crazy?
Whoa.
Yeah, 14 first kills for QOR, and they still couldn't close out the map.
Wow. I just need to... Wow. Think about that for a second. That's just wild, right? To see it like that at least skewed in QOR's favor despite that result.
Yeah, it's kind of wild because you think back on that map and you remember so many situations where QOR were 5v4, they're 4v3. Like there was a lot of moments where QOR should have closed out those rounds. And I think that tempo, that pressure that YFT consistently applied onto QOR was actually the determining factor, right? Because that's typically where teams start to make mistakes, where you're forcing a lot of decisions to be made. You're forcing people in unconventional scenarios. You're forcing these teams to play outside of their comfort zone. And I think we saw a lot of that on this map, where like the fast floods were working for YFT and the push and pulls, and just like the site hits were working so well, and just like the overall overwhelm that we saw from YFT in these pulse plans and kind of in the late round scenarios were just so on point. It felt like there really weren't any shortages of heroes for the YFT side. Like whenever they needed a late rounder, they kind of had one, and there's alternating stepping up for their roster.
I do also want to just give a little shout out to Infiltrator on that Jet. You can see he's at the top of that scoreboard there, but he was kind of quiet the first half of this matchup. But at the end, he was going crazy. That second half, when he's on that attack side, he really was enabled. We saw him being super active. The second half of that defense side, just online with the operator, but that first half of the attack side, when they're stringing those rounds together, he was just going in. He was constantly being aggressive on their executes, pushing towards that back side. He was good for 3 almost every single time that they did execute. So really well played for him, and I'm looking for them to carry that into the breeze. But I think overall, man, YFT, they really surprised me, especially on this map of Haven.
I mean, we got to talk about a couple of the standouts coming out from YFT as well. I mean, we had talked a little bit at the top of the day about Atlas, but Stallion is someone who we have not talked about at all. So, of course, we had to feature them for the Philips Norelco head-to-head. Because, I mean, Atlas is just like the flex god when you're looking at all the comps. Everything that he can do always gets the performances. And especially Roy near the tail end of that, like, Stallion's impact was just immeasurable.
Yeah, the Italian Stallion he's actually just a beast. I actually don't know if he's Italian, but I just wanted to say that. It just rolled off the tongue nicely. But dude, yeah, Stallion's been a beast. I mean, I think we've highlighted him actually. We've given him a lot of flowers before. Like maybe today he wasn't the center of the conversation, but we have not had shortages of death segments where we've talked highly of Stallion, his impact on this roster, on actually almost every version of this roster. He's always been a standout player. I feel like his mechanics kind of go under the radar because he has so many other aspects of his gameplay that are so sick that he's a very vocal player. He's a very high energy, very positive type of player on the team as well. So he's keeping up the vibes. He's putting up numbers. He's clutching up rounds. He's good at taking risk and also opening up rounds for his team. It really does feel like he's maybe one of the most well-rounded, most underrated, well-rounded players in the league, to be honest. But, flipping the page onto Atlas, like, this is the new gun, right? This is the IGL that's probably the least experienced on the roster. He comes in, he's calling for on a completely different style than he's probably used to for a team that he's never played with, and he's putting up these numbers. I mean, you just got to give the guy respect. And on top of that, he's playing duelist. Like, bro, just ship it. Just ship him the MVP. I don't know what else to say.
Dude, not just duelist. This guy's playing everything. I think in the past 2 matchups, he's played like, what was it? Sage, Omen, Phoenix. Who else? Someone else. But it's just crazy. He's playing that, KO, initiator, controller, duelist, and the Senti role. It's kind of insane. And I think for me, I just wanted to do a little quick shout out on Stallion again, just to touch up on what Roy said. His positioning was absolutely phenomenal that game. I think a lot of the reasons why they won those rounds, especially those post plants and the retakes, were because of Stallion. The really good paranoias, making sure they're using a lot of that positioning in combination with the Killjoy ult, especially towards that last round, was so nice to watch. And I think he had a really big step up into this matchup.
And now I have to call Roy out for lying, because he said that I was saying things about YFT losing. No, I never lost faith. I said that they were a 3-map sort of team. If you look back to the recent history, they lose map number 1 a lot. They're winning a lot of these 2-1s. Every 2-1 except for one that they've been winning, they lose map number 1. You know what they do? They win the other 2. So looking at Breeze, I mean, Roy, you can't say that about me and my prediction, right? I will say though that this one's going to be looking to be quite interesting for both of these teams, especially too when there's a spot in playoffs on the line.
Yeah, okay. Honestly, I will vouch. He did say they're a 3-map type of team. I can definitely vouch for that. But listen, at the beginning of the last segment, you kind of seemed like you were on our team. Mary and I were confused, and I don't think we're both going to be confused for no reason.
Well,
okay?
keep me out of this. Keep me out of this. Sorry, I'm not part of this.
let's lock in here for a sec, right? Because we're going on to a map that neither of these two teams have had really consistent results on, to be honest. Like, it's been a comfortable map for them prior, but overall it's almost a mirror composition. They're swapping out the controller for that extra sentinel on the defensive side for core, so expect a lot of those gadgets to come into play. There has to be a measured pace for YFT. You have to guess where Moose's setup is. You got to guess where the Phoenix are. There's a lot of elements, and of course the operator for Infiltrator, who's been so good at opening picks. So I feel like this attack side, I would typically say, is going to be comfortable for the attacking side with Phoenix and with Harbor and Viper as well. So there's a lot of options, but in this case, I feel like for YFT, they have to be really measured and really precise on this attack side.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, looking at these comps, I'm actually leaning towards YFT. I don't like the solo Harbor, man. I really don't. I think as a solo controller, you have to be so specific with what you want to do, the site that you're trying to take, and a lot of the map control. And I think you kind of get set back not having that extra Viper wall to help you make sure you have a secondary option, a backup option on where you want to go. So I'm a little bit worried for Core's side, and I'm leaning towards YFT, especially because Atlas had such a good performance towards the end of that map on Haven with the Phoenix. It seems like the stars kind of aligning for them right now.
I mean, having things set up to go their way, but getting into the server have to see, because Core, remember that map 1, they have definitely been shooting today too, but it all comes down to this. Reminder, losers not out, but to secure a spot in playoffs now for either Core or YFT would definitely be a welcome little treat. So let's get to it, find out who that's going to be as we head to Breeze with your casters for the final time today. Let's bring back Shio and Lemon Kiwi.
Thank you so much, Sierra. Yeah, it's do or die, and pretty YFT fashion to go the absolute distance, and a very familiar map to them. I mean, they just had losses to EG Academy 13-10, but YFT they're going to run this comp again, Shio.
Yeah, and I don't mind the comp. You asked about do or die. Does Core Gaming want to die? Is my question, because solo Harbor is a lot. That's crazy pressure right now on Flya. Yes, you know, Myrna did a really good job at breaking it down. It's very hard to do everything on the map, you know, especially with splits coming down or fakes back and forth. You can really exhaust the Harbor utility. But if Flya is able to solve things properly, lock things down, the team's gonna have so much to play with. It really is all on him on this defensive half.
And Muddy wants to make up for that performance he had on Breeze, and he's someone who just absolutely shined on the previous map. YFT taking things slow until an exchange, until there's a trade, and that gives Core the information. The spike is down, and Derek gets 2 with 5 HP still left, and he lives. continues to be a threat, and
player
QOR have the
standing.
numbers, and they still have eyes on Spike.
Things are going so well for them on this pistol round. A little bit of luck with that spray coming in from Derek. At the same time, he's still alive, putting down pressure. 2 players left to go. Sheriff picked up from Atlas. Things are not finished here just yet. The flash, though, perfectly spaced, is not going to hit. Infiltrator with a 3K walks it down mid and takes the round.
A shout out to that door that made the whole difference there. Door diff. QOR, though, with a difference maker on the pistol. Derek, I mean, he has just been one of the most incredible initiators to watch in terms of his mechanics, how impactful he is, especially on the Sova. He gets to do that here again, and the vibes are immaculate, and this is why players like that matter in intense maps like this. So QOR will have Infiltrator as well with the Outlaw. Up close and personal, right into the stack. A YFT, he dodges the flash, but you can't dodge this L. That Infiltrator serves you up.
LNR and LNR left and right, the peaks, and even handing out those L's. It's nuts from Infiltrator right now. He's really taking over this one. Talk about him having, what, a stint on crew just a little bit, right, in tier 1 and kickoff. Like, this was one of the maps where I feel like it was having some of the biggest impact. I think it was on Neon at the time. So now we're swapping over to the Jet. Same job, though. Classic long range. 4K. Get the ace for the value. It's not going to be there. Devi will stop it down, but still the power he's demonstrating right now. I know it's against an eco. He's rocking it down.
And he has the ult in round 3. So that's always nice. Probably. Okay, yeah, gives the Outlaw to Derek. So this is going to be a shakeup. QOR really trying to make a splash early in this map, and it's so important on Breeze to gather momentum early when you can get, I mean, more powerful snipers than the Outlaw online. And we saw even in our first series of the day how important that battle can be against 2 powerful snipers. I'm imagining that's going to be Ziff here in the future, but YFT, their first rifle buy-up, now have to deal with a thorn in their side.
See what they can do to fix it. One of those knives might end up striking at any moment. They're ready for this take, though. This is crazy. So many numbers here. 3 people looking at elbow. What do QOR know? How are they ready for this at the same time? It's messy, and Infiltrator goes down.
Infiltrator so greedy for that. Just had a whole cutlery ready for the team. This QOR will still hold the line. They have the Outlaw. 1 bullet down. YFT not going to engage on the reload as soon as that harbor wall comes up, and Fly is quick to rotate around the map knowing YFT are going to pivot.
That's a bingo. They understand exactly where every single player is. All 5 in a row, and the thing is, though, you can still move after the fact, and the gamble is, let's stack over towards this A side from QOR. They think that YFT is going to be here no matter what, and they are correct.
Fly are going to get his one and done or absolutely devastate this team. Quick trades, and YFT are back in the game. Derek and Moose. Saw Derek already warmed up on the mechanics, but an Outlaw, there's only 2 bullets and 4 people. Make that 0 kills. And Moose will be happy to give his life for the cause. So YFT carrying through, already earning the run it back. So wait a minute, there really is going to be a tug of war here.
Back and forth, and we haven't really seen it too much past like maybe some of the rounds happening in the very start of the Lotus map. This is going to be an intense one. Whoever runs away with that momentum, they have been the leaders of these series so far. Just one comeback that was possible. Past that, those leaders keep pushing the map forward, keep making those leads so much bigger. Read right now also from the side of QOR is that we are staying for and waiting for a B hit. Still early aggression. Storm Surge is a possibility here. Flyer wants to get a bit more aggressive with it. Nothing found over in A main for now. Everybody, though, from YFT is here.
Hey, Flya tagged up with nowhere to go. YFT on the chase, on the hunt, the run it back, the dashes. QOR, how do they withstand? They just try to create some safety behind the very forward harbor wall as YFT try to cage them in right after, but really just exclude them from the party. YFT also have 2 from main. They're so worried about a QOR flank, which Core are not going for quite yet. They're just trying to stack together, maybe wait for this harbor wall to expire, get ready to flash on the other side. Kumi caught in the open. At least Core will trade. It's even numbers as Core step forth. YFT give them the space. They give them the spike. Core have already tapped it. YFT are paying close attention, but as they do, Core win every gunfight, and it's up to Devi and Stallion to just delay as much as possible. It's the last shock bolt from Devi to deny it, and no time for Moose to clutch. Really stoic and patient plays from YFT.
Really good job from the team to lock it down. The thing is, though, cost them a lot when it came to the money, especially with some of these positions. Muddy on yellow, doing a really good job at scaling too, and going for that individual play. You need everybody in these specific roles to be doing the best they can when given the opportunity, winning the clutches, pushing in for some of the space. And for YFT, I just sense confidence right now and around like that, confidence in the game plan as well. No matter if it's discovered by these Core players. I have to commend Core, though. Some of the adjustments they're making, they are matching YFT at the right times across the map, and that's very difficult to do on Breeze. This time, Sheriffs across the board, staying proactive, inside elbow, walk down, and the prep here is ready for the side of YFT, but it's not two-tiered. Usually, you have one person closer, one person a lot further away at window. It's a double window tech for the moment, and lots of information gained from Core on that pushdown.
Core desperate for these upgrades, but how far are they willing to go for that? Core have less really to risk. They're the ones that could go for it. And as YFT approach, it's the Outlaw saving the last bullet just for Flya, who stands tall. Has an important job to try and win that 1v1, but now here's the crunch. But wait, Flya is doing incredible damage, and Core feel inspired almost. They're on their way towards the site, and YFT are antsy.
They are trying to find some value. It's not going to be too much. Still have a bit of a chance, though. Spike just got planted.
All right. Core.
Okay.
Get broken down at the end. It's a muddy 4K, I guess, to end it all things against a bunch of pistols. But man, Core are a team that keep you on the edge of your seat when they have these lower buys. And Infiltrators investing into the op, and nothing yet for YFT on that end, so that's going to be a factor.
I'm wondering if he updrafted on that back pillar of B. It's a very difficult angle to see coming. I think it sees over the wall into window as well if you have an attack smoke. And a lot of the times, Phoenix teams, or the people that like to run Phoenix on Breeze, they end up in this B main to just get that free orb. A is a bit easier to control. You start over at B, take that orb away, and then move over to A. Go for the exec. No orb for now. Moving down Atlas is a little bit further away from the ultimate. I would assume they'd try to go for it, but don't want to waste a smoke or a wall on it.
It's going to be important for Infiltrator to only go for this angle if he's really certain he could get the first shot in. And off the drone, off the info from Derek. Infiltrator gets a peek at mid, and everyone from YFT dissipates. Just almost really no valuable map control for YFT, as they'll wait for this single controller now to have the smoke dissipate, and for YFT to try and overwhelm these defenders at A again.
Up is coming, though. You got to be very careful of this one. Already on site, Muddy wants to get into the action fast. Mollies, storm surges, rifles on site. Too much to deal with. We have to call in the thunder. Devi is there. Equalizer. Hit on board. Left. The spike barely inside it, though. Lots of time to work with. The more shock darts coming in. Infiltrator, do you take the timing? Slow it if you try to cross the wall. It will fall down, though. The waves reside. The toxic survives, and now there's a pit to get through as well. Infiltrator. That's the timing. One player down. Afterwards, the pit has to be solved.
Core taking their time to explore, and this Viper is just barely keeping this fortress up, all playing through main. The recon from Derek marks no one. The reckoning to re-clear through YFT. They fight, and they overcome, and it's Stallion on top again.
Over and over, map to map, Stallion Link's performances through and through. The one person you can rely on to make sure everything works out in that retake. Oh my goodness, the reckoning coming in at the perfect time to make sure, even if that pit falls, still You have no control still. You drown and you cannot see. Huge to the trade, and afterwards, yeah, again, it's just so well timed. He doesn't stop it early either. You are forever lost in the pit.
So much impact from the ultimates. Debbie, the 2 shots with the Hunter's Fury, 2 kills. That's rare to get. The reckoning for the refight. YFT got everything they wanted, and Core have to try and cosplay exactly that with the ult set they have.
Yeah, David, score.
Poison's off.
Well, what happened after that all for one fight? Now it's your turn. You know what I'm saying? Now it's their turn for these ultimates. They've got to lock in, find their super power, find their quirk for this round. Thing is, when you have all these ultimates, you have that riddled in your mind as well. We talk about the mental stack for Flya, solo smoking on this harbor. Nobody else to really stop, inhibit things going down. You have to find peaks. You have to try to do something early. An infiltrator gets caught in that sauce. Cove down. Now just a wall to stick around with. At 40 seconds here, it seems as though YFT will have a lot of control on where they want to go on this map already. Huddled around mid, they have the timing to cross.
Infiltrator exploring. YFT missed shot, but YFT have more up their sleeve as Core retaliate with their own reckoning, funneling YFT into the grasp, into Moose and the trips that he has set up, especially for this moment. And he has the neural theft, and he activates it immediately. YFT, this is gonna be tough to overcome when they are spotted.
Weight of power juggling back and forth in these ultimates. 2 of them baited out, but then the position completely solved for the side of YFT. It doesn't matter if you know where they are. You got to win the fight. Kumi has perfect timing, announces himself with the flash. Shock, electric, but it scares him back into the smoke. Muddy, scope online for a second. The double swing is there, and it's impossible to try to get through the middle of that one. 1 HP for Moose. There is no chance. Stallion again and again gallops to the top of the scoreboard. A 4K in the round.
So many ults in the bin, and for what? Core needed to have impact, and they fell short. It's going to cause probably a timeout here, I imagine.
Nice call.
Need to get it together.
Yeah, I gotta stress this right now. Between these 2 teams for the moment, that was 3 ultimates used in that round for the side of Core. Nothing was gained from that position. They never had control of that round for even a second. It was nuts from both sides to be able to dodge the power they both had when they were trying to hit the site. It was very impressive. Nobody from Core went down when YFT were hitting. But at the same time, even with the neural theft, even with all the information in the world, if you still can't win those fights on Breeze, man, in a retake with Harbor, what is going on? The coaches have to get involved here. Time is running out for Core. When we see YFT in control, that Haven map, Lemon, it was, they were addicted. They couldn't let go of it. They were so good at keeping that lead.
YFT are so good at watching their backs too. They haven't let Core develop any kind of flank or off angle. Infiltrators looking for any weakness, any gap left into the map, and he falls early. He's the one getting all the kills, mostly for Core. He's almost double positive. Here, everyone else is negative on the Core side. You need Infiltrator part of these equations, and it may just come down to simplifying the fundamentals, simplifying this defense, having your numbers up to withstand against YFT. As Infiltrator brings the knives out, he believes in this eco, and YFT, they play these early rounds slow.
So slow, waiting for that first mistake again. We talk about, even on these ecos sometimes, right? But even in those rifle rounds, you saw it as an example in the last one. When you have solo smokes, when you have this type of composition, the double duelist, you have to get a little bit active at the start of these rounds. Try to find some space on the map. All YFT are doing are wondering on this eco, do you want to take more Core? Do you want to be greedy? Jump on more than you have. And for the moment, no. Core, stick it down. Their strongest player, Infiltrator, will be one of the first people in contact this round.
Be a big moment, especially the closer YFT get, the more accessible these upgrades could be for Core. And that's why YFT are so scared to approach any of these tunnels, any of these choke points, to be at close range to a pistol, especially the Sheriffs. Mechanically, Core are really impressive. So YFT, push comes to shove, 30 seconds left. It's time to hit. And through the recon, through the trips, Moose still has to be discovered. Loki smoked off too as YFT have only just spotted him now. Good heads up, good coverage here from Devi and Muddy, who have just claimed every corpse behind them. The retakes around the corner too from Core. Kumi and Infiltrator work together as a duo and they will fall together as YFT are just continuously on a streak.
YFT doing tricks on these rounds a little bit now. We got Devi up in. They're taking solo space on ladder. Muddy's all the way in there without even a teammate getting damage done. Everybody's really rocking it down individually, having really nice performances. But after Stallion's clutches, I have to look at Muddy, who's making really good space for the teams, you know, from their perspective in the anti-ecos, and even on these rifle rounds, fearlessly going in, diving through some of these walls that are so hard for duelists to entry pass because they slow you down, being affected by molly, storm surges in the way, all the immediate util, the flashes, he's turning them. He's doing a really good job at being the herald for his team, pushing them onto these sites.
Eric has a responsibility of now solo watching mid, or at least going for the drone, recons.
It doesn't see enough.
Core just will maybe have to turtle up, but Derek is gonna push the angle. Dangerous because YFT have really been a death ball this whole time. The opposite threat on the opposite side of the map. YFT will really not be disturbed too much. 1v1. Derek isolates it and gets it.
Silva Diff playing with the scans. He has some of his own and really is able to lock things down now. Not having elbow, not having that pressure. How do you get out of this angle? I'm loving the adaptation from Moose with the cam as well. So much information, so good timing from Atlas. Excuse my grammar, I'm distracted by the play. This guy is just looking so good. This is not a running back either, but he's playing like he has one. Fearless, reckless, endearing for his team. Moose now active, but it's just not enough when Atlas has all the confidence in the world. It's down to Infiltrator, who started things off, and we'll run it back to put the spike down.
Spike planted.
Infiltrator still has full health, full armor, dashed out to avoid that confrontation, and Muddy's op is supreme. And Core's economy in shambles. I don't even know if they could buy another op, and there's still one on YFT's side, which is huge for them. There was a nice effort for Infiltrator to get some picks over at A, but all the action was on the other side. Derek created some good opportunities, but it was Atlas owning mid that completely ruined and found that weakness in Core.
And this weakness should not exist for Core right now. If you think about the compositions, why Athena was so, I think, critical for there being a solo harbor on this team, it's to fill in the defensive gap. That Cypher is supposed to stop some of this double duelist stuff, or at least give it some hindrance moving over to the site. Thing is, though, on B, Moose has lost almost every single time. The score is 7-2. Core picked this composition knowing they'd be on defense, knowing they want to stop these duelists and the motion that YFT has right now, but they're just too strong. Muddy is playing at a crazy level, and Atlas, that level of confidence, I don't care if you run 5 Sentinels, he's carving right through them.
Yeah, Moose can only do so much to slow things down if they don't hit his trip, but they just go above and beyond, literally. And even Moose gets smoked out as well because there's 2 on the other side. So he kind of has struggles when there's a jet on top of him.
The big thing then is if the Moose pick with Cypher's not working out, if Fly is overwhelmed, Infiltrator, yeah, he's talking like he usually is. We need a hero on Core right now. Somebody has to step up. And even if it's not just Util, they have to start fragging. They're all in pretty good positions right now. This mid take is really expansive. They can play off each other. Someone's got to wake up, though. Somebody has to get the trades.
Kumi is supposed to be the one that traded off of Infiltrator. He was a little busy. The walls break everything up. Kumi is still alive and is now trying to pressure out. It throws out the flash, gets carved out, and YFT be able to get the plant just in time as Derek watches at a distance. What seems to be the series and their playoff hopes start to dissipate.
There are no heroes. There is no justice. Your favorite thieves are stealing away this game villainously. Muddy with a 4K. Stallion with the saves. Nobody can stop these guys from just criminally taking over these sites and stopping Core in anything that they want to do. Strat right now, and as per usual, is always a slower start. into a hit that Core cannot handle. Sentinel on B doesn't matter this time, actually. There is a difference in flavor in the round. A switch over. Sentinel, Cypher on that A site. Core are ordering Moose to stop these pushes now. The thing is, the money's just not there. Sheriff's on the round. You're just looking for value. You're giving away the switch up, though. Something's got to change. There's only 2 rounds left in the half.
Last time you had a Sheriff save, like Infiltrator and Kumi worked together at this A main, got absolutely nothing, and they want to try and pick the site where they can duo, and they think that this B corner that's looked the weakest on Core's defense would be the area that YFT would hit. So much of that firepower is on the left side of the map. You're going to try and slow things down for YFT's push with, like you said, the trips here at the front. Unfortunately for Core's duelists, they pick the wrong site. Maybe they'll be on the way soon. YFT have the better weapons. They're not going to have any close encounters against Core. The Harbor is going to try and slow things down, but the wall does not come up in time. Moose 6 feet under, and the rest may as well just join them. YFT plant, and they look like they've already secured the round. But here comes help. Derek joining Infiltrator. No crazy flanks. Kumi, a run it back that should be saved for the next rounds. Well, really, not really many more chances, but that will be inspirational. But Money just doesn't miss. It's hunting season. Okay, maybe he misses a little. Derek, the window of opportunity to cross, to find an angle around this, to find a solution. In the time that you have left, the spike is ticking, and the heart's no longer on the Core side. As YFT, they slow it all down, and now just watch the rest of Core fall.
Open up the hospitals. Money's on the map. These flicks, man, they're breaking my wrists. Hearts, as you mentioned, from the side of Core, just not beating. Look at that quick scope. If you blink, by the way, you've missed the beauty of this round. I know it's anti-eco, but to catch a dash like that, man, oh my God. Right now, these duelists, their timing linked by telepathy almost in the way they approach their twinning and how well they're doing on the map as well. I know Infiltrator is up there too, but 15-7, 11-7 from Atlas. And Muddy right now, they are the talk of the town. They're opening up these sites. Hot knife through butter type beat.
Gonna run it back for Kumi. Trying to pick the right place, the right time. Infiltrator gets what he wanted, getting through that link side. And he's gonna try and re-hit to re-peek. YFT are gonna keep him humble. And there's 2 ops now on the YFT side of things, so they're trying to keep their distance and slow down the game if they can. Now they ditch it.
Opening the door. Wait a minute, Flya, you said everything as to where you are. Zip will know you're here now. I'm so confused as to why he doesn't stick down in bottom mid. Nobody saw him coming. Maybe he knew that elbow was a issue, but now suddenly the map is completely opened up. The advantage that Infiltrator made, this guy who's the only soul active on Core, it's been given away. He has the timing here again. Atlas is hidden though. Devi's taking out his teammates. He's the only one alive. Does he see the corner coming? No. And that are chances for Core plummeting now to the depths of the ocean of breeze, man. They're drowning in the sand. It's so rough.
And the solo plays, hit or miss, more likely to miss, unfortunately for Core, feeling the desperation of going for any play that they can. Comms feeling like they've gone quiet as YFT loud and proud with an ending Hunter's Fury right through Moose. He's an animal after all, and he gets put down like one as well. 10-2 for YFT as we go into the second half to see, is this the end all be all?
It's looking rough for Core for the moment. Belief is there for the fans though. We've seen some of the comebacks that YFT have mounted previously in the series as well. Now this composition might be a bit better in execution on the attack. Yes, the mental stack heavy for Flya. Solo Harbor might not be the easiest thing to run on defense. Infiltrator, the only person active, could be good on attack though, because him entering and being really good at the game, hot right now on the rifle, on the pistol. The rest of the team can adapt from it. They get to set the pace, at least, Core on this side. YFT though, you give a team like YFT these many rounds of a lead, you guarantee at least 2 of them this half are gonna get crazy. They'll throw in some wrenches to Core's game plans. Core's gotta hold on, and most importantly, it's the most important round for them. They gotta win this pistol.
And Core just have to support each other, and you're forced to do that on a pistol on the attack. The Harbor secures the site. Moose breaks some skulls along with Flya. And the retreat away from mid, no chance for YFT to retaliate in that moment, the retake, as they'll have to wait for the wall to come down.
Dev patient, Stallion. He solved things before for the team when things do look dire. Devi though, solved. Stallion up in there with the trade as well. Down to a 3v2. Stallion moving in. See what he can do. Hurt on a spike as well. Ziff on the backside. They finally link together. The molly is active though. Understand where people are, just have to land the shots. Peeking through the Viper wall. It might just be enough for YFT to cove it down. Harden it up. Go for the defuse. Flyer has to move close. 36 HP. You need to clutch this. It's being stuck. There's the play. The plan got arrive. Flyer. One hopeful flame for Core still ignited on the map.
Watch their movement.
Wow, what a round for Flya. We are all freaking out. Was Flya gonna get there in time? Was the second player on YFT gonna swing out of the cove to do something about this? They just tried, and it all came down to also a Stallion wall that created a mini 3 versus 3 on the site, which kind of kickstarted this whole retake on the best of foot possible until Flya. The pressure was on, and pressure makes diamonds, and Flya's back into the game. You're still down 7 rounds. The anti-eco, though, it needs to be pristine.
Yeah, right now, Flya is VBS. He's shining. Ty is built different in that round to be able to get that clutch.
Here.
Thing is, do diamonds crack under pressure? What happens when you really put them to the test, right? He has to be this clear the entire half now, Lemon.
Maybe the bad diamonds, the cheap ones. I don't know. But YFT, they got the classics close range. Devi has been a force to be reckoned with. And look at all the attention that Stallion's getting the ping from the dart. And approaching, Derek is not going to let this go by. Not on his watch. He dispatches both. And the A site is theirs for the taking.
If they get any value at all, getting one person down, this would be a very good pedestal for Core to be able to play off of. But a bit greedy with this one, right? Double Marshall for the Ghosts as well. They'll have a lot of money to play with, especially if they start dying in later rounds. But it's all about staying alive right now. And I think they understand that. They're going for the hunt, but they have this hard line drawn in the sand to not actually get onto the B site. It's just about punishing these players. The biggest thing for the side of YFT, they need to die. They can't just stay alive and save these classics. So I think they're picking and choosing who to die to. This is a good fight, but I like the fact that Moose stays off of it. Let's Kumi get the kill. You want to be able to get the orbs on the right people there. So good little mental game between the teams. They're still very so locked in.
Yeah, you have to scrounge everything you can get, and now you have Derek closer to that Hunter's Fury. I was starting to get worried about Core going towards the defender's spawn, especially when you have a Phantom. And then what if YFT got away with that? What if there was a mistake on Core? They could have taken those weapons. Who knows? But Core, they are just playing around each other a little bit better. I am still seeing Infiltrator go for the solo plays, and he was really harassing them with the Marshall. That's all nice and dandy, but just do not risk it for the biscuit. You do not have a lot of insurance left in this game.
Yeah, I'm liking the call on the mega upgrade. We keep pushing forward. Molotov used very early as well. The hot hands, Ziff spotted, and he's gonna keep taking risks. Understand where one player might just be. Don't know that Derek has a spike, and he's battled down as well.
Derek's got a good bark going on over there, and surprised he was trying to bait out Ziff, and it's Derek that ends up taking all the damage from that encounter, and kind of scared on how they're gonna scoop out YFT and try to figure out the numbers on the site, where Derek hasn't invested anything in this round yet.
Can't believe that Ziff holds off 4 players though. Money gets the timing. Dash to break it away. Cloudburst to get back in the 1v1. He's so confident.
Becky go for a drone there too. Money is caught out in the open and just gets spammed out from the rest of the army of Core that march forth and go to the secondary plan. And it's Devi and it's left. Stallion. The best players, the stronger site for YFT, and as Core that they're deciding otherwise. They're pivoting to B now.
I love that from Stallion, doing the 80-80 with the peak. It keeps these 2 players on the B site. The hopeful core of YFT so far. They're figured out though. Starting the round to slow the round down completely. Stallion is there though. He finds the kill on the cross. He still gets more damage in.
Moose barely has a breath in his lung. In his lungs. 2 HP. He'll only be good to get the spike down, and then nothing. YFT, it's a clutch factor about them. They're worth their weight in gold. One person gets 2 kills. You're minimizing QOR at every step that they take, and QOR just kept flipping the map, thinking maybe you would beat them in rotations. This stack alone could have been disastrous even earlier for QOR. And unfortunately for them, Stallion goes unmarked and uncaged. A really good moment for YFT.
Actually amazing moment from them. I've counted 5 rounds in this game so far that have been tough puzzles for YFT to solve. Impossible situations, like when there was that Viper's Pit before. The Reckoning came in. Who was that? Stallion. In the pistol round when they were at a deficit, who came in with the wall? It was Stallion. In that round when they were down on numbers and there was a rotation happening, who called and did a really good peek with the Storm Surge to figure out where the pressure was going? It was Stallion, who then solves the round at the very end. If you want to beat YFT, you have like 4 problem people you need to pick before you get to a site. And they've got Hydra heads on this team, man. You kill one person, somebody else is stepping up in that spot to be able to clutch. It's a very tough team to break on Breeze.
Or avoid the drone from YFT. Need Derek in this equation. He'll have a drone of his own. Stallion, noticing some presence in mid, is going to call forth the duelist, and this is a lot on Moose to get this pick, to get the girl theft, and well, someone walks in front of the barrel. Moose, all he has to do is pull the trigger, and so does Derek. All the pins are being knocked down on the YFT defense. The wall comes down as well. QOR need perfect rounds. They need momentum, and YFT just need 2 to get to playoffs.
Still locked in. They know that Stallion's alive. Okay, Cove close range to be able to cross. He has the option for the Reckoning too. They just end up getting a little pick, but I like the fact that QOR are playing so far up and not giving anything away. Moose coming in now. This flank going to be devious, but you understand what the positions might be like. Instead of even going for it, YFT decide, let's just save. It's not worth it. We've got so many chances to stay in this one. The economy's not looking too good for the entire team. So with this save, I think Ziff and Muddy will have enough to drop their teammates and keep their rifles.
QOR have been so nervous at kind of the early aggression that could come out of YFT, whether it's the early util from Derek to check out A main. And this is going to be another hindrance to them because YFT have Reckoning and Run It Back, only Reckoning there for Flya. So QOR's options or win conditions are not as plentiful as YFT side, especially when YFT are just kind of better aimers, at least at this state of the game. But QOR haven't given up. They are 3-1 in rounds when it comes to this half.
A lot of the times, you know, the community also roasts saves. We've seen like on LAN as well, people booing teams, their own teams that save across the world. A save in this position though is amazing. Jen, you're mentioning all this ultimate talk. There's gonna be a hit over here. Stallion staying, by the way. Storm Surge in delay. Hold on with the point. No way you get even a kill from this one, right? Surely. You guys forget about Stallion? What's going on still? A 1 for 2. It's fine for the side of QOR.
Infiltrator lives too as he went in solo. QOR were scared on the approach. Still managed to deal with the problem. 4 versus 3. As YFT quiet, patient, Atlas now getting just hounded by QOR. But just the gunfights go YFT's way, and we needed perfection out of QOR, and now we need a 1 versus 2 out of Flya, where YFT will go to match point, series point, and QOR cannot afford that. The only variable here is time, and Fly is playing his life. YFT have to bait him out of this secure location, and the smoke is gonna get him worried, but the stack is there! Flya clutches again!
Over and over, these Harbor players are finding ways to keep their teams afloat. Masters of water, masters of the clutch for the moment right now. On Breeze, it's anything but a vacation for QOR and Flya. He has to call everything, clutch everything, and do it alone in utility 2. The solo smoker for the team actually is able to see through the cloudburst and get Muddy down. Biggest thing for this team right now, QOR, is they need kills. We're talking about the saves before to get these ultimates online. Every time YFT does decide the round is too hard, they inhibit QOR's ability to get their ultimates online. They save their bodies, save their own orbs. Core right now need to hunt when these rounds are ending. They have to put everything on the line. Running back coming in towards the ladder side. The dash updraft is not going to be possible. Denied from Muddy.
And the combo util that Core, like everyone got an assist on that kill, but Ziv, okay, makes Core really work for it. The plant there, Atlas around the corner, just gonna go in solo, see what he can get, and now he sees nothing. Vision fades to black, and Devi is the last on the hit list. So Core getting away with this. That was a save, of course, for YFT. They have really good ults coming out. So it's, can Core withstand the tidal wave of ultimates coming up in the next round? And can YFT pull through on that buy? That's going to be the round to watch, folks.
Yeah, look at all those blinking lights. Ziff, if we had the pit, yeah, would be cool too, but not the most impactful ultimate on this map. Defensively, at least, it can be solved. It can be worked around. Look at everything else, though, when it comes to impact. Run it back to the duelist in your front line. Stallion with the Reckoning has solved 5 different rounds. Devi's Hunter's Fury's getting 2Ks back to back, and Muddy, I mean, just look at the scoreline right now. Give that guy knives and verticality. It might be over. This is the ultimate test to see if Core can stay in the game. And it's gonna have Muddy on an Operator 2 ultimate hard mode.
And to do it solo, for Core to steal it away, or for maybe YFT to ring true, and as Core flood in, it's just overwhelming for YFT. They have a Reckoning for the retake, and YFT just need to buy a little bit of time to catch their breath and to work off of that.
Not a single person died to the Hunter's Fury. They're running back on no value. Moose has a Mega Lurk. Spike is planted. They're trying to save. It's all about the kills. It's all about economy. They need to keep trying to get these ults online. Muddy and Devi do not want to give these guys a chance. Look at Infiltrator. 1 orb away. Flya 2. Derek 3. Second save in a row. They're not getting their ults.
Or the op is 2, and Core just keep trying to take swings. And it's costing them. But hey, thankfully, Core have had such a solid second half. But because they really fell short on their defense, it's going to take just this Herculean effort. And there, Muddy gets another pick with the op. He continues to keep it. And on the side of YFT, it's important because he can't afford another one.
This is such an important kill. Derek does get it. Now just 2 away from his ultimate. At 8-11, every single orb here will matter. You only get 2 to control every round. Everything else is determined by kills. And if you get that spike down now, Core are doing a really good job at getting that spike. But again, YFT are guarding their bodies with these saves over time. Core finally have found a way through. They've found some momentum. So YFT with their signature timeout. Jen, you've called it before. When this timeout comes in, it hits a little bit different, right?
Yeah, in the second half, it's like YFT have just gathered all the evidence, mountains and mountains of paper, and then it's the final crunch. It's going to be around this Stallion Reckoning and how YFT kind of create this second fight to retake, to play off of that. Stallion living so deep into these rounds has been so pivotal to their success, but unfortunately for them, the retakes, it gets so close, but no cigar. Only 1 successful retake for YFT, and they really need just two to get to playoffs.
Hot take from me, scorching one. You doing a Bistek here. I know it'd be a little bit big brain, but look at how close these guys are to ultimates. If the round starts and you just go for a snake bite, hot hands play. They get no orbs. I know it gets to 11-9. I know every round matters. But then you have that Reckoning, then you're ready to go in the next one. They're obviously not going to go for it this time. It'd be crazy if that call out worked. But now, the question is for me on Core side, who is going to get the kills? I'm paying attention to the ways you come back in this game. It's those ultimates. Flya and Derek will be the best people to get those kills online.
And Core in these moments where they know YFT are saving, they look to absorb that pressure to play towards spawn. Have an outlaw sitting in spawn. It's Moose that has it. The drone shot down. YFT now have an idea that there are still some members lingering in spawn. And with no smokes up for YFT, they know no one's approaching.
Heavy's taking some punishment on that angle as well. Crunch coming in now fast. The pace has switched up. The Storm Surge will completely break it down. okay, and the wall stretches all the way over to main as well. Devi focuses on the one side. Reckoning is being invested and actually coming in, but Infiltrator sees through the seas themselves, and Kumi is there, fire pushing past the ocean. It's enough for the team to get in, get up to round 9. If nothing else goes wrong, the knives are too dull. The skies are so bright for Core.
And Core just needed to play as a unit to support each other, even through the reckoning, which was so well timed for Stallion to not immediately pull it out as soon as he saw someone, to wait for the regroup, ready his team. But it's a Core flawless, as they were resilient through such a well-placed ultimate. Not enough for YFT, and now this 10-2 lead that YFT had has now been minimized to just a 2-round difference between the two teams.
Biggest thing for Core right now is they have baited out the reckoning from YFT. They've solved the punishment. They have a little bit of room to breathe. Hunter Street from Derek as well. They can really translate using that ultimate to round 10. Got Flya online with his after this one when he plants. That's round 11. Suddenly we're tied. Ziff though wants to have control of this round himself.
And Derek has a Hunter's Fury. If they want to disrespect it, they can. And I think Ziff just needs to find a corner and just sit pretty and not be in range of this. And Core don't look like they want to address it, at least yet.
They have a plan for it. I like that you called that out, because I think YFT are thinking about it too. They've got 2 more people backside B with the Viper Spit. They're thinking that Core will disrespect this.
Oh, the drone doesn't get far enough there for Devi because of that trip, so not fully aware where Core could be.
I think it actually was able to see a few more than 2 people. You can see a little bit more of a hunkering down from the rest of the team on the A side as some people get away.
Left behind is Flya, and that's one of the callers of Core, if not the most important one. So he has to join the squad here at A. But you look towards Infiltrator, who's had such an incredible round, to be cemented, to be supported, for Core to go in as a squad, and it's all lying on Atlas, basically solo. His Stallions all the way at the back. Core now have more hurdles to jump through. If Infiltrator crosses this wall, he will be solo, and Atlas encounters him before he can cross. There's 10 seconds left, and Core still has the plant. YFT on the edge of match point, and Atlas is just the final boss. He crosses up multiple, making 4. The ace denied from Kumi, but a 1v3 seeming unachievable. But Kumi will do his best. Flash on the other side of his own wall. Too many angles to watch, but a spike that he has to guard with his life as YFT start to work the map. Kumi isolates the one. The stack works its way around. Kumi has a read on it, but Money has the shot.
It's amazing from YFT. Atlas holds up their world and is able to single-handedly take down 4 players working around a harbor wall. I just don't believe it. It's nuts from this player. Look at this. Nobody else in sight. Not a dart in play, just him alone, stopping the dash and then solving the plant as well. Perfectly timed utility on all sides.
Incredible clutch power from YFT. A solo Phoenix gets a 4K basically. Stallion puts up the wall and throws Atlas into the ringer and comes out with corpses. It's insane what Atlas was able to pull out, and now he has to run it back. Win condition for YFT, playoffs on the line, and it starts with that run it back. We'll see how Core are careful. Here is the engagement from Core off of that Phoenix. Spreading duelists on both sides, fully taking over the site. YFT playing for that retake. With an op, it's going to be a bit trickier, but with mid control, Core are going to be aware of it. The Reckoning, a proactive play from the Core side, but a fight that never happened. Droning, YFT going for every piece of information they have time to play with, but now they need the kills, and Kumi is on watch. He gets a 2-for-1. Derek will suppress a 1v1 towards the top of the site, and Infiltrator comes out with gold, and Core still live on.
The individual aspect now is switched over to the Core side. It just feels like they've woken up after that timeout from YFT. Usually that's the way that they end the game. They end up taking the momentum in the match, but Core are not done with this one. Amazing ult And as you called it, Jen, yes, the proactivity from Reckoning from Flya really gives confidence to the rest of the team to stay in their angles. He's blinding 2 of his own teammates to get the rest of them active, sacrificing the pawn to save the king in this round. 10-12 though, 2 more chances. QOR have to stay very vigilant on this attack. Triple swing on window with a drop smoke is insanity. They gain control, and this is a trap play for the walk down in elbow. Wall is still up. It's the defensive one. These will be odd angles. But they get the tic-tac-toe on YFT's side. No way. The value is insane. Down to a 3v3.
That could have been even more disastrous the way that QOR were stacked up. YFT did significant damage, but did not get the upgrades. So QOR still have the advantage. 3 versus 3 on this corner, though. Stallion could stand tall, but he gets floored by Infiltrator. Now better than ever, this duelist needs to show up or QOR will not go to playoffs. And at least the spike is planted, and on a Sheriff pistol save, YFT can't pull out any miracles here. And last round of regulation, QOR have closed the gap.
What do we have left in this round? 11-12. There are some timeouts. Will either team take it or let the players play? It seems as though we stay in the realm of chaos right now. Momentum, honestly, on both teams' side. I think it's even down in that round. That set play plan worked for YFT. It's an eco, though, so they expected it to lose. Match point for YFT, pushing it to overtime here for QOR. Hunter's Fury from Devi has only ever found 2 kills. Last time it was used, though, did miss a little bit. Infiltrator has that firepower active with the knives. Moose will expect a little bit of hostility on the A main line. Doesn't know there's 3 players here, and he's sitting Muddy activated on the angle. He's 1 kill away from knives of his own. The rest of the team over at B, ready to pop if needed. But QOR are sitting silent right now, waiting for YFT to make the first move.
And Moose already has his camera gone. And if there's one thing Moose is so good at as a Sentinel, is to play his life, to give up that space, to play for the war, not just the fight. And now he stays towards spawn, denying a flank opportunity for YFT.
QOR want to stay secure, but right now they're letting that clock burn with no advantage. You still have 2 anchors on this site, both that have mollies to stop you. You have no map control. Everybody's rotating over. The B-side hit coming in. Hunter's Fury stopping the rest of the team from getting into the spot. Electric from the side of YFT. Still, they're solved. Sif with value. Sif with the sight doing damage, but QOR have it for now.
Now the spike goes down peacefully. YFT, and I hope to disrupt this, coming in at 3 different angles as QOR watch from main. Derek wanting to get ahead of this, facing Devi. In this back hallway, a big win for Derek, as QOR could be sending us into overtime. And so it is. It's up to Muddy with knives in hand to discover 3 players before time runs out, and against his opposition of Infiltrator. And in the spotlight yet again is the initiator of Derek, who stays calm, cool, and collected to send us to overtime.
QOR Gaming with a phenomenal comeback in multiple rounds where YFT had 5 ultimates almost. I mean, it's insane the way they climb all the way through. On Breeze attack as well, which is so hard to be able to mount a consistent offense with. They're able to get in with 6 different strat books and really take YFT for a ride. A YFT that has Muddy and Atlas playing out of their mind. A YFT that has the best clutch player in the server right now, Stallion, who's figuring out every single problem for them and just solving it this time. It's going to be crazy. What is this from QOR? A 4-man hit into B main?
This is quite the Hail Mary.
Hold up. Let it cook. Window might be the option that stops it all. It's about to get hairy. It's about to get crazy. Dash in Kumi with the first blood. Devi is trying to make things survive. YFT respond with a thunderous roar. 4 players. Hold it down.
Oh my god, YFT got crunched, but they bit back against QOR. They were not expecting this, and they still locked in when it mattered the most. QOR tried some shenanigans, but it's the attacking side from both sides that has been the strongest. 10-2 for QOR, 10-2 for YFT. And it's Moose in a 1v4. Best of luck. As YFT, they do not miss when their crosshairs are set. YFT taking the first round of overtime. If they pull through on the defense, it's all over.
Core climbed 10 rounds back into the game. One call, one strat might see them free falling all the way back down after all that hard work. A 4-man push that still looked so fruitful towards the very end, solved by a difference in aim for YFT. 3 different 1v1s lost towards the end there.
Core need everyone involved. They needed to be convincing YFT, or even trying to suppress them early with the drone. The quick pop out from Muddy, thinking the drone was enough of a distraction. Core nowhere to be found and are so careful with every step that they take.
Last time there was a walk down, usually on the ecos. On the side of YFT this time, things are free. They understand that over in tunnel though, there always is one person active. It's Infiltrator who's ready to fight on YFT's side. Or should I say Infiltrator's usually here on the other side of things for Core side switching 24/7. That's on me. I'll take the space so they know someone's here. Muddy actually gets the trade. That's the Infiltrator. Cosplay for now. Spray coming in. The fight's so important. Ziff wins it. Kumi is not there anymore.
You still have Derek who's left behind. He needs to stop this, to dismantle this defense, and he can't. Muddy still involved, looking for the 30 bomb, looking for the win and the playoff ticket, but so separated away from Stallion.
Left.
The solo hold from YFT is pulled through in the pass. 1v2, Core on the approach, and caught completely off guard by the Stallion. YFT to playoffs.
They hold on. So close of a comeback from Core, but this guy cannot lose a clutch. I think 6 now different rounds in that game where he activates for his team. Stallion, he's the man. It's insane.
The man, the myth, the legend. I mean, that was a legendary 1v2 there at the end, and just finding the perfect moment with backs turned towards him. And man, mechanically, YFT just supreme. The value on their ultimates, even the util on the lower buys, so threatening that constantly Core had to sit and spawn and wait for what the first move from YFT was going to be. And that's when you knew YFT were in full control.
Yeah, and Core can wait for that first move. Core can wait to get an advantage, but they can't wait for Stallion. It feels like every single time Stallion was in these positions, he was doing so well to completely throw Core off a loop. He activated all his teammates in the most amazing ways too. Shout out to Core though for that match, for that comeback, but YFT are the ones really in the spotlight for holding it down and winning an OT.
And really surprising, just so proud of YFT, the young guns pulling through and creating a big upset, because almost all of us went for Core. And I think we're going to hear mom and dad argue some more. Sierra and Roy, I'm sure, have a lot to say, and I can't wait to hear from them. We'll see you there.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now Forrest taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
Well, it takes all 3 maps and it takes going to an OT, but in the end, YFT are going to stamp their ticket to playoffs, taking the win here over Core. I mean, looking back at it, guys, at the top of the day, we painted that Core, yeah, they're kind of like they're kind of expected, winners of this all. YFT, they're the underdogs, but the underdog stories are always the most fun,
I thought you were about to pull up the predictions on us, and I was like, all right,
okay. You guys do that all by yourselves. Don't worry.
Oh yeah, dude. We were talking about how YFT were the underdogs. We talked about how their firepower was there, but it just felt like Core had a little bit better hold and understanding of how they wanted to play. But man, were we proven wrong. It felt like in this game, YFT, they were just up on so many things. The clutches were there, the trades were there, the strats were there, even the reads at some point. Yes, Core, they made it close. They brought it back so close towards the end, but still, man, that resilience to push through and even play through that overtime was insane.
And I think the crazy thing is it was back-to-back attack halves from Haven to Breeze, right? You see YFT going 10-2. Okay, crazy scoreline. But then you examine the way they're playing the rounds, and they're not even really cooking anything too crazy. Like, they're not even pulling out anything extremely elaborate, right? They're just passively holding and then just like walking up as a team and just going for splits and just going for normal hits. Like, they're not really flexing like insane calling IQ or anything like that. They're just kept it really simple, played extremely well together, and it kind of just felt like even the same story that we saw on Haven, like even the rounds that looked winnable for Core and they should that were advantageous, they weren't able to close. And I think that speaks volumes on the charm and kind of the narrative that we're kind of writing for this team, which is like there's so much talent and there's so much potential, and you see it in all these like late rounds, and you see it in all these moments where it feels like YFT's completely out of these scenarios, but they're coming out on top somehow.
I mean, especially too, in a couple of those rounds got a little bit scrappy, especially when we're looking more at the tail end of that. We're looking at that OT. I mean, YFT, like, they proved that they're these cracked gamers that are able to just kind of thrive within that situation, right? But I do have to give kudos to both the teams throughout this, because the fact it goes to an OT, like Core, even if it's not the win, the bounce back to push it to that point, the hero plays that we got to see across the board. I mean, a clutch up from YFT, the 2 from Core. Laya had multiple like moments within that match too, Athena. Like, it was definitely such a back and forth affair for both of these teams.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And it was crazy too that QOR actually had more first bloods again. This is not the first time this series where they've had those first bloods. They've been in advantageous situations like Roy is talking about, but YFT has just consistently either clutched out, like you're saying, Sierra, or has come up with some insane strat, even when they're down numbers, to just be able to steamroll and really utilize the firepower that they have, as well as the really sick timings that we saw, especially from the players like Muddy and Atlas just working together to make sure that they get those peaks on time. Then of course you have so many clutches by Stallion. It just feels like this roster was so well rounded for this game of Breeze, and it looked like a playground for them from my POV, and genuinely was a really fun game to watch.
Yeah, and I think that kind of goes under the radar for this roster. Like, yeah, we highlighted the flexibility of Atlas and we talk about, you know, the prowess of every single player on this team, but you don't really talk about the well-roundedness of it. Like they look like a complete package. Like, yeah, sometimes they need a player to step up. This case, it was Muddy. I'm sure we'll circle back to that eventually. But it feels like a lot of these players are starting to understand their roles. It looked a bit awkward at first in the beginning of the split, right? If it was obvious that they had growing pains, it was obvious that, you know, Atlas was still developing in the IGL and they're trying to get everybody on the same page. And there's just so many aspects of the game that just look awkward. But I feel like now they're slowly becoming more well-rounded. People are finding their place within the system. And honestly, they're really developing into that kind of underdog team that I was hoping they would be a little bit earlier. But hey, better late than never is what my opinion.
Yep. And I want to now take this opportunity to circle around to Muddy and the impact, because we were highlighting that maybe the last series wasn't so good, but Muddy, we've gotten to see a step up throughout this stage. And when the team needed him most, like this series, but specifically this map too, Athena, like Muddy went crazy.
God, it looked like he had a hold, like a literal chokehold on QOR on every single part of the map that he was on. It felt like on their defensive side, he was really proactive, getting a lot of those peaks, but on their attack side, taking so much of that space, being able to take those ones and making sure that he gets not only the entries, but also the sights for the rest of the team. This round was insane. This flick on Infiltrator was a gross with the off. Every single thing that I was seeing from Muddy was phenomenal. It was like he set his team up for success almost every single round, and everyone understood how to play off of it as well. It just looked like truly a really nice story being written for them.
And I think the thing that deserves a lot of credit for Muddy specifically is he had a quiet first map, and then he also had a quiet second map. And he's so young, dude. He's so young and he's so inexperienced compared to the rest of the players in the server. So for him to bounce back on this third map and literally take his team home with a 29 bomb, I mean, dude, that's pretty impressive. I can't lie. Like the psychology of that, not having one bad map, two bad, okay, but like they're just not below average performances for him, but just like quiet first two maps, and then for him to just like flip the script completely on the third, send his team home, look so confident, look so decisive, and just popping off to that level. I mean, it's straight up claps from me. I mean, that's insane.
Whether it was like the first peak to get the kill, or like even looking at those later rounds, like just being good for the trade, even if it's maybe in just like a position you wouldn't necessarily expect him. I mean, it is just so well done from him. And I think too, just shows that, you know, like the growth of this team overall, like the fact that he's being able to play with the rest of the guys so well, but like, I don't know, just like kind of all fit, right? Like this isn't kind of just like a random assortment of players. Like it seemed like they all could kind of had the same play style. They could play in the chaos. They had each other's back. Like it was nice to see how it all came together in a pretty short amount of time.
Oh yeah, thriving in the chaos was kind of something that we used to describe this team, because it doesn't matter how chaotic a situation was, they would still be able to find some sort of method through it. And I think also when you're looking at the roster, like you're saying, players like Ziff, who consistently, when they're playing Killjoy on Haven, were able to catch those lurks, able to catch those rotates, and were just really annoying to play against, doing really well in that lurker role. And then you look at the rest of the team, Buddy obviously being insane as that duelist, but so was Atlas being able to follow up. Again, we talked about how he's this flex player that's playing so many different roles, and he's doing such a good job at it. I feel like today he was a little bit quiet, but that last game on Breeze with with the Phoenix was really well played as well. His dynamic with Money was just really well synergized. And then you look at the rest of the team, of course, Stallion, I mean, clutching out like crazy. It looked really nice to watch. And then Devi, just the timing on a lot of that initiator util to set up the rest of his team for success was really nice. So I think, yes, definitely a well-rounded roster like you guys are talking about. They've built something kind of out of just chaos and chaotic situations and kind of seeming to shape themselves up into a really good contender going into playoffs.
And while we wait for interview to get ready, I mean, for YFT, that is their 4 wins. That is going to send them into playoffs, which of course,
unreal.
Look like, yeah, that is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
But of course, for the side of QOR, that isn't elimination. That just means you got one more day here, Roy.
That's, I mean, please correct me if I'm wrong. Hold me accountable to this take I'm about to have. But is this not the hardest elimination bracket we've ever seen?
I
like,
think it might be.
ADG and EG Academy, and also the like D1 that's actually looks kind of locked in after having a really tough beginning of split. Like, dude, this is crazy. A reminder, D1 are the lower finalists from last split as well. So, I mean, the talent in these last 4 remaining teams is unreal. That, I feel like for QOR, it's really harsh now. Like you could get a really hard draw here and it completely scuff your run. So yeah, there's a lot of pressure in this final round, guys. These 4 teams remaining are scary.
I mean, that's kind of been the narrative of the week, talking about these teams that are looking to secure their spot and the teams that, you know, weren't sitting at those 3 losses, so had that second chance. But it was like, at the end of, like, if they don't get it now, like, it's only going to get more difficult. And to see that that's where we're going to be ending up for a final day. Those matches are confirmed, by the way. QOR versus D1, ADG versus EG. Like, that's just crazy.
Right?
Yeah, and the turnaround too for these teams to kind of learn how quick they're kind of fixing on these mistakes or making sure that they're not making those same mistakes, especially when we're talking about a team like QOR, where today so many of these 4v2, 4v3 situations that were lost, they're gonna have to fix and clean up a lot of those things going into that game, because that is gonna be the genuine do or die this time, where they could get eliminated if they just don't clean up a lot of those rounds.
I mean, for YFT to not have to compete tomorrow and worry about these matches of doom, I'm sure has to be such a huge relief. But let's not speculate. Let's go ask them. As for our Phillips Norelco interview, we have Atlas on the line. Congratulations on this win. You have locked your spot in playoffs. You don't have to compete tomorrow. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. It feels good to win.
Let's talk about that series, because that was a crazy one all the way to the end. I mean, we get the overtime, just everything. Like, what was your expectations going into today in comparison to kind of how it played out?
I mean, we expected to win. I thought it was going to be 2-0 after we did vetoes, just because our map pool was pretty good. Our Lotus has been looking shaky recently, but I think it'll be fixed pretty fast, so I'm not worried about it. And about the comebacks, we just like making the maps long, so.
Make it entertaining for us all, right? I mean, let's talk about that very last map and talk about Breeze, because of course you guys have crazy half, you're looking good, and then QOR kind of give you a little taste of your own medicine. So how are you able to just like rally back, make sure you can take it to that OT and then close out?
I mean, I normally just tell the guys, like, let's not worry about the score. It doesn't matter. Like, when we got to OT, it was like, what, 11-4, 12-9. I just told them, like, don't worry about the score. We can't get upset at ourselves now. We already made it this far. We might as well just win out now and like kind of restart our mentals and play how we want to play. And that's what we did, and it works. So that's great.
I'm glad to hear it. And I want to talk about your place on this team, because since your addition to like the main starting squad, like you're calling, you've played duelists, you got some Omen, some KO, some like you'll just play anything. Like, how is that experience for you? Because that feels like there's a lot on your shoulders for, I mean, the success of this team.
Honestly, it's not bad for me. My teammates help me manage it really well. Like when I'm on Duelist and say I'm scaling into site after I've called what we're going to do, they help me like actually telling everyone else what we need to be doing and saying what they're going to be doing on their own. So when I'm playing Duelist especially, it makes it pretty easy. And on every other map, I would say I'm playing a role I'm super comfortable on, even though it may be something on like something different on every map. It's like something I've played before. And I'm not new to calling either, so I'm pretty comfortable where I'm at, and my teammates do pick up a lot of the load, like when I'm unable to talk because I'm doing something super specific. And so just having a great environment, having a great team makes it super easy on me.
I'm glad to hear. Last but not least, I mean, that is your spot in playoffs now, having an opportunity throughout this stage to be able to scope out the talent and just seeing your own team's growth. How are you feeling with this playoffs run ahead of you?
Feeling good. I think we'll do great.
Short, sweet. I love it. Atlas, congrats on this win. You deserve the rest. Have a good night, okay?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Back over to the desk for us. I mean, I always love when I hear from a team where they're like, we should have 2-0'd. We just sat here for the last how many hours watching this grueling 3-game set, you know?
Legit.
I expected though, but I mean, for the day, that's, wow, it has been a long one. We had some crazy matches of Valorant, and tomorrow is the final day of regular season for Stage 3. The matches are going to be insane. You're not going to want to miss them. So again, thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great night, everyone.
Off angles become so much more dangerous. 13 seconds, you're out of time.